Chapter 46-67. 13 Winged Eagles. It was a rather simple name. However, in the small world of heaven, the 13 winged eagles were considered very famous. They were considered one of the 18 forces. The 13 winged eagles had been in the small world of heaven for hundreds of years. The 13 winged eagles would basically change every few decades. This was because the 13 winged eagles allowed anyone to challenge them. As long as they were strong enough, they could become one of the winged eagles. The last winged eagle was from 80 years ago. Until now, no one had been able to shake the position of the winged eagle. The city of the 13 winged eagles was called Flying Eagle City. It was located in the south. Its geographical location was rather good. A stream of light was heading towards Flying Eagle City at high speed. The guards on the walls of Flying Eagle City also saw it and took out their treasures one after another. When they were about to reach Soaring Eagle City, all the guards made their move. Streams of light shot towards the city. These were all large-scale offensive treasures that were specially used to deal with the experts in the sky. It could be said that the sky around Flying Eagle City was forbidden for anyone to approach. It was the same for the experts. They would be attacked. After all, in the small world of heaven, order did not exist. Only strength was everything. After these streams of light flew over, they were all knocked away by the incoming stream of light. It was not until they were close that they saw that it was a young figure. This young figure was none other than Lin Fei. He had originally planned to go to Heaven City. After some thought, he decided to go to Heaven City. Although it was a good place, it was more or less insufficient to farm hatred. He might as well find a small city to farm some hatred first and build up his reputation. This was also some information that Lin Fei had obtained after searching the soul. Hence, he had his eyes on the 13 winged eagles. 18 small cities. Every small city was similar. As long as someone challenged them, they would be able to sit in a high position. This was also tacitly agreed by the Thunderstorm Emperor. Later, Lin Fei pondered for a while. He might as well choose the 13 winged eagles. Among the 18 small cities, the 13 winged eagles was considered the weakest. However, it was quite capable to be able to persist until now. If he started off with Soaring Eagle City, he would be able to farm aggro much more quickly. First, he would attack all 18 small cities, and then he would attack Heaven City. Naturally, he would be able to gain a lot of hatred. Even if he were to encounter Emperor Lei Bao, Lin Fei would be confident. Therefore, Lin Fei directly came over. He didn't expect the people of Flying Eagle City to be so decisive. As soon as they saw him coming from afar, they immediately attacked. The strength was very strong. Is this how Soaring Eagle City treats its guests? For the sake of your dedication, I won't argue with you anymore. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you. The guards didn't even dare to breathe. This person's strength was quite strong. He was able to withstand their attacks as soon as he arrived. By the time they regained their senses, the other party had already entered Soaring Eagle City. Soaring Eagle City was the same as other cities. It was very big. He didn't set up any array formation and just opened the door wide. It was very bold. As soon as Lin Fei entered Soaring Eagle City, he saw these people. Their eyes were very fierce, and they all looked very unfriendly. As expected, it was a gathering place for vicious and evil people. All of them were full of crimes. They might not be able to live well in other places, but it was different in the small world of heaven. They were people who lived leisurely lives. They didn't pay much attention to people like Lin Fei. Of course, some people were looking at him up and down. As for what they were thinking, Lin Fei could more or less see it. Didn't they just treat him as prey? They were indeed very bold. What are you looking at? I don't see any experts. Lin Fei turned around and snorted coldly. He directly shot out a few thunderbolts. They landed on them. The great Tao of thunder at the Emperor level was originally the best at breaking the flesh. These people's strength was average, and they were directly killed by the thunderbolts. After the corpses fell there, Lin Fei turned around and left. He rushed to his destination. As soon as he left, people immediately went up to fight for those rings. All of a sudden, they were in a fierce fight. Sure enough, this is a place where strength is important. I killed a few guys at once, and they immediately hate me. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He knew that he had come to the right place. Here, if he did well, he could really make a lot of people hate him. In this Soaring Eagle City, there was a large square called Soaring Eagle Square, in which there was a huge blood-red arena. As soon as he arrived, he could smell the blood, which was left by experts, and it had already penetrated into the arena. Next to the arena was a big drum. This big drum was not an ordinary big drum, but a treasure, a Lord of Heaven-level treasure. The twin hammers were incomparably huge. It was not something that an ordinary person could carry. Only by beating the war drum could the eagles come over. If he could not even do that, he was naturally not qualified to challenge them. Lin Fei went straight to the war drum. In this square, there were also many people who noticed it immediately. It's starting. It's starting. Someone is here to challenge the eagles. If you want to bet, hurry up. Don't miss the opportunity. Another person who doesn't know what's good for him. This is the 18th person this month, right? I think this guy is quite arrogant. He actually came to challenge the eagles at such a young age. He won't even know how he died later. Then you're really thinking too much. He still wants to see the eagles. I'm afraid he can't even lift the warhammer. Many people laughed along with him. Lin Fei's realm was only at the Heavenly King level, so naturally, no one took it seriously. One had to know that even an ordinary Lord of Heaven couldn't lift the warhammer. If it was so easy to get, the 13 flying eagles would be busy every day. Ever since this rule was set, there were not many people challenging them in a month. Lin Fei came in front of the war drum. He also saw the pair of warhammers. Cold light flashed. He reached out and picked it up. As soon as he lifted the warhammer, layers of light appeared. It was the power of gravity. Lin Fei smiled faintly. With a clatter, the two war hammers fell in his hands, and he was lifted into the air. Dong, 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 dong. The deep and distant voice reverberated across the entire Soaring Eagle City. Every blow of the war hammer fell on the hearts of everyone. Those who were still laughing at him were all dumbfounded. Chapter 46-68. Oh my God! Someone actually sounded it 18 times. Is someone issuing a challenge to the 13 flying eagles? How many years has it been? I've never heard the war drum sound 18 times. This is interesting. Someone issued a challenge to the 18 flying eagles. I wonder if this person really has the strength, or is he doing it on purpose? Originally, when the war drum sounded, everyone didn't pay much attention. Ever since the 18 flying eagles set this rule, who knew how many people came to challenge? There were very few people who could defeat the 13 flying eagles. Basically, it would only appear once every few decades. This time, it actually sounded 18 times. That was even more different. One figure after another came out and came to the square. After they came to the square, they saw an unfamiliar young figure. This unfamiliar young man was standing there. They couldn't recognize him at all. Yet, he picked up the war hammer and sounded the war drum 18 times. The war drum wasn't an ordinary war drum. Without some strength, one couldn't carry it at all, let alone sounding it 18 times. Every time it sounded, it would consume more strength than before. In other words, the strength would become stronger. To be able to sound 18 times, it could be said that no one had sounded it in hundreds of years. Who is that kid? So young. This courage is too big. Really happy for nothing. I think this kid will be torn to pieces by the 13 flying eagles very soon. That goes without saying. He will definitely be torn to pieces. Such trash. If it were me, I could also beat him up. No matter who it was, they would feel that this young man did not have the ability to do so, let alone challenge the 18 winged eagles. 18 streams of light directly appeared in the square. When these 18 streams of light appeared, the square quietened down. Those 18 figures lined up in a row, dignified and imposing. When these people looked at Lin Fei, they were a little surprised. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect someone to sound 18 times. This is challenging our 18 flying eagles. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect someone to sound 18 times. This is challenging our 18 flying eagles. I haven't warmed up in a long time. Everyone, don't fight. Let me fight this battle first. I'm the 18th of the 18 flying eagles. Naturally, I'll go first. As soon as the voice fell, a figure rushed to the arena in the square. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the arena. Whoosh! The light barrier of the arena appeared, and the array formation was activated. The one who went on stage was the 18th of the 18 soaring eagles. It was a dwarf. He was less than a meter tall and looked very inconspicuous. However, his face was ferocious. Just a single glance was enough to cause one's mind to be shaken. Brat, aren't you ashamed to sound the 18 war drums with your meager strength? Let me see what kind of strength you have. The gnome glanced at him coldly and instantly turned into a tornado. As soon as the black tornado appeared, it enveloped the entire arena. Wherever the tornado passed, even the void was torn apart. This was the gnome's strongest move. Especially in such a small place, there were basically no problems. It was unknown how many challengers had died at the hands of this dwarf. When the gnome brat cast tornado, he would also become one with the tornado. This method was quite powerful. I've been happy for nothing again. Every time old 18 makes a move, he doesn't show any mercy. He'll tear them apart. It can't be helped. Who asked him to be ranked old 18? If he loses, he won't be qualified to be old 18. Ha 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 ha. As soon as their voices fell, the pupils of several soaring eagles shrank slightly. They saw the young figure in the tornado. Under such a sharp attack, he was unscathed. He even gently stretched out his hand. When he reached into the tornado fell into the opponent's hand. It was useless. A figure fell into the opponent's hand. A crisp sound was heard, followed by a figure lying on the arena. The 18 soaring eagles aren't as powerful as I thought. After the voice floated out, the entire square fell into a brief silence. The best move of old 18 couldn't catch this kid and was directly destroyed. This method is too fierce. Is this kid a physique practitioner? If he's a physique practitioner, then the 18 soaring eagles will be in trouble today. Old 18's strength was obvious to everyone. It was also recognized that he was relatively strong. They didn't expect him to be destroyed just like that. The next one can come up. Today, I'm challenging the 18 soaring eagles. I hope you don't disappoint me. People like me, either you kill me or I kill you. Lin Fei looked at them. Then he made a throat-slitting gesture. This was great. He had provoked the 18 winged eagles. Don't think that you're very powerful just because you killed old 18. Among us, old 18 is the weakest. Old 17 will fight you. Another thin figure rushed to the arena. This figure was like a monkey. He was surprisingly thin, but his speed was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he landed in the arena. However, as soon as he entered the arena, a hand stretched out. This hand was ordinary, but it instantly turned into a long spear and directly pierced through old 17. Too thin. You have small arms and legs. It's better for me to send you on your way as soon as possible. I can't be bothered to waste any more time. It was another cold sentence. This time, the square became even quieter. Old 17 was stronger than old 18, especially with his supernatural powers and tricks. However, he didn't expect to be eliminated as soon as he entered the arena. The other party's arm seemed to have turned into a divine weapon. 2 of the 18 soaring eagles died consecutively. This time, the remaining soaring eagles were a little moved. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of anger. Eliminating 2 soaring eagles in front of them was definitely a challenge to the dignity of the 18 soaring eagles. You guys don't have to rush. Come one by one. Anyway, you guys have done a lot of evil things outside. It's just right for me to eliminate you guys one by one. It can be considered as doing a good deed for them. After all, I'm a warm-hearted person. Originally, everyone thought that after the war drum was sounded this time, it would be a one-sided scene. However, they didn't expect that it would be the 18 soaring eagles that would fall. They couldn't possibly say that this kid was planning to eliminate all the 18 soaring eagles. Then he wouldn't be talking big. If you guys think that it's too troublesome to come one by one, then I'll allow you guys to come together. Anyway, I'll eliminate one person and kill a group. There's not much difference. Shukju website, chapter 4669. Lin Fei's words had completely infuriated them. Who doesn't know the power of the 18 eagles? Now that 2 eagles have been destroyed in a row, he actually wants to challenge the remaining 16 eagles. Even the eyes of the people from the 18 flying eagle cities turned unfriendly. Among the remaining 16 eagles, there is one of the oldest eagles, that is the great eagle of the 18 eagles, Ancient One. This Ancient One's face is very calm, but everyone who knows Ancient One knows that Ancient One is in a very bad mood at this time. This is the rhythm of killing someone. Ancient One has been a great eagle for 500 years in the Eagle City, and his strength is also very strong. No one knows what level his strength has reached. Anyone who challenged him was basically killed, and no one survived. In these years, no one has challenged Ancient One at all. They don't have the ability and they don't have the courage. One mishap and they would be annihilated. If they challenged other eagles, they could still survive if they were lucky. Ancient One originally thought that today's matter was also a small matter. Even if the bell rang 18 times, what could they do? Could it be that they can deal with the 18 eagles? The rules are set up like this, but there are really not many people who can defeat them. But now, in the blink of an eye, the 18 eagles and 17 eagles were killed, and the young man even spoke arrogantly, asking them to attack together. This is no less than slapping their faces one by one, and he doesn't take them seriously at all. The 5 of you attack together. This kid, don't be polite, just make your move. Anyway, this kind of person is purely an old man hanging himself. He has lived for too long. Since the other party said so, of course, Ancient One will fulfill the other party's wish. So 5 more eagles came out, and these 5 eagles turned into 5 streams of light and rushed up from all directions of the ring. Perhaps it was the previous scene that made them not dare to take it lightly. The 5 directions directly went up to the ring. As soon as they went up, the lightning fell down instantly. And in this lightning, there were shattering divine light and world-extinguishing divine light coming out from left and right, directly flying over them. The power of the great Tao of Emperor Step Thunder made their bodies feel pressure. Following that, the Annihilation Divine Light and the World Annihilation Divine Light appeared from the left and right, making them realize what despair was. Lin Fei was like a grim reaper harvesting souls as he shuttled between the 5 of them. After the afterimages stopped, the 5 people fell to the ground with a plop. No one saw clearly how they did it. You see, it's just that simple. I told all of you to come at me together. Now look, 7 of the 18 soaring eagles are dead, so there are only 11 left. Why don't all of you come at me together? In a short period of time, 7 of the 18 soaring eagles had died. The experts of the 18 soaring eagles city couldn't believe it. When did the 18 flying eagles become so weak? These people were all well-behaved when they saw the flying eagles. But now they suspected that they had seen wrongly. Lin Fei suddenly pointing to Ancient One. I think you are quite strong. You should be the big eagle inside. Why don't you come over and make a move? Don't be so reserved. Anyway, I'm here to challenge you. Anyway, you have to go on stage sooner or later. I can't break this rule. After all, this rule was left by that person. Just now, he killed 5 soaring eagles, which also made the big eagle Ancient One a little uneasy. Where did this bastard kid come from? Didn't he know that rules like this were all just a show? Basically, no one would really come to challenge them. But who knew that today they would meet a bastard kid who killed 7 of their soaring eagles in a row? The strength of these 7 soaring eagles was still very strong. All of a sudden, the vitality of the 18 soaring eagles was greatly damaged. Big Eagle, hurry up and kill this kid. Let him see the power of your big eagle. Yes, hurry up and go. If you don't go, I'm afraid that this kid won't put your 18 soaring eagles in his eyes. Our 18 soaring eagle city will probably have to change people. The people below couldn't stand it anymore. All of them were quite angry. When did an outsider come to the 18 soaring eagle city to be presumptuous? Ancient One even felt that this young kid did it on purpose. He even came with other people's orders. How could he be so ruthless? Over the years, not many of the 18 soaring eagles have been lost. Unlike now, 7 of them have been lost in less than half a day. If this kid goes up again, the 18 soaring eagles will probably die on the stage. At this time, Ancient One really didn't want to go up. He was a little unsure of the origin of this guy. Especially the strength, he can even release the power of the great Tao of thunder of the Emperor step, plus the two balls of light on the left and right. There is a faint aura of death. Ancient One couldn't guess the other party's origin. But the people around him were all jeering. Ancient One couldn't wait to kill all these guys immediately. Lin Fei was so calm and composed at this moment, but he was quite happy in his heart. Sure enough, it was the right choice to come here to farm hatred. It was faster than farming Gaofan. His hatred has also increased a lot. This guy was originally easy to contribute hatred. Now that he provoked him like this, he can naturally get hatred. By the way, there are you guys. Anyway, I'm here to relax today. I thought the 18 soaring eagles were very powerful, but now it seems that it's just SOSO. If you guys can't stand it, then you can come up and fight with me. Anyway, I'm idle. Killing one is no different from killing 100 or 1,000. This time, Lin Fei's words were like poking a hornet's nest. These people couldn't sit still anymore. Ancient One was even more happy in his heart. This bastard kid is out of luck. Don't think that if the 18 soaring eagles don't make a move, others won't make a move. Then you have underestimated these people. They were all ruthless fellows. The crimes committed by them could be found everywhere. If you act presumptuously in front of these people, you are simply seeking your own death. Bastard, you don't take us seriously. Who wants to go up? Let's kill this guy together. Count me in. Let's go together. Get him. This guy must be a young master from somewhere. Kill him. Let's divide up all his belongings. Lin Fei really angered them this time. For a moment, dozens of figures directly rushed up. There were also some who were smart enough to directly use their treasures to smash down. Then what rules are there to speak of? Ancient One was even more cunning. He directly removed the array formation on the ring. Don't you want to fight with these people? Then I'll let you have a good fight. When the time comes, I will take care of you. The 18 soaring eagles can't die in vain. Shuk Ju website, chapter 4670. Lin Fei's words really stimulated everyone. The people of the 18 flying eagle city are not so easy to talk to. At this time, how can they continue to do this kind of thing? They started to attack one after another. Some of them rushed up directly, while others used their treasures and attacked without saying a word. The scene was very lively. No matter who it was, they didn't think that this young man could survive under so many attacks. Gui also snorted coldly in his heart. He really didn't believe that this kid could withstand it. The 18 flying eagle city is not so easy to get along with, and he won't always be a big eagle here. It's a pity that 7 eagles died this time, but for the entire 18 flying eagle city, those who have always wanted to become eagles, this is a chance. This was the perfect opportunity. 7 spots, there's a lot of competition. At least among these 18 flying eagles, there are a few eagles that Ancient One doesn't like, and he can't deal with them. He really has to thank this young man for helping him do a good thing. Haven't you people eaten? Your strength is so small. Hurry up and use your big move, otherwise you really can't kill me. This will only make me despise you even more. The figure on the ring can no longer be seen. Only a series of attack methods can be seen. But at this moment, a voice floated from the ring again. As soon as this voice floated over, it made everyone a little uncomfortable. It also made everyone's face sink. That kid seems to be fine, and he even dared to laugh at their methods. This is too much. Everyone, let's work harder. We must kill this brat. He must be pretending. He doesn't have the ability to bear it at all, and he will soon be exhausted. Ancient One also said to the remaining eagles around him, "Don't be idle, all of you go up. That kid has some ability, he should have some treasures on him. After killing him, you can all get a treasure from him. You can choose first." Ancient One's words suddenly made them excited. Even they could tell that this kid should have some background, and he definitely had some wealth. Perhaps he even had a few hundred cubes of origin crystals on him. How can they miss such a good thing? So the remaining eagles followed one by one. Of course, there were also a few eagles who had tricks up their sleeves. They could not see through this young man. Under such a fierce attack, he was still able to speak calmly. Clearly, such a person could not be offended. They started to release the water. Just like that, Lin Fei stood on the stage, surrounded by all sorts of treasures, one floor after another. He could also clearly feel the benefits of having more of these treasures. He was able to withstand the layers of defense with ease. Up until now, he had only broken through 10 to 20 layers of defense. He was still far from the end. This also made Lin Fei more aware that he had to fuse with more treasure bodies. This way, his defense would become stronger and stronger. At the very least, no one in the 18 Soaring Eagle City could catch him. According to this situation, I should be able to farm hundreds of thousands of hatred points in this Soaring Eagle City. Sure enough, it's easy for vicious guys to farm more hatred points. It's much better than those outside. Lin Fei himself also saw some clues. If he wanted to get more hatred points, he had to find those vicious guys. These people were originally more irritable, and a little movement would immediately contribute a lot of hatred points. The premise was that you had to be strong. Only when you were strong could you farm hatred points from them. 1 incense stick of time, 2 incense sticks of time, 3 incense sticks of time. They didn't know how long they had been attacking. They almost never stopped. The stage was always shrouded by a large number of attacks. But they never felt that they could destroy that person. On the contrary, that person seemed to be fine. From time to time, he would throw out a voice, like a knife stabbing their hearts. With your strength, you have the nerve to call yourself vicious. You're too useless. If I were you, I'd just bang my head against the wall and die. You've been cultivating for so many years for nothing. And you 18 eagles are the same. You're obviously famous outside, but your strength is no different from them. No one had ever felt that a person could make them so angry, especially the 18 eagles. They could clearly feel the endless mockery coming from them. This guy was really slapping their faces nonstop. They knew that they couldn't do anything to the other party at this time. They didn't know how many people in the square made a move. Until now, they didn't see that person being beaten to death on the stage. Instead, he was still alive and well. From time to time, he would mock them. After a long time, they completely lost confidence and stopped one after another. It's not worth it to fight with such a person. As for whether it was a plot behind their backs, it's unknown. Anyway, they didn't want to fight now. After fighting for so long, it's not good for them to be exhausted. Instead, they were slapped in the face again and again. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Big Eagle, you're the city lord of our 18 Eagle City. If you don't make a move, we won't be able to catch this guy. Yeah, at this time, we need you to make a move. If you don't make a move, we won't be able to take it. Ancient One, the Big Eagle, has been observing. The more he looked, the more shocked he was in his heart. This kid's strength is very strong, especially this defense. It's like an airtight defense. It can't be penetrated at all. How many people came to fight just now? Ancient One is very clear. Now he can't penetrate the opponent's defense at all. How can he continue fighting like this? At this time, there was a loud rumbling sound. A huge thunderbolt directly enveloped the entire square. The clouds were dense, and the thunderbolts came down. Wherever they passed, people were thrown off their feet. Even the 18 winged eagles retreated at this time. Following this, a figure walked like a dragon and a tiger, striding forward. Wherever he passed, figures were directly blown out. As soon as they exchanged blows, they felt a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surging over. After fighting for so long, it's my turn. Otherwise, it would be too boring. In Lin Fei's hands, 2 balls of light floated out directly. These 2 balls of light directly turned into 2 streams of light, constantly shuttling between the thunderbolts. Originally, it was very difficult for everyone to resist the power of the thunderbolts. As soon as these 2 balls of light passed through, corpses were left behind in an instant. Shukju website, Chapter 4671. The 18 Eagle cities that were still fighting before, these ferocious existences all fell to the ground one by one. They all became corpses. Even the 18 eagles could feel the power of the thunder and the 2 balls of light. What was most inconceivable to them was that no one was able to stop the young man wherever he went. Even, they could vaguely feel that the other party's power was very strong as the mountains and the seas. Lin Fei also stared at this Big Eagle Ancient One. Now that he has collected a lot of hatred, it's time to deal with this big eagle Ancient One. He can justifiably become the big eagle of the 18 eagle cities. He can take the 18 eagle cities to farm this hatred. In this small world of heaven, he can really farm a lot of hatred. Lin Fei didn't want to miss such an opportunity. He's staring at me, he's ready to fight me. Damn it. How can this guy's defense be so strong? I have secretly used several methods in the dark, but I can't do anything to him. Ancient One's heart shook. He felt a gaze fall on him, and then he was locked by the other party. He knew that this young man was staring at him, and he kept cursing in his heart. Anyway, you have to deal with the other eagles first. Why do you have to stare at me as soon as you come up? Ancient One's strength is indeed quite strong, but the opponent's defense seems to be very strong, and his strength is also very strong. If they really fight, it seems that there is no chance of winning. He himself is also a Lord of Heaven expert. But at this time, the Lord of Heaven realm did not give him any confidence. Instead, it made him feel a trace of fear and uneasiness. What, are you afraid now? Since I've come to find you, you should at least fight with me. Otherwise, it will only make me despise you even more. Lin Fei's figure instantly appeared in front of the big eagle Ancient One. A punch directly hit down, and ripples appeared in front of Ancient One. This is the defense of the treasure. But the defense of the treasure was instantly penetrated. At the moment when the treasure was penetrated, the other party raised his hand and used it as a knife, and in an instant, a knife light fell on his body. In that instant, Ancient One felt that he was injured, and a force surged towards him. When this power surged over, it made him realize that he was far from being this person's match. The strength of the other party was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Without a second word, a black ball-shaped object appeared in his hand, which turned into a stream of light. If you don't let me have it easy, I won't let you have it easy either. At most, we'll all die together. In this fight, Ancient One knew that he was not his opponent at all. He had used his trump card. When the eagles in the distance saw this scene, their pupils shrank, and their minds almost went blank. Instinctively, he turned around and ran. That was a large-scale annihilation technique. Rumble. There was a loud noise. Invisible black waves instantly swept out from the center of the square, covering the entire square. This was the sky-destroying bomb that Gu had always kept by his side. The sky destruction thunder had an extremely powerful destructive ability. In a small area, the lethality was exceptionally strong. After the black giant wave swept over, the bodies of those experts were directly destroyed. It was incomparably swift and fierce. No one could react in time. Most of the people in the square were killed. Even among the 18 flying eagles, a few flying eagles suffered a head-on blow and became a member of this group. Ancient One also arranged a series of means on his body for the first time, which was the only means he could use to fight against Ancient One. This kid didn't let him have it easy, so he won't let the other party have it easy either. At most, he would just die together. As long as he could kill this guy, the things in the future would not be a problem. Maybe he could even take advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of money. The black wave swept past. The dust gradually fell. The square became quiet. Except for a few wailing sounds, there was no other sound. Ancient One, who came back again, couldn't help but laugh loudly. Young man, you're still too naive. You're dreaming if you want to fight me. Even if you're strong and have a good defense, I can kill you more than 100 times with a single heaven-destroying thunder. This is the small world of heaven, and killing you is the most powerful method. Strength doesn't matter. There was almost no one on the scene who could stand up. Most of the people were paralyzed on the ground at a glance, or they had broken arms and broken hands and feet. For Ancient One, this was nothing at all. If he could continue to be the big eagle, then there would be no problem. Just as his voice fell, a black shadow rushed up in an instant. It hit Ancient One's body heavily. After being hit by this, all kinds of defenses on Ancient One's body collapsed. A hand directly grabbed his neck. Then the other hand instantly pierced through his body. I have always heard that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Unfortunately, this ginger is not spicier, but a little stupid. Do you really think that a sky-destroying bomb can kill me? You really think too much. Lin Fei's figure emerged, carrying the big eagle Ancient One with one hand. The other hand had already pierced through his body. Ancient One felt that his vitality was constantly flowing away, and he couldn't control it at all. I was sent here by Heaven City. If you kill the people on my side, I will never let you go. The rules here are far from what you can imagine. If I don't kill you, how can I make them hate me? So you'd better be honest and go on your way. Anyway, there are many of your brothers on the way. You can continue to be the big eagle below. Take care, I won't send you off. There was a loud bang. Ancient One's whole body was smashed into pieces by Lin Fei. For such a person, Lin Fei wouldn't let him stay at all. The 18 Flying Eagle City still has to be managed by himself. Fortunately, the range of the sky-destroying bomb used by Ancient One was not large, that is, it was around the square. The 18 Flying Eagle City was still very well preserved. From today onwards, the 18 Flying Eagle City will be changed to Invincible City, and all of you will be the people of Invincible City. And the rest of you eagles, do you plan to follow the big eagle down? Or do you want to rely on me? There was such a big movement in the square here. Almost all the people in the 18 Flying Eagle City gathered on the side. Now they saw the big eagle Ancient One being destroyed. This young man even changed the name of the 18 Flying Eagle City. There was nothing but shock. And the expressions of the remaining eagles changed, and they made a decision in an instant. One by one, they came in front of Lin Fei. We are willing to join Invincible City and become your disciple. I have always found Ancient One pleasing to the eye. It's good to destroy him. I also know where Ancient One's belongings are hidden. I am willing to lead the way. Bookseller Reading Website, Chapter 4672. In the end, the 18 Flying Eagle Cities changed their name, which really surprised these people. They quickly recovered. This kind of situation is very normal in the small world of heaven. This also made them curious about this young man. Doesn't he know that the 18 Flying Eagle City has the support of Heaven City? Without support, the 18 Flying Eagle City would have been replaced long ago. Now that the young man came over and killed the big eagle Ancient One, doesn't that mean that they are going to fight against the other side? In any case, everyone felt very curious. What made them feel the most happy was that the City Lord of Invincible City was very interesting. After the announcement of the name change, all the rings in the square were given to everyone as benefits. For a while, everyone went crazy to grab these rings. No one thought that the City Lord didn't take these rings seriously. Doesn't he know that there are a lot of treasures in them? For a while, everyone's impression of this young man, the City Lord of Invincible City, changed greatly. This is much better than that Ancient One. Ancient One is not so kind. He belongs to the kind of very stingy guy which is known to everyone in the entire Flying Eagle City. If you want to get some benefits from him, you either have to exchange merits or rely on luck. Lin Fei didn't stop these people from fighting for those rings at all. The square also became very lively. And at this time, the 5 Flying Eagles standing behind Lin Fei also had different expressions. They were the only 5 of the 18 Flying Eagles left. As for the remaining 13, 7 of them were killed by Lin Fei. No, it was 8, and the remaining 5 died directly under the Heaven Destruction Thunder. The 5 of them could be considered to be the smarter ones. They knew that when fighting, they would go easy and stay away from the fighting range. Who knew that Ancient One used the heaven-destroying thunder and even killed his subordinates? Fortunately, Ancient One finally died in the hands of a young man, and they changed their appearance for the first time. It seems that the City Lord of Invincible City is a little different. He seems to be a lot more generous than that Ancient One. I always feel that this young man's ambition seems to be quite big. Don't you guys feel that this young man seems to be deliberately provoking us, the 18 Soaring Eagles, and the people from the 18 Soaring Eagle City? The remaining 5 eagles were quite knowledgeable. Naturally, he could tell that there were some unusual things about it. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now, and they wouldn't have been able to change their faces so quickly. He had to survive first. Lin Fei also withdrew his gaze and said to the 5 eagles behind him, "Bring me to the City Lord's mansion. I'm tired from fighting, so we can sit down and have a cup of tea and chat. What do you think?" This lowly one will lead the way for the city lord immediately. Immediately, an eagle took the initiative to stand out. She led the way for Lin Fei. The city lord's mansion was much more luxurious and upscale than other places. At a glance, it could be seen that the city lord's mansion was still quiet at this moment. There were no changes because of the battle. As soon as the 5 eagles entered the city lord's mansion, they instantly killed all the people around Ancient One. He had complete control over the city lord's mansion. They were very familiar with this place. Lin Fei sat in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. There were 5 eagles standing in front of him, and these 5 eagles were a little uneasy. They didn't know if their choice was right or wrong. At that time, they also knew that if they really left, they would definitely die. I don't have much interest in the lives of the 5 of you. As long as you can do things well for me, I guarantee that the crystals and even treasures you can get will be beyond your imagination. Leaving these 5 eagles was actually to find a few thugs to do things for him. This was much simpler than doing it by himself. He couldn't always do everything by himself. With a wave of his hand, he directly threw out 30 crystals. These crystals are nothing, just right for the 5 of you. 30 crystals was actually not a small amount. The 5 eagles were a little jealous. One must know that they and Ancient One had never received any crystals as a reward. They didn't expect this young man to give them 6 crystals each as soon as he came up. They could buy a lot of things. We pledge our lives to serve the city lord. Now I'll give you one thing, and that is to manage Invincible City from top to bottom. Each of you will have a share of the territory. Anyway, I want the entire Invincible City to return to normal. You only have 3 days to prepare. I don't want Invincible City to be in a mess. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, the 5 eagles immediately turned around and went out. Lin Fei didn't care much about the trivial things outside. The only thing he cared about was farming aggro and honor points. For now, it seemed that the progress was quite good. Lin Fei also found Ancient One's treasure house in the first place. This was a private treasure house. Not to mention, there were really a lot of things inside. It was just SOSO. All in all, it was about 200 or 300 crystals. To say that he was rich, he wasn't rich, and to say that he was poor, he wasn't poor either. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't find a complete Grotto Heaven small world. He was happy for nothing. When Lin Fei was about to leave, he discovered that there was a different place in the treasure house. This different place was very inconspicuous. If it wasn't for Lin Fei taking a second look, he really wouldn't have noticed it. It was violently broken. He found that there was a big box inside. This box was about the height of a person, and after opening it, it would be a little surprising. It was actually filled with blood-colored beads. Originally, Lin Fei thought that these blood-colored beads were a treasure. Later on, he realized that it wasn't the case. These blood-colored beads were actually condensed from blood, which surprised Lin Fei. The aura of the blood beads in the box was very strong. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of blood beads in this huge box. Originally, Lin Fei wasn't sure what the blood beads were for, but after using his honor points to check, he understood. Soul bead. Used for special cultivation, it is the favorite treasure of demonic cultivators. Things like this, Lin Fei hasn't seen many times. Of course, he has also seen some demonic methods in the ancient books. Among them, there is something about this soul bead, which is refined with essence and blood. It seems that this heaven small world is a little different from what I thought. These 200,000 to 300,000 blood beads, no, they are soul beads. Someone should have asked for them by name. This Ancient One was really helped up by someone. Bookseller Reading Website, Chapter 4673. On a hill dozens of miles away from Invincible City, several figures appeared without warning, looking at Invincible City in the distance. Ancient One, this bastard is dead, and he has caused us so much trouble. The cold voice reverberated in the night sky and also fell into the hearts of those people. What should we do now? I think that young man should have sensed it more or less. That's why he attacked Ancient One. I don't know how much he knows about soul beads. If I had known earlier, I would have let you guys keep the soul beads. Now, the soul beads are in the hands of the other party. That's hundreds of thousands of soul beads. We have spent so much time to accumulate them. Isn't that simple? Let's just find that person. Don't tell me he dares to attack us, although he is quite strong, especially in defense. A pair of cold eyes were cast over. The black-clothed men behind directly lowered their heads and did not dare to look at it. A chill enveloped them. All of you think that you are very powerful. Did you not see Ancient One being destroyed? That kid's defense is his greatest life-saving ability. His strength is average, but if you want to catch him, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that the soul beads are in his hands, it will not be so easy to take them back. The black-clothed man's eyes were very cold, and at the same time, they became very sharp. No one knows better than him that this young man is indeed quite terrifying. His defense is simply unfathomable, and it can be said to be a life-saving ability. The means of attack are not very strong, but with this extremely strong defense, it can instantly turn into an endless advantage. Just look at Ancient One, even the heaven-destroying thunder was used, but the result was still nothing to the other party. These soul beads must be taken back. After all, we spent so much effort to collect these hundreds of thousands of soul beads. We can't let them fall into his hands. The black-clothed man and Ancient One are also considered partners. To be able to collect so many soul beads, Ancient One also contributed a lot of effort. But unexpectedly, when they came back from a trip, their nest was destroyed, and even the name of the 18 Flying Eagle City was changed. Speaking of which, it really made them angry. There was a lot of killing intent in their hearts, and they directly hated that young man. Let's have the little world of heaven suppress that kid first. Let's see what happens first. Lin Fei also stayed in the city lord's mansion. After he received the hundreds of thousands of soul beads, he put them away. He knew that these soul orbs would bring him many interesting things. Interesting, it's really interesting. Someone actually contributed hatred to me again. And this hatred isn't low either. Lin Fei, who was still rummaging through the treasures, suddenly smiled. Just now, he had gained a lot of hatred. The increase in aggro wasn't high, but it was quite conspicuous. His hatred value increased by 888 points. How much hatred did he have for himself? Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. It seemed that he had already destroyed all the eagles in the 18 eagle cities. There were only 5 left. As for the other experts, there didn't seem to be many left. Why did someone contribute so much hatred to him? Lin Fei immediately thought of the soul pearl. Only the soul pearl could bring such a large amount of hatred. It reached 888 points alone, which was the highest so far. Even that Gao Fan didn't seem to have reached this amount. Gao Fan wasn't low either, he also had a few hundred. This was just a guess of Lin Fei. In addition to the soul pearl, the other direction should be the side of Heaven City. He had lost Ancient One and occupied the 18 eagle cities, which naturally made the people in the little world of heaven feel dissatisfied. It was normal for him to contribute a lot of hatred. Whether it was the side of the little world of heaven or the soul pearl, Lin Fei was also looking forward to them contributing more hatred to him. Lin Fei had gained almost 300,000 hatred points this time. In addition, it was estimated that it would not be a problem to collect another 200,000 to 300,000 hatred points. This time, Lin Fei didn't use all the hatred points to exchange for the treasures. He felt that he could increase his attack power. For example, to add some powerful Great Tao to himself. In this way, his attack methods would be stronger. Before, Lin Fei's physical strength was very strong, and with the existence of the Tree of Life, the power that erupted was even stronger. And now, the Tree of Life turned into a life seed, and Lin Fei didn't let it grow again. It wasn't that Lin Fei didn't want the life seed to grow, but the life seed seemed to have fallen into a dormant state. As for how long this dormant state would take, it was unknown. In Lin Fei's understanding, the life seed at this time should be a little injured, and it would take time for it to slowly recover. After some consideration, Lin Fei decided to exchange for a few powerful Great Tao. With the Great Tao in hand, he naturally had a way to attack. Or rather, he could use the hatred points to exchange for a few powerful cultivation techniques. Before, Lin Fei didn't understand it. Who told him to not have any hatred points on him, and since the hatred points were not enough, he naturally didn't have time to read these cultivation technique books. The first thing to look at was these great Tao. There were 3,000 great Tao, and there were all kinds of them. It was really a little dazzling. Lin Fei really didn't know how to choose, but after thinking about it, he knew that he had to choose the most powerful great Tao. The stronger the attack power, the better. Anyway, he had a defense now, and what he lacked was nothing more than an attack method. When the defense reached a certain level of excellence, then with a powerful attack method, it would naturally be able to achieve a balance. This would also make Lin Fei's strength even more outstanding. The 3,000 Great Tao Cutting Technique, the 3,000 Great Tao Destruction Technique, and the 3,000 Great Tao Thunder Explosion Technique. With a target, it would be easier to find. Very soon, Lin Fei found a few Great Tao that were very suitable for him. They were all pure great attack power, and of course the consumption was exceptionally high. Without the Tree of Life, Lin Fei's physical body was naturally exceptionally strong. He had already reached the Heaven Monarch level, and the accumulated energy was naturally not comparable to ordinary Heaven Monarchs. Now, Lin Fei's physical body was at least equivalent to the capacity of 10 ordinary Heaven Monarchs. Could be said to be incomparably thick. Of course, if Lin Fei's physical body was a step up to the Emperor's physical body, the accumulation would be even more improved. I'd better choose this great cutting technique. It's extremely sharp and a frontal attack method, covering myself with the great cutting technique. The 3,000 Great Tao was much more expensive than this treasure body, especially more expensive than the defensive treasure body. Before, Lin Fei had exchanged for some defensive treasure bodies, and he didn't exchange for a treasure body with a powerful physical body because the hatred points were expensive. Shuk Ju Website, Chapter 4674. Lin Fei exchanged for the great slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Taos. This technique was really powerful, but the amount of hatred that he exchanged for wasn't low either. He used 300,000 hatred points. In an instant, he cleared all the hatred points on his hands. As soon as the great slicing technique was in Lin Fei's hands, he felt that this great slicing technique was very different. It seemed to be similar to his own blade technique, but it was more profound and mysterious than his own blade technique. It was as thin as a blade light, almost as if it was hidden in the void. It made it impossible for people to guard against it. It could be attacked from all directions, and its power was exceptionally great. No wonder such a great slicing technique requires 300,000 hatred points. It really isn't cheap, but it's really powerful. If I didn't have a top-grade armor, I wouldn't be able to defend against it at all. With Lin Fei as the center, the great slicing technique constantly passed through his surroundings. These great slicing techniques constantly shuttled through like blade lights. Do you want to use honor points to upgrade the great slicing technique? You can upgrade it from 1 star to 5 star. 5 star is the highest level. Just as Lin Fei was experimenting with the great slicing technique, the system actually sent a notification, which surprised him a little. It can't be, this great slicing technique can also be upgraded? Isn't this the limit? Seriously, Lin Fei didn't cultivate much of the 3,000 Great Taos. Not to mention this kind of main attack. If it wasn't for the fact that the great slicing technique was a very overbearing attack type Great Tao, Lin Fei wouldn't have exchanged for it. He never thought that this great slicing technique could be upgraded. The best use of honor points is to upgrade cultivation techniques, to upgrade Great Taos, and to upgrade everything. The 3,000 Great Taos are also the type that can be upgraded. The system began to explain. Lin Fei had learned a lot. He had always thought that other than using honor points to upgrade or exchange for some things, there was nothing else. He didn't expect that it could be used to upgrade these 3,000 Great Taos. The 3,000 Great Taos were already very powerful. If he used honor points to upgrade them, wouldn't it mean that these 3,000 Great Taos would become even more powerful? At the very least, for the current Lin Fei, he couldn't wait for the power of the great slicing technique to become stronger and stronger. What's the difference between 1 star and 5 stars? Lin Fei asked curiously again. It was only 1 star to 5 stars, but one could imagine that the power of these 5 stars should be very strong. A 1 star can unleash 3 times the power, a 2 star can unleash 6 times the power, a 3 star can unleash 15 times the power, A 4-star can unleash 50 times the power, and a 4-star can unleash 200 times the power. This increase in strength made Lin Fei suck in a breath of cold air. Especially at the 5-star level, they could unleash 200 times the power. This was simply fatal. The Great Slicer technique was already very powerful. If it were to erupt with 200 times the power, no one would be able to stop it. Once the Great Slicer technique was unleashed, it would immediately take the other party's life. This is great. I really like this strength buff. I was just fretting about not having a place to spend my honor points. I can't just leave them to level up. Now, I finally have a place to use them. After knowing that there was such an upgrade function, Lin Fei had a lot of ideas about the honor points. It seemed like he couldn't just farm hatred in the future. He had to farm honor points as well. When the time came, he would have to think about how to operate it. 1-star Great Slicer technique, 10 million honor points. 2-star Great Slicer technique, 50 million honor points. 3-star Great Slicer technique, 500 million honor points. 4-star Great Slicer technique, 5 billion honor points. 5-star Great Slicer technique, 100 billion honor points. This level was not low. Looking at his tens of millions of honor points, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He still had a long way to go to earn honor points. This 5-star Great Slicer technique was indeed not that easy to obtain. God knew how long it would take for him to obtain 100 billion honor points. The 5-star Great Slicer technique could unleash 200 times the power. This was indeed quite tempting to Lin Fei. Now that he could unleash several times the power, it could be said that his Great Slicer technique was superior to other Great Slicer techniques of the same level. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei directly used 10 million honor points to upgrade his Great Slicer technique to 1-star Great Slicer technique. 2-star Great Slicer technique would require 50 million honor points. Lin Fei really didn't have enough honor points right now. However, he would be able to accumulate more. No matter what, he had to upgrade the Great Slicer technique to 2-star. At 2-star, he would be able to unleash 6 times the power. 3 times the power of the Great Slicer technique was indeed a little different. It was even more profound than before, and Lin Fei was able to see the changes within it even more clearly. Now that the hatred points had been used up, Lin Fei had to take action. At the very least, he now had a relatively powerful attack. With this Great Slicer technique and the enhanced version of the Great Slicer technique, destroying the opponent was really quite simple, especially since this Great Slicer technique was a large-scale attack. The 5 eagles received another notification. They immediately came to the main hall. These past few days were really like a dream to them. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them divided Invincible City into 5 areas: north, south, east, west, and a central area. Their personal power had risen in a straight line. This was something they didn't even dare to think about. They all knew that this young city lord didn't care about these territories. As long as they could work hard, they would naturally be able to increase the power in their hands. This was much better than following Ancient One. This time alone, they had the territory in their hands. Especially those rings that they harvested, they made a lot of money. All the forces that stood on Ancient One's side were ruthlessly wiped out by them. The entire Invincible City returned to normal. Their skills were quite good, and they quickly pacified them. The people who lived in Invincible City were not good people. In the face of absolute strength, who wouldn't be honest? How could they have so many ideas? The 5 eagles stood in the main hall. Your efficiency is quite good. I am very satisfied, but now I have encountered another difficult problem. I need you to use your brains and think about it. Whoever does well will naturally be rewarded. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised, and he smiled faintly. The eyes of the 5 eagles below also lit up. What they were most worried about was being idle and having nothing to do. As long as there was something to do, it could prove that they were still useful. Now that the power in their hands had been greatly improved, they naturally wanted to perform well and leave a deep impression. That couldn't be better. Shukju website, Chapter 4675. In the face of such a mysterious lord, the 5 flying eagles did not have too many ideas. They just had to do their jobs honestly. The biggest change was that they had a lot more power in their hands. Compared to before, it was simply an earth-shattering change. Before, the power in the hands of the 18 Flying Eagles was basically dispensable, and it was just a nice name. But now it was different. Everyone in Invincible City knew about the 5 Flying Eagles. I have something to ask you now. What do you think you should do to offend the remaining 17 small cities in one go and make them angry? Lin Fei had used up all of his aggro points. He wanted to upgrade the Great Slicer technique to 2 stars and burst out with 6 times the power. Then the next step was to prepare to harvest a batch of hatred. How to harvest? Of course, it would start with the 17 small cities. Originally, Lin Fei planned to go to the small cities one by one, but this would be a little troublesome. It was better to offend all 17 small cities in one go. By then, the amount of hatred he would harvest would increase. As the saying goes, time is money, and time is hatred. Lin Fei did not want to waste too much time in this regard. Especially this trip, after coming out of the Tongtian school, Lin Fei felt that the third elder Luo Ming was secretly plotting against him. Even the Tongtian school leader did not know where he went. Maybe he was plotted against. Lin Fei had to improve his strength again. When the time came, he would give them a surprise. After all, Lin Fei liked to give people surprises. If he wanted to give people a big surprise, he naturally needed to improve his strength. What could be faster than offending 17 small cities in one go? As for the Heaven City, he would leave it for later. Anyway, he had to go there sooner or later. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 Flying Eagles changed. They were originally very happy. At least they followed a good person, but now it seemed that the person they followed was not quite right. He had killed more than half of the 18 winged eagles as well as some of the experts in the city. Before they could completely digest what they had done, they had to offend another 17 small cities. For a moment, they all wanted to turn around and run. They wanted to get as far away as they could. This guy in front of them was a madman. But in the end, they still endured it. He was even more aware of this opportunity. After all, their invincible city was too small. If they could annex other cities, then Invincible City would rise in an instant. My lord, if you want to offend 17 small cities in one go, we feel that there is only one way, and that is to sweep the trading places of these 17 families. Lin Fei had read a lot of information and had even searched his soul. Of course, he knew what this place of trade meant. This trading ground was actually very simple. The things that they plundered from outside would be placed here to be sold. People from all over the world would trade here. Of course, this transaction was done in private and it was also done in secret. In any case, the goods were leaked out just like that. There was such a trading ground in all the 18 cities, and it was considered the most profitable place. If Lin Fei swept these 18 trading grounds, he could definitely offend all 17 small cities in one go. That was the most profitable place in the 17 small cities. Sweeping these trading grounds was equivalent to taking money out of their pockets. No one would be able to sit still. Lin Fei really did not think of this at first. Hearing this, he clapped his hands and stood up. Your idea is not bad. Then let's sweep these 17 trading grounds. Bring your men and let's do it. When we sweep them, I will allow you to take 30% of the profits. He really did not care about the things in these trading grounds. What he cared about was hatred. With this hatred, he could make himself stronger and stronger. But for the 5 winged eagles, this was different. To be able to obtain benefits from each of the 17 trading grounds was simply unimaginable. Previously, the big winged eagle did not have such boldness. He was not so generous. Sir, we will immediately gather the men and horses. The winged eagle turned around and went out. The first thing he did was to mobilize the people around him. Lin Fei killed a lot of experts in the square. Although it also made many people hate Lin Fei, it also made many people recognize Lin Fei at the same time. What kind of place was the small world of heaven? It was a place where all kinds of evil people gathered. Here, as long as you had the strength, everyone would surrender. And if you didn't have the strength, you would be torn to pieces. This was the end of the 18 winged eagles. So they could not wait for the new city lord to be as ambitious as possible. Only in this way could they follow and have a sip of the soup. Eating meat was fine, but being able to have a sip of the soup was also something that made them very satisfied. It was a pity that before, the 18-winged eagles didn't do much at all. The 18-winged eagle city had always been the least influential. The other 17 small cities were not worth their attention at all. The 5-winged eagles gathered their subordinates and released the news that they were going to do a big deal. All of them were excited. They did not see wrongly. The new city lord was indeed different. He was ambitious enough to take action so quickly. The big-winged eagles were far worse than him. They deserved to be destroyed. The Black and White Trading Place. This was a trading place in Black and White City, but it was not in Black and White City. Instead, it was in a valley outside Black and White City. Everyone knew that the Black and White Trading Place belonged to Black and White City. The transactions done here were also the largest, and almost all of them came from the boundless world. Quite a number of people would secretly conduct transactions here. Everything that was obtained from killing people and robbing them was basically sold in this small world of heaven. There was an Emperor Lord powerhouse guarding here. Unless there was legitimate evidence, there was really nothing they could do. There were also many experts guarding such a trading place. There were 5 Heaven Lord powerhouses, and there were more than 100 heavenly kings. Coupled with the array, basically no one dared to cause trouble here. The people stationed here lived very leisurely every day. After half a month, they could go to the city for a period of time. At night, it was dark and windy, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. Tonight was the busiest time in the trading place. The patrolling people were very casual. At this moment, streams of light directly attacked from afar. These streams of light hit the array formation, causing layers of ripples to appear. Then, with a crashing sound, the entire array formation broke. Bookseller's website, Chapter 4676. The people in the Black and White Trading Ground had never seen such a scene. Ever since the 18 small cities created this trading ground. Who didn't know that this trading ground was used to sell things that couldn't see the light of day? On the contrary, people from various worlds would come here to spend money. No one knew who bought it. But they never expected that someone would fight at this time. The Lord of Heaven experts in the trading ground also flew out one by one. As soon as they flew out, they saw a flash of saber light and instantly turned into pieces of corpses that fell to the ground. In an instant, the entire trading ground calmed down a lot. They were all frightened. A figure appeared in the sky above the trading ground. Invincible City is doing business. Everyone lie down obediently. Whoever doesn't lie down will die. When everyone heard the words Invincible City, they were confused. When did Invincible City come out? When they saw the 5 eagles, they all remembered. Weren't they the eagles of the 18 Flying Eagle City? When did they rely on Invincible City? We are from the Black and White City. If you dare to attack us, aren't you afraid of starting a war? 18 Flying Eagles, how dare you attack our trading disciples? You must be tired of living. There were still some experts in the trading ground, and they all roared. By the time they roared, the 5 Flying Eagles had already charged in with their men. Lin Fei just stood in the sky, staring at them unhurriedly. Any expert who came out was killed by him. In just a short period of time, the entire trading area had been swept clean. No matter who it was, the things in their hands were swept clean. Then they left, leaving behind pieces of corpses. After Lin Fei left, the experts of the Black and White City also came at the first moment. As soon as they saw the scene in the trading ground, they all roared in anger. The Black and White City Lord also came. After understanding the situation, he was also furious. 18 Flying Eagles from Invincible City, how dare they? Chase after them. No matter what, we must snatch back the things in their hands. The Black and White City Lord was really angry. He had more or less received some rumors, such as that the 18 Flying Eagle City had been wiped out by a young man. Even the great Flying Eagle was killed. Little did he expect that the City Lord of Invincible City would snatch his trading spot in such a short time. It was not that he did not take the Black-White City Master seriously. If they didn't teach that brat from Invincible City a lesson this time, wouldn't it mean that Black-White City was afraid of Invincible City? Everyone knew that Invincible City had always been at the bottom of the 18 Flying Eagle cities. No one took it seriously. But now, the Black-White City Lord became more and more annoyed, and he chased after them with his men. This method of robbing and leaving was really too exciting. At the very least, the 5 Flying Eagles were quite excited. They didn't even dare to think of such a thing. To think that one day, they would actually rob the trading center of Black-White City. He didn't have to pay any price at all, and he succeeded just like that. Lin Fei had also drawn the aggro value. The aggro value was not low. After all, the trading center was an important source of money. Anyone would be full of hatred for him if it was wiped out by him just like that. Now it seemed that this method was quite good. If he wiped out 17 trading centers in a row, he would definitely be able to farm to his heart's content. Not to mention a lot, it should not be too much of a problem to farm 1 million aggro value. The Black-White City Lord chased after him with his men. On the way, he suddenly received a message, and his expression couldn't help but sink. No way, that brat is out of his mind. He actually went to wipe out another trading center. He doesn't take the 18 small cities seriously. Originally, the Black-White City Lord was quite annoyed. Now that another trading center had been wiped out, for some reason, he felt a sense of schadenfreude. At least he didn't have to chase after them alone. Not long after, the Black-White City Lord caught up with another city lord. This city lord was called the Red Cloud City Lord. The Red Cloud City Lord was also quite annoyed at this time. When he saw the Black-White City Lord coming over, he seemed to understand what was going on. Your side has also been wiped out by that brat. The Black-White City Lord nodded. That's right, I've also been wiped out by him. I don't know what medicine that brat took to be so arrogant. You and I must join hands and beat him down. The Black-White City Lord and the Red Cloud City Lord looked at each other and continued to chase with their men. Until now, the two of them were still very angry. They also couldn't understand why that brat from Invincible City dared to do this. Something like this had never happened in the small world of heaven before. Along the way, they realized that the brat from Invincible City actually didn't have any intention of hiding. He seemed to be rushing to the next city along the way. However, this guy was also more cunning. He actually set up a trap halfway. The blade light was extremely sharp and it really caught them off guard. Many of their men died. This made them even more annoyed. However, they couldn't catch up at this speed. When they rushed to the next city, they found that the trading center of that city had also been wiped out. This time, the look in their eyes changed once again. If they didn't handle it well, something big was going to happen. They seemed to be able to guess what that brat from Invincible City wanted to do. He was planning to clean out all the trading grounds in the remaining 17 small cities. In a short period of time, he had already wiped out 3. If that brat really wiped out all of them, then they would really have no place to put their faces. However, they also surprisingly remained consistent. They didn't send any messages to the other city lords of the other small cities. It seemed like they were letting the brat rob them all. 1 city lord, 2 city lords, 3 city lords, 4 city lords, 5 city lords. Every time they were a beat too late. By the time they caught up, there was 1 more city lord. In the blink of an eye, the trading centers of 16 city lords were wiped out. All of their faces were filled with anger, and the previous city lords were even more gloating. Anyway, they weren't the only unlucky one. It was better for all of them to be unlucky. Everyone could also work together to take down that brat from Invincible City. Everyone's thoughts were exactly the same. Just like that, a group of people followed behind in a grandiose manner. And there were also many people in the small world of heaven who knew about this matter. One after another, they all followed. The scene was grand and quite lively. Sharp blade light appeared from time to time, but it made them curse incessantly. That brat was really a bastard. He left behind these sharp blade lights that really made people unable to dodge in time. If they were not careful, they would be killed. Chapter 4677. The Last Trading Ground. I heard that it's the closest trading ground to Heaven City. It has a deep connection with Heaven City. Lin Fei was having a good time along the way. At least he managed to snatch a lot of treasures. This place was a business of black on black black. What made Lin Fei the happiest was that he was enjoying his aggro. Along the way, his aggro broke through 500,000 in an instant. It grew faster than expected. From time to time, he would leave a great cutting technique in the surroundings. It wasn't strong, but it wasn't weak either. It was definitely enough to make them suffer. Just like that, he set it up all the way and blocked their speed. It also made them even angrier. Lin Fei also had the time to deal with the experts in the trading ground. The experts in these trading grounds were basically at the heavenly monarch realm. Once Lin Fei used the great cutting technique, they instantly felt what death was. And the rest was even simpler. As long as they reached the last trading ground, they would completely offend the city lords of these 17 small cities. In other words, 17 small forces. City Lord, I think we should close this trading ground first. That brat from Invincible City is crazy now. He wiped out 16 trading grounds in a row. The 17th trading ground. White Sand Trading Ground. The White Sand City Lord's network was very wide. He received the news immediately, but he didn't close this trading ground. Instead, he personally came with experts. He wanted to see how that brat from Invincible City dared to touch his trading ground. He wasn't like the other trading grounds. He had a backer behind him. What's there to panic about? Even if that brat from Invincible City came, I'd like to meet him. How dare he make a move here? The White Sand City Lord snorted coldly, looking unconcerned. As for the experts behind him, they were feeling a little nervous in their hearts. They had more or less received the news. As long as a trading ground was wiped out, it would naturally be destroyed by that brat from Invincible City. Heaven Monarch Realm experts didn't even have the slightest chance to struggle in his hands. Right now, all these Heaven Monarch experts had cold sweat on their foreheads. If they were to really make a move, they would really have no place to complain if they were eliminated. They really hoped that the White Sand City Lord wouldn't make a move and let that kid be arrogant for a while. When the people from Heaven City came down, that kid would have to bear the consequences. Right now, they could only resign themselves to fate. After some time, streaks of light appeared in front of them, heading towards their trading location. The White Sand City Lord smiled. The kid from Invincible City had finally arrived. The White Sand City Lord was even more determined to take down this Invincible City brat. He would have enough qualifications to slap those city lords in the face. Wasn't he just a nobody? Not only did he act presumptuously in front of them, but he also escaped without a trace. In the end, he fell into his own hands. Just thinking about the glory on his face was interesting. I'm the Lord of White Sand City, and this is my trading ground. Kid from Invincible City, surrender now, or you'll be dead once my brother-in-law makes a move. When the Heaven Monarch experts behind the White Sand City Lord heard this, they all shook their heads in disappointment. If it wasn't for the fact that the White Sand City Lord had a powerful brother-in-law, no one would take him seriously. Not to mention that the White Sand City Lord had a favorable geographical position. However, such a location had never been developed. Regardless of its reputation, it was inferior to other cities. These Heaven Monarch experts were also quite helpless. A good hand of cards was destroyed just like that. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed, and everyone smelled a dangerous aura. They saw the White Sand City Lord's head fall to the ground, and blood splattered all over their faces. These Heaven Monarch experts all knelt on the ground one after another. How would they dare to do anything else? Even though they were usually fierce outside, this time, even the White Sand City Lord was killed in one move without saying a word. They did not want to follow in the White Sand City Lord's footsteps. Lin Fei was quite disappointed with the White Sand City's trading ground. He thought that it would have a lot of resistance. He did not expect it to be like this. Too disappointed. It seemed that this White Sand City would not be able to farm much hatred. The 5 flying eagles directly rushed into the trading ground and kept plundering. Anyone who dared to resist was instantly suppressed. For a moment, the entire trading ground became quiet. Apart from the occasional blood-curdling screams, there was nothing else. The 5 flying eagles were also very happy, not to mention their subordinates. They did not expect to really do something big this time, and the excitement was exciting. They were also excited. As for what would happen when the time came, they really did not care. Anyway, if the sky collapsed, there would be tall people to hold it up. When they looked at Lin Fei, they were also full of admiration. They had more or less contributed a lot of honor points to Lin Fei. "My lord, we have swept the last trading ground." The 5 flying eagles flew out again, their faces full of joy. Unfortunately, there were very few people who resisted this time, and their harvest was much less. "Go back." After saying this, Lin Fei set up a series of sharp blade lights and led his people back to Invincible City. The city lords who had been chasing all the way here saw the head of the White Sand City Lord, and they all sucked in a cold breath. That Invincible City kid is too arrogant. He actually killed the White Sand City Lord. This time, it's really something big. That Invincible City kid seems to have returned to Invincible City. Let's go over and surround his city. If he does not hand over the things, we will completely flatten his invincible city. That's right, if he does not return the things in the trading ground to us, we will flatten his invincible city. We can kill all the experts in his small city, and let everyone know the rules in the small world of heaven. The 16 city lords immediately led their people to Invincible City. Along the way, they encountered those incomparably sharp saber lights again. By the time they reached Invincible City, a whole day had passed, and they had lost many people. Not to mention how angry they were. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Anyone who entered the small world of heaven would be obedient, but there were very few people who were as unscrupulous as the Invincible City kid. He even dared to kill the White Sand City Lord. Everyone knew that the White Sand City Lord was an idiot, but they still had to give face to the White Sand City Lord's brother-in-law. He was the Deputy City Lord of Heaven City. Chapter 4678. Lin Fei brought his men back to Invincible City. Everyone in Invincible City had also received the news. The entire city was in a state of jubilation. Too mighty and domineering. It had only been a short time. Their new city lord had already done such a big thing. He had offended all 17 city lords. No, it should be 16 city lords now because the White Sand City Lord had been killed. This news couldn't be hidden at all. It spread quickly. Heaven's small world wasn't big, so news like this spread quickly. When it first spread, everyone was in disbelief. Everyone was guessing what this new city lord would do, but they didn't expect it to be such a big thing. He had directly snatched the trading grounds. Everyone knew that there were many good things in these trading grounds, but no one put their thoughts on it. In the past, there were also people who put their thoughts on the trading grounds, but they all gave up in the end. Because they all became corpses in the end. In front of so many corpses, no one dared to take their lives lightly. But now, all 17 trading grounds had been plundered, and there were countless casualties. Even heaven monarchs couldn't stop him. When there were no Emperor Realm experts, heaven monarchs were the strongest. But now, even heaven monarchs weren't a match for him. They couldn't imagine how strong and domineering this new city lord was. When Lin Fei returned to Invincible City, he collected all the plundered land's rings. According to the rules, he took out 3 portions and gave them to the 5 flying eagles. As for how they divided it, that was their business. You don't say. This time they really had a lot of gains. Just the essence crystals alone were quite a lot. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised, because these essence crystals added up to 30,000 cubes. This more or less made Lin Fei feel very shocked. These 17 trading grounds could actually produce 30,000 cubes of essence crystals. In other words, this black market was indeed a business that could earn money quickly. This trading ground was more or less worth it. Thousands of cubes of essence crystals. No wonder that Thunderstorm Emperor Realm approved of the existence of these trading grounds, not to mention becoming their safety net. He reckoned that he would be able to earn quite a lot of origin crystals this year, which would be the so-called safety fee. Lin Fei naturally accepted these 60,000 cubes of origin crystals. As for the remaining treasures, they were not very eye-catching. There were all kinds of them. At this time, Lin Fei didn't have the time to look at it, so he put it aside first. Half a day after Lin Fei returned, outside Invincible City, a large crowd suddenly appeared. They immediately surrounded the entire invincible city. Then voices rang out one after another. "That brat from Invincible City! Get the hell out here! If you don't come out now, we'll attack the city and destroy it completely. Now! I'm offering a bounty of 1,000 cubes of crystals for anyone who kills that brat from Invincible City. Whoever leads a team into Invincible City will be rewarded handsomely." Voices rang out in the air above Invincible City. No one would have thought that the city lords of the 16 cities would arrive so quickly. They surrounded Invincible City so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. After seeing these city lords, everyone's expression changed one after another. Who didn't know that these city lords were ferocious existences? They looked at the city lord as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. They even felt that if the city lord of Invincible City didn't come out, they, the people of Invincible City, would be in trouble. At that time, if so many people attacked them, it would be impossible for them to escape. Everyone's expression began to change. The 16 city lords were quite angry, and their eyes looked like they wanted to kill someone. If that brat didn't go overboard, they wouldn't have brought people to surround him. No matter what, they had to vent their anger. They had to make that brat from Invincible City pay a heavy price. A newcomer dared to challenge their authority. He didn't take them seriously at all. If they didn't take care of this brat today, who would take them seriously in the future? More importantly, if they didn't solve this matter properly, the people from Heaven City would definitely think differently of them. They would think that they didn't do a good job. When the time came, they would support a few new small cities. Then they would be completely finished. To put it bluntly, they were all working for Heaven City. Whoever did a good job would naturally be recognized by Heaven City. They had today's status, which they had been using their contributions to exchange for. Now that the transaction site was snatched, it meant that they had suffered a heavy loss. When the time came, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission. If they couldn't complete the mission, it meant that their impression was bad. If their impression was bad, it meant that their status was bad. This series of consequences wasn't something that anyone could bear. "Isn't it just to deal with me? Only 1,000 yuan crystals. This is too cheap. No matter what, it should be 4 or 5,000 yuan crystals. After all, I'm not that easy to deal with." At this moment, a figure rushed out. It was none other than that Lin Fei. He had been waiting for these 17 city lords to come. No, it was 16 city lords. He had already killed one of them. That city lord didn't care at all. It seemed that he had taken the position of city lord through connections. Looking at the faces of those heaven monarchs, it was obvious. If they were destroyed, then so be it. However, these 16 city lords were different. They had both strength and status. They were the best targets for gaining aggro. The 16 city lords finally saw clearly what this young man looked like. It was very unfamiliar. It was the first time they saw him. But the other party's words were rather domineering, instantly making them erupt with endless anger. Lin Fei floated to the top of the city wall and looked at the 16 city lords. "Now that I'm out, I'm right in front of you. If you have anything to say, you can say it to me. If you don't like me, you can also make a move. Anyway, I'm quite easygoing. You can do whatever you want." One had to admit that Lin Fei's words were still rather arrogant and despotic. No matter who heard it, they would be rather unhappy. But these experts who followed behind were all the same. Their eyes almost wanted to kill, especially when the other party's realm was only the Heaven Monarch realm. It filled their hearts with hatred. A Heaven Monarch realm expert dared to run above their heads. Didn't he just grasp a powerful secret art? They had more people and more strength now. Could it be that they were afraid of one person? "Return our share of the transaction to me and compensate 10,000 yuan crystals. I'll let you go," the black and white city lords said coldly. Book Guest Residence Reading Website, Chapter 4679. The city lords all stood up, and their intentions were quite clear. If this kid from Invincible City did not hand over what they had stolen and compensate them with 10,000 cubes of primordial crystals, they would fight. They would not let this kid from Invincible City off easily. The 16 city lords spoke in unison. It was quite a lively scene. Everyone in Invincible City was in awe of their new city lord. They were shocked like never before. He had actually attracted all 16 city lords over. Such a thing would never happen in the small world of heaven, and no one would have the guts to do so. This was like an old man hanging himself. He was tired of living and was on the brink of death. Facing these city lords, Lin Fei laughed and gave them a middle finger. You guys have the nerve to ask me to hand over my things? To be frank, I have to thank you. The city lords did not expect that Lin Fan would dare to say such a thing in the face of so many people surrounding almost the entire Invincible City. No matter how strong this kid was, they were not to be trifled with. Previously, they had indeed been caught off guard, which resulted in the destruction of the trading ground. Now that they had brought their experts here, they surrounded Invincible City so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. As long as they gave the order, everyone would move. At the very least, they would be able to raise Invincible City to the ground. They still had this bit of confidence. They did not expect this kid from Invincible City to be more shameless and arrogant than they had imagined. All of them were furious. I also know that you are very angry, but there is no use in being angry. If you have the ability, then fight. If not, then leave. Actually, I have something to say to you. Take advantage of the fact that I haven't made my move yet. You'd better go back and pretend that this never happened. It's just a trading ground. Just rebuild it. Alright, inform me when you're done rebuilding it. I'll go visit it again. This time, Lin Fei's words were equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. Like rubbing salt on a wound, the faces of the 16 city lords turned cold. Everyone in Invincible City felt what it meant to be enraged. In the face of that gaze, they subconsciously lowered their heads and retreated. If things went wrong, the entire Invincible City would be razed to the ground. They worshipped him, but under such circumstances, it was better to stay as far away from him as possible. If he were to be implicated, it would be too late for him to escape. Lin Fei's heart was bursting with joy. The aggro value rose rapidly. That speed was truly unparalleled. As expected, the more capable these city lords were, and the higher their status, the more hatred they would have. From their hatred, it could be seen that these city lords hated him quite a bit. As for some Heaven Monarch experts, they could forget about it. Their hatred wasn't big, nor was it big. They didn't hate him that much. They were just working for someone else. This also allowed Lin Fei to see clearly what kind of situation it was. Now I have 10 breaths of time. I advise you to leave quickly. Don't look at me because I'm young. If I fight, even I am afraid. I don't know if you believe me or not. The 16 city lords were just angry, but they didn't expect this kid from Invincible City to start counting. He even said that if they didn't leave in 10 breaths of time, it was as if he was going to beat them up. How could they bear it? The black and white city lord was the first to snort. I won't leave. Let's see what you can do. Me too. The world is big, but I've never been afraid of you, kid. I want to see what you can do to me. Don't brag too much. You won't be able to take it back later. Now I'll give you another chance. Hand over the thing and obediently come out to accept your punishment. Maybe I can leave you with an intact corpse. How could these city lords leave? How shameless could he be? Wasn't it just 10 breaths of time? They had brought people anyway. Whoever left was a bastard. 19, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lin Fei counted 10 times. Every count was neither soft nor heavy. It fell into the hearts of the people, as if it had become a rhythm. The people brought by the 16 city lords didn't move at all. They looked like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. They wanted to see how this kid from Invincible City would make a move. It seems that you don't take my words seriously. Then I have nothing to say. Since you're here, don't leave. At this moment, Lin Fei made his move. The great slicing technique was unleashed. Sharp saber lights flashed in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This saber light slashed through the bodies of those Heaven Monarchs. Those Heaven Monarchs reacted very quickly. Of course, their faces changed even faster. In an instant, they turned pale. Then, their eyes were filled with endless fear. One by one, figures fell from the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Puff. Every corpse that fell to the ground was like a ripe watermelon, instantly exploding the scene. Everyone was shocked in just a few minutes. That kid from Invincible City is too awesome. The city lord is too mighty and domineering. Too awesome. Good kill, good kill. Kill them until they're the best. I didn't expect that the 16 city lords would have such a day. The Invincible City Lord is too awesome. He fought 16 city lords alone and suppressed them. The heaven monarchs died one by one, and they all died the same way. In front of the saber light, they stopped breathing and fell directly. No matter who released their treasures, they were a beat slower. In less than 10 breaths of time, almost all the experts in the sky were wiped out. In the blink of an eye, there were only 16 city lords left. Then, another saber light flew out, turned into a long rope, and wrapped around them. And as soon as the defensive armor on their bodies was released, there was a fierce sound of collision. No matter what kind of treasure it was cut and broken in front of this saber light. The beam of light circled around their bodies and instantly made them lose their temper. One by one, they sucked in a breath of cold air and didn't dare to move. Their bodies were covered with a saber light. The blade light was like a piece of white cloth, wrapping around their bodies. Only they knew that if the kid from Invincible City moved, they would be torn to pieces. And they also recognized that this was the famous great slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Ways. When did it become so powerful? Could be hard and soft at the same time. Shook Ju website, chapter 4680. When the 16 city lords saw the faintly discernible saber light on their bodies, they recognized what it was. This was the famous great slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Ways. It was said that it was very difficult to master the great slicing technique, but once it was mastered, the great slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Ways would become very powerful. Any treasure or armor could be broken through in an instant. They originally thought that it was just a joke and that it was not that powerful. They never expected the great slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Ways to be so powerful. Under the violent suppression, they were instantly helpless. What made it hard for them to accept was that they had become the captives of the kid from Invincible City. With just a thought, the kid could control their life and death. The 5 eagles from Invincible City were the first to get excited. Looking at the 16 entangled city lords in the sky, they could not come back to their senses for a moment. The city lord is mighty and domineering. The city lord is too powerful. I finally understand why we are called Invincible City. From today onwards, our Invincible City will be the most powerful of the 18 cities. Ha 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 ha. Our Invincible City is going to rise. The city lord is too powerful, too domineering. He defeated all 16 city lords in one go. The people from Invincible City who were originally retreating looked at the scene in the sky and found it hard to believe. Everyone knew that the 16 city lords were very powerful. In terms of strength, no one could defeat them one-on-one. But now they were defeated just like that. Could be said that they were defeated in an instant. If it had not happened in front of them, they would not have believed it. Don't attack, we can talk this out. Invincible City Lord, I don't want those things anymore. Just treat me like a fart. I've never been here anyway. Yes, we just happened to pass by. After their lives were in the hands of the other party, the way these city lords spoke changed. No matter how unhappy they were, they knew that they had to say something nice. Otherwise, they did not know what would happen to them. To be honest, even they were a little dumbfounded at this time. How did this kid transform into a big tiger in the blink of an eye? It was simply unbelievable. If the 16 city lords attacked together, even an imperial lord would need some time to take them down. But now, with just the great incision technique, they felt that they were unable to resist. It really made them feel that for a moment, they were old and that it was now the world of the young. I won't kill you. After all, you are famous people in the small world of heaven. If I kill you, I won't be able to stay in Heaven City anymore. However, I like to play games with you, so please stay in Invincible City for the time being. They didn't know why, But when they heard this, their expressions changed instantly. They felt that there was nothing good in these words. Whoosh! The 16 city lords seemed to be pulled by a force and landed in Invincible City in an instant. But before that, I still have to let you guys feel the wind first to wake up. The 16 city lords were directly hung at the city gates. The 5 eagles also flew out in an instant and took control of the situation. Everyone, stay in Invincible City and do not come out. If anyone comes out, kill them without mercy. The rest of you, follow me to collect the rings and clean up the corpses. If it was in the past, they would not even listen to the 5 eagles. There were so many rings and they did not want them. Was there something wrong with their brains? But now, they did not dare to have any ideas and all stayed in the city obediently. Going out to snatch the rings at this time was simply courting death. Didn't they see that the 16 city lords were all captured alive? If they went out, it would be no different from courting death. Don't think that just because they called him City Lord, the City Lord of Invincible City would take them seriously. If they really did something wrong, the City Lord could cut them into 18 pieces with one great incision technique. This was giving them face. If they did not give him face, he would directly cut them into 108 pieces. That would be really bad. The small world of heaven was not a big world to begin with. With such a huge commotion here, the news spread throughout the entire small world of heaven. All of a sudden, there was an uproar, especially in Heaven City. When those people heard the news, they all suspected that they had received the wrong news. It can't be. 18 Eagle City has changed its name to Invincible City. That guy Ancient One was also killed. Now it's the turn of the 18 cities' trading grounds to be swept clean. What 16 city lords were all captured by that kid? They can't say that the other party is an emperor, right? When did the great incision technique of the 3000 Great Tao become so powerful? Before they could digest the news, more news came. First, the trading grounds were swept clean, then the White Sand City Lord was killed, and then the 16 city lords ran to Invincible City. In the end, they were suppressed by the City Lord of Invincible City, and even they themselves were captured. After this news came out, the entire Heaven City was shocked. The news also reached the Vice City Lord's ears at the first moment. City Lord, this is the news. Now the 16 city lords are in the hands of that Invincible City kid, and the White Sand City Lord was also killed by him. The Vice City Lord also immediately arranged for someone to inquire about the news. The news that was inquired was very detailed, word for word, basically no different from what had happened. Looking at the information above, the Vice City Lord's face turned livid, and he slapped the armrest with his palm, causing layers of ripples, and then he stood up. How audacious! How audacious! He even dares to kill my people, and now he dares to capture 16 city lords. Is he challenging the authority of the small world of heaven? Although the 18 city lords were famous in the small world of heaven, it was actually supported by Emperor Lei Bao. They were also serving Emperor Lei Bao. Now, when Emperor Lei Bao was in seclusion, the city lords of the 18 cities in the small world of heaven were all captured, and even a large number of heaven monarch experts were killed. How could the Vice City Lord sit still? And what made him feel the most difficult to approach was that the other party was very likely to be an emperor. However, this realm did not seem to be high, and from the beginning to the end, he had only used the great incision technique of the 3000 Great Tao. This made the Vice City Lord somewhat unfathomable. After all, the power of the great incision technique could be imagined if it could instantly kill those heaven monarchs. Even 16 city lords were not a match for this person. Then this person was not simple. Send me a representative immediately to talk to him about what he wants to do. Chapter 4681. Invincible City became lively all of a sudden. No one would have thought that the young man from Invincible City would hang 16 city lords at the city gate in one go. At first, many people did not believe it and thought that they had heard wrongly. Those were 16 city lords. Each of them was top-notch. How could they be hung at the city gate? Wasn't that a slap in the face? But as the news spread more and more, it was hard not to believe it. So people came over. The entire small world of heaven was moved. When they came and saw the hung city lords, their eyes widened in disbelief. The city lord of Invincible City really dared to do this. 16 city lords. If it was before, many people who came had some thoughts. But after seeing the corpses at the city gate, they all gave up. All the experts who came to save the 16 city lords were killed without exception. They were killed and piled up in front of the city gate like a small hill. Everyone who saw that scene sucked in a breath of cold air. They no longer had any other thoughts. The city lord of Invincible City is too scary. He even dared to offend 16 city lords. I think people from the city lord's mansion will come soon. Then, this kid from Invincible City will not be able to clean up this mess. It doesn't matter if he can clean up this mess or not. At least the 16 city lords are completely humiliated. The most unfortunate one is the White Sand City Lord. That guy's luck is much worse. There were many people outside Invincible City. They were all here to watch the show. The 16 city lords were hung here. Such a scene had not happened in the small world of heaven for a long time. They could not imagine what the young city lord of Invincible City was thinking. Was he going to make an enemy of Heaven City? Many people approved of the city lord of Invincible City's actions. In the small world of heaven, whoever had the biggest fist was the strongest. This time, it was obvious that the city lord of Invincible City had the biggest fist. The 16 city lords' fists were not as strong as his, so they were hung here. Speaking of which, they were lucky to still be able to breathe at this time. Just look at the White Sand City Lord. He was killed. As a result, the competition within White Sand City had become very intense. As for these cities, they were different. As long as they weren't dead, they naturally wouldn't engage in any so-called internal strife. This was their only luck. It was noisy outside. What was Lin Fei doing? Of course, he was thinking about creating a powerful 3,000 Great Dao. After the 16 city lords were hung at the door, the honor points that were farmed out, the hatred points that were farmed out were quite a lot. Even his honor points were rising. At this rate, in another 2 or 3 days, Lin Fei felt that he would be able to accumulate enough honor points. At that time, he would be able to upgrade the Great Cutter to 2 stars. Lin Fei was looking forward to leveling up to 2 stars. With the Great Slicing Technique, Lin Fei felt that it was still a little lacking. Therefore, he decided to exchange for another powerful 3,000 Great Daos. Lin Fei chose one of the 3,000 Grand Daos called the Great Art of Thunderclap. This was also a very violent and powerful method. It also consumed a lot of power. Lin Fei felt that he would need another powerful Great Dao technique no matter what. With 2 of the 3,000 Great Daos in his hands, Lin Fei now had a real offensive method. At the very least, no Heaven Monarch expert would be able to block his Great Slicing Technique. This was also the 1-star Great Slicing Technique. If this was changed to the 2-star Great Slicing Technique, probably no Heaven Monarch expert would be able to block it. There would only be a few who could. With the addition of the Great Art of Thunderclap, Lin Fei's combat strength was getting stronger. As for the defense, it could only be done next time. Now that Lin Fei had chosen a powerful special cultivation technique, he could cultivate it. At that time, whether it was the Great Slicer Technique or the Great Thunderclap, it wouldn't have much of an impact on Lin Fei. It seems that the people from Heaven City are here and can't sit still. I hope they can contribute some hatred points to me. These days, there isn't enough hatred points. Lin Fei played with the Great Art of Thunderclap in his hand and saw the Great Dao of Thunderclap moving around. These Great Art of Thunderclap became more powerful when compared to his the Arch Great Dao of Thunderclap. When the traces of the Great Art of Thunderclap moved around, it could affect the physical body. It was much more powerful than the Arch Great Dao of Thunderclap. If the power was 3 before, it could reach at least 7 now. There was a completely different change. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this Great Art of Thunderclap. Putting away the Thunderclap in his hand, Lin Fei left the room. There were already people outside. If there were no surprises, it should be the people from Heaven City. It seemed like it was a representative. Speaking of which, Lin Fei was still a little disappointed. This Heaven City was looking down on him too much. At least they had a deputy city lord, but they actually arranged for a representative to come. Even though this representative seemed to be quite strong, at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm. But to Lin Fei he didn't seem to be much of a threat. A great art of slicing flew out. This representative was indeed an expert at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm from Heaven City. As soon as he arrived at Invincible City, he saw the 16 city lords who had been hung up. He also saw the corpses around them. His expression couldn't help but change. It was just as the rumors said. This guy from Invincible City was really a little crazy. He really caused too much of a commotion. Isn't this guy afraid of being annihilated by Heaven City? He still dares to act recklessly here. Just as this thought came to his mind, a cold light appeared just like that. The representative's reaction was also extremely fast. In an instant, he unleashed a series of attacks. However, when these attacks landed in front of the chilling light, they were actually unable to shatter it. Instead, the chilling light instantly arrived in front of him and wrapped around him in circles. Cracks instantly appeared on his treasured armor and treasures. If I were you, I would sit down and have a chat. What do you think? A faint voice sounded in this representative's ears. Cold sweat appeared on both sides of his body. He knew that this cold light was extremely terrifying. It was able to tear apart the defense of his treasured armor. In other words, it was a huge threat to his physical body. If he didn't listen, this blade light would probably kill him in one strike. Wait. Everything can be discussed peacefully. Bookseller's website, Chapter 4682. He was just a representative. In Lin Fei's eyes, he really didn't take him seriously, even if he was a peak Heaven Monarch realm expert. He directly pulled him into his city lord residence. Bai Yun stood in the courtyard and didn't dare to move at all. The cold light on his body was extremely terrifying. He finally knew why the 16 city lords weren't a match for him. With such a powerful Great Dao technique, it was really impossible to defend against. He also knew what this Great Dao technique was. It was the Great Slicing technique. He didn't expect it to be so sharp that it could even cut open his treasured armor. With such a technique, how was he supposed to fight? He couldn't beat him at all. Tell me, what did you come here for? If I'm happy, then you can leave. If I'm not happy, then you can accompany the 16 city lords. Hearing this, White Cloud's heart sank. He didn't want to be hung outside the door like the 16 city lords. That would be too embarrassing. He still had to be thick-skinned. I'm here on behalf of the deputy city lord. He wants the city lord to release the 16 city lords. You also know that it's not a good influence now. Bai Yun said it very tactfully. He didn't dare to say anything harsh at all. The city lord in front of him really wasn't someone that anyone could offend. He even felt that only the emperor could stop him. Of course, Lin Fei knew that this wasn't what the envoy meant. He just said it in a nicer way so that he wouldn't offend him. The 16 city lords offended me and brought people to attack my invincible city. I'm already being kind to them by not killing them. If you want me to let them go, then you're thinking too much. Go back and tell the deputy city lord that if he wants to bring the 16 city lords back, he'll have to do it himself. It's best if he can bring the first city lord along. Lin Fei gently pushed his hand, and Bai Yun felt a force hit his body. He was directly sent flying. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was already outside the city. He had a lingering fear. This person was too savage, too terrifying. He couldn't be offended at all. Lin Fei had already learned a lot of information, so he naturally knew that the most powerful person in the small world of heaven was that sovereign lord expert. That sovereign monarch expert spent most of his time in bitter cultivation and rarely showed himself. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Now that he had learned the great art of thunderclap and the great slicing art, Lin Fei's combat prowess had greatly increased. As for the defense on his body, there was no need to even mention it. Dozens of layers of defense formed by the treasured body were like layers upon layers of defense. For a moment, no one could break through it. Now, Lin Fei was waiting for the people from the small world of heaven to come. The bigger the name of the person who came, the greater the influence, and the higher the amount of hatred he would get. As for why Lin Fei didn't go there personally, it was because there was an imperial lord overseeing that place. He still had to give this little bit of face. With this free time, Lin Fei might as well farm more hatred and honor. For example, if he farmed more honor points, he would be able to upgrade the Great Slicer technique to 2 stars. The power of a 1-star Great Cutting technique was already extraordinary. Not to mention the power of a 2-star. It would increase by 6 times. Those treasures and armors had all become scrap metal and could be ignored. Another 2 days passed. There was no movement from the people from the small world of heaven. But Lin Fei had finally farmed enough honor points. He had upgraded the Great Slicer technique from 1 star to 2 stars. After this upgrade, Lin Fei could clearly feel that the range of the Great Slicer technique had increased. Previously, the range of the Great Slicer technique that Lin Fei could control was about a few 100,000 miles. Now, it had directly expanded to 1.5 million miles. 1.5 million miles. It wasn't far, but it wasn't near either. However, it was more than enough for Lin Fei to fight. After all, Lin Fei's current speed was extremely fast. Someone else is here. They are not from the small world of heaven. They are most likely here for the soul bead. As soon as a few experts approached Invincible City, Lin Fei sensed them. With a little thought, he knew who they were. Sure enough, someone soon came to report to him. Someone was coming to visit him. Of course, Lin Fei knew why these people were here. They were here for the soul bead. This time, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to see them. Instead, he decided to leave them out to dry first. These guys had planted a lot of hatred. This was also a lot of hatred. This also let Lin Fei know that they still valued the soul bead. Since they valued it, it would be a little embarrassing not to leave them out to dry. There were 3 people who came this time, and they were all at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm. It was a pretty strong lineup. But at this time, they were arranged to sit in the side room. As time went on, they became a little anxious. 2 of them walked back and forth, while the remaining one sat there with his eyes closed, looking very calm. They had never thought that things would turn out like this. At first, they thought that the guy from Invincible City was only average, but in the blink of an eye, he captured the city lords of the 17 small cities. Even the trading place was destroyed, and all the benefits were in his hands. Originally, they wanted to use the people from the small world of heaven to suppress this kid. But now it seemed like they were thinking too much. They guessed that this young man most likely had the strength of an emperor. This was a little troublesome. From start to finish, they could be said to have seen him make a move. He was indeed very strong, and he even cultivated the Great Slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Daos. The Great Slicing technique was a large-scale attack method, and not everyone could understand it. But once they understood it, the strength that they could unleash would be even stronger. They no longer had the confidence to be enemies with this young man. In the end, they decided to personally talk to him and see how he could hand over the hundreds of thousands of soul beads. Even if they had to pay a price, they would not hesitate. This was the only way. However, they didn't expect that, after they reported their names, the other party would actually leave them hanging there for 6 hours. It was obvious what this meant. Big brother, let's just forget about it. That kid obviously doesn't care about us. At most, we will give up all these things. The 2 people who were walking were a little impatient, and they were quite angry and full of hatred. They were putting on airs at them. The middle-aged man who was called Big Brother opened his eyes and glanced at them coldly. Instantly, the 2 of them lost their temper. Since we are here, that person can leave us hanging if he wants to. Compared to the soul beads, what is wasting time? In any case, the other party will meet us, and we will not be busy for nothing. It is just a matter of time, and we can afford to wait. Chapter 4683. Lin Fei had left them hanging for a day and a night. During this period, he had contributed quite a lot of hatred. Of course, Lin Fei was happy to do it. Until the next day, Lin Fei came over. The 3 of them looked a little gloomy. They were afraid of Lin Fei's strength. Until now, they hadn't figured out the other party's background. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. They couldn't resist the other party's strength. In addition, the soul pearl was still in the other party's hands. No matter what, they had to get the soul pearl back. I heard that you came to me for something. Or are you also helping the small world of heaven? If so, then I advise you to stop worrying. As soon as Lin Fei came over, he swaggered and sat down. He looked at the three of them. The leader also opened his eyes. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and then he returned to normal. I think the city lord should be very clear about our purpose of coming here. We want the soul pearl in your hands. Those things were deposited in Guyi's hands. Please return them to us. As for what you want, you can ask for it. Lin Fei didn't expect this person to say it so directly. Ordinary people would have to go around in a big circle. You are a straightforward person. I thought you would go around in circles before you talked about the soul pearl. That's right. The soul pearl is indeed in my hands. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, the soul pearl was not very useful to him. But for some people, these soul beads were very useful. Lin Fei didn't see any demonic methods on these three people, and he was sure that these three people were not the owners of the soul pearl. They were just people who did things. However, it was not easy to let a peak lord of heaven do things. The soul pearl is in the hands of the city lord. If you have any requests, please let me know so that I can prepare. Lin Fei's words made the three of them secretly heave a sigh of relief. If Lin Fei didn't admit that the soul bead was in his hands, it would be a big problem. Are you sure you can fulfill my conditions? After all, my conditions are not low. This soul bead is not essential to me, but if I return it to you, it will be of great use to you. Maybe you can even cultivate new experts. The words that were neither light nor heavy fell into the hearts of the three of them, causing quite a few changes in their hearts. There weren't many people who had seen soul beads before, and those who could recognize them were even fewer. There were very few people who wanted to know its specific uses. They didn't expect that the young man in front of them actually knew about soul beads, and even knew the use of soul beads. Since we're here, as long as the city lord's conditions are suitable, we'll immediately gather these things for you without hesitation. We're still capable of this. Lin Fei had to admit that the person in front of him was really good at talking. To Lin Fei, he didn't lack anything. He just lacked hatred and honor. These 2 points were not something that just anyone could do. Then, if I want to get things with strong vitality, you have a way. In the end, Lin Fei still gave them a rather generous offer. Lin Fei didn't forget his life seed. That thing had fallen into a dormant state. It could be seen that the recovery of the system had consumed a lot of life energy. If he wanted the life seed to recover completely, he really needed life energy. Because at this time, he didn't mind making things difficult for them. City Lord, you should want something with strong vitality. This thing is not difficult, but it's not easy either. But we can collect it for you. Lin Fei really didn't expect that the background of these three people was not low. They could even agree to this. After all, things like vitality were not so easy to find. Basically, it was controlled by some big families and big forces, and it would not fall into the outside world. Sorry, what I said just now was only the first small condition. Now it seems that you do have some qualifications. Lin Fei smiled faintly again. This time, the expressions of the three people changed a lot. The second small condition is not a big deal. I want to find a few weaker Emperor Lords to spar with. I don't know if you have detailed information. Lin Fei was certain of one thing after gaining hatred from his eldest senior brother, Gao Fan. Only when one's level was low would he gain more hatred from someone of a higher level. He planned to find some Emperor Lords to spar with. Of course, these Emperor Lords were also the weakest kind. No matter what, they were still Emperor Lords. This was something that Lin Fei had come up with on a whim. For these three to be able to obtain so many soul beads, it was obvious that they were quite capable. Since they were already so capable, Lin Fei didn't mind letting them help him with some work. When he found out the whereabouts of the Emperor Lords, he could go and farm hatred. This was a long-term tool. The purpose of these three people's trip was for the soul beads. The conditions he was offering weren't that difficult to deal with. They could also find the whereabouts of the Emperor Lords. Then, what is the third condition of the City Lord? I don't think you have a fourth or fifth condition. Lin Fei chuckled and stood up. I'm not one to talk nonsense. The last small request is also very simple. After completing these 3 small requests, I'll naturally return all the soul orbs to you. If you complete one, then I'll only return a small portion to you. If you complete 2, then I'll return 2 portions. If I complete all 3, then I'll return all of them to you." This time, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it was not a 4th or 5th condition, they could still fulfill the 3 requirements. The last small condition is not considered difficult. I want a complete map of the forces in the star field. I think this should not be too much of a request for you. Since they were prepared to go further and further on the road of farming hatred, they naturally had to thoroughly understand the forces in this star field. Naturally, he wanted to thoroughly understand the forces of this star field. He believed that these 3 people would not disappoint him. As a matter of fact, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief at the 3rd small request. They really thought that the city lord would make an extremely outrageous request. At that time, they would not know what to do. It was really very difficult for them to choose. Now, they were completely relieved. This city lord did not make things difficult for them. At the same time, they were also glad that they did not use force. Otherwise, they would have suffered a big loss. "City lord, we will help you complete your 3 small requirements in half a month at most. I hope you can help us keep these soul beads in this half a month and not let them fall into the hands of others." Shukju website, Chapter 4684. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the background of these 3 people. Anyway, as long as they were here, it wouldn't be so easy to get the soul beads back safely. As for why he gave them such a simple condition, naturally he was prepared to farm some hatred on them. Don't look at how simple it was to help him gather these things. In fact, the amount of hatred that they could farm was not small. Even if these people got these soul beads later, they wouldn't let him off easily. Since that was the case, then Lin Fei might as well do the same thing. Anyway, he could farm some hatred. At the same time, Lin Fei was quite interested in the forces behind them. Naturally, he wanted to see what kind of background they had. So he made these 3 small requests. That's right. In Lin Fei's opinion, this was a small request. If they couldn't even complete this, it would be too disappointing. The great slicing technique turned into a stream of light and flew out to tie up the 16 city lords, pulling them directly into the city lord's mansion. Being hung outside was simply a nightmare for the 16 city lords. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the city lord's mansion from the outside. Felt like a dream. Then they saw the figure of that young man. "From the beginning, I gave you 16 city lords a chance, but unfortunately you didn't listen. I wonder how it feels to be hung outside." Lin Fei walked out and looked at the 16 city lords calmly. At this time, the 16 city lords' eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. And if they knew that this young, invincible city lord was so strong, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. They wouldn't have lost face. Moreover, he wouldn't let his vitality be greatly damaged. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. "We know we were wrong. As long as you let us go, we will never cause any trouble for you again. I was blind back then, I won't dare to do it again." Don't look at how these city lords were begging for mercy. But at this moment, Lin Fei was able to farm a lot of hatred. Without even thinking, he knew that it was definitely these guys who farmed it. Their hatred was even higher than the average person's. It was indeed an act. He was full of vengeance. They knew how to act, and so did Lin Fei. "You should be glad that I'm a good person. Otherwise, you'd all be corpses by now. Just look at the White Sand City Lord." Lin Fei snorted. "You want me to let you go? It's not difficult. Hand over all your belongings." Since Lin Fei had captured them, he naturally took away all their rings. He believed that they were quite wealthy. There was no way they would hide all their wealth in one place. A cunning hare has 3 burrows. These Heaven Monarch experts were very smart, and they wouldn't be so stupid as to carry everything on themselves. In fact, that was indeed the case. The eyes of the 16 city lords lit up, but they were all cursing in their hearts. It was simply asking for their lives. They also knew that if they did not leave Invincible City now, who knew what would happen. "Thank you, City Lord, for your magnanimity. Please allow me to contact my subordinate and have him bring me all his assets." These city lords spoke one by one. Without any discussion, they all agreed to Lin Fei's conditions. Lin Fei realized that the aggro was getting higher and higher. In other words, their hatred was growing. For a cultivator, status and so on all stemmed from strength. If one's strength was not enough, there was naturally no status to speak of. And the importance of this resource could be imagined. Now that Lin Fei was doing this, it was as good as asking for their lives. However, they did not dare to say anything harsh at this point. They could only agree obediently and leave Invincible City alive before anything else. So these city lords all sent messages to their confidants, asking them to gather all their belongings in a short period of time. Lin Fei also kept reminding them that they must bring their real assets and not be perfunctory. At that time, among the 16 city lords, who had the lowest net worth would be unlucky. This time, no one dared to be careless. Only the people around them knew how much they had. Therefore, if the person with the least amount of money was brought over, it was natural that he was hiding it. At noon the next day, Lin Fei sensed a group of figures approaching. Other than that, these figures also brought many things. When these figures came to Invincible City, they were brought in by the 5 eagles. None of them dared to make a sound. Now, everyone knew that the city lord of Invincible City in the small world of heaven was the most overbearing. He hung the 16 city lords up and killed the White Sand City Lord. He was the deputy city lord's subordinate after all. The confidants of the 16 city lords all brought their assets and kept them in their rings. To the 16 city lords, this time was a little on edge. They were afraid that those people would do something. If they angered this Invincible City Lord, they would be the unlucky ones. So at this time, they could only beg in their hearts. They must not be the unlucky ones. Fortunately, after Lin Fei took the rings, he roughly glanced at them. He had to say that their net worth was very high. The 16 city lords were basically not very different from each other. I didn't expect you 16 city lords to be so rich. I'm really nothing compared to you. Seeing that you are so serious, I will allow you to leave Invincible City. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the 16 city lords felt a surge of power, sweeping them out and landing outside the city. The restrictions on their bodies were instantly removed. They could finally hold their heads high, and without saying a word, they turned around and fled. They were afraid that Lin Fei would capture them again, and then they would really have no place to cry. As soon as the 16 city lords let Lin Fei go, they felt that their hatred had increased a lot. It was indeed a good tool to increase hatred. The trading place was swept by me, and even their assets were taken by me. It's no different from cutting off someone's money. When they go back, their hatred will probably grow. In fact, this was really what happened. The 16 city lords had gathered together on the way. They simply couldn't take this lying down. What a hateful guy. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have to suffer such grievances. That's right, this time we underestimated this Invincible City Lord. I think it's better to let the experts of Heaven City come and suppress him directly. This time we have to suppress Invincible City Lord no matter what. A lot of my assets are in his hands. Bookseller's Reading Website, Chapter 4685. Looks like I have to make a trip out. It's not easy to farm aggro, but it'll be much easier to farm honor points. Lin Fei had underestimated the small world of heaven. It was easy to farm honor points there. Needless to say, it must be because he had defeated the 16 city lords, giving many people a chance to vent their anger. That was why they contributed honor points. The last time he used his remaining honor points to upgrade the Great Cutter technique to 2 stars, Lin Fei's honor points were almost used up. But in a short period of time, he had another 10 to 20 million honor points. One could imagine that the contribution rate of the small world of heaven was not bad. This was similar to the research Lin Fei had in mind. After all, the people in the small world of heaven were straightforward, so it was easier to contribute honor points. At the same time, it was easier to farm aggro than outside. Lin Fei was glad that he had come to the right place. This also made Lin Fei realize one thing. If he wanted to continue farming, he had to make some moves. Originally, he thought that the 16 city lords would take revenge soon after they returned. He did not expect them to give up in the end. He had been happy for nothing. Needless to say, The 16 city lords no longer had any temper. Although they were all heavenly monarch experts, he could easily suppress them. Naturally, he was suspected to have the strength of an emperor. Of course, Lin Fei had the strength of an emperor, but this realm had always been at the heavenly monarch level, so it was not considered high. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei left Invincible City. This time, when he left Invincible City, Lin Fei swaggered out. This meant that many people in Invincible City saw Lin Fei leave Invincible City. The city lord went out again. It can't be that he went to visit the 16 city lords again, right? How is that possible? The 16 city lords did not dare to make a move. I think the city lord must have gone to Heaven City. That's the most lively place. Then I'm going to Heaven City too. I should at least join in the fun. Maybe I can get some benefits. These people in Invincible City were quite smart and immediately came to their senses. Without another word, he followed behind. They didn't dare to follow too quickly for fear of angering the other party. If that happened, they would be the unlucky ones. At the same time, he couldn't help but look forward to it. If the city lord really went to Heaven City to cause trouble, it would simply be inconceivable. Just thinking about it was shocking. Not long after they came out, they felt that it was a little different from what they had guessed. It seemed that the city lord was going to a certain city. Lin Fei was indeed going to Heaven City. That was the busiest place, but before going to Heaven City, he had to visit all 17 small cities first. Lin Fei's notoriety had spread far and wide. Whenever he arrived at a small city, the entire city would instantly become incomparably quiet. Even the city lord came out to greet them. How could he have any other thoughts? Lin Fei could gain a lot of hatred and honor points every time he went to a small city. No one knew why Lin Fei would do this, but to the city lords it was a relief. At least they didn't fight anymore. Just like that, Lin Fei came all the way to the outskirts of Heaven City. Compared to the other cities, Heaven City was completely different. It was quite lively here. Even if Lin Fei came, he didn't seem to be much of a deterrent. This also let Lin Fei know that Heaven City was indeed filled with experts. He had caused such a ruckus outside, but he didn't seem to care much in Heaven City. Lin Fei also sensed the experts in Heaven City. There were indeed quite a lot of them. He had even managed to see through a few sovereign emperors' battle prowess. Indeed, he had hidden his strength well. Lin Fei swaggered into Heaven City. He didn't even think about hiding his whereabouts. Heaven City was more lively than other places. There were a lot more experts on the streets. Of course, there were even more other experts. However, most of those who appeared in Heaven City were people full of murderous intent. If they weren't careful, they would glare at you. If you didn't have the guts, you wouldn't dare to come to Heaven City. Lin Fei naturally came to Heaven City to farm honor points and hate points. How to farm them was still a problem. Anyway, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to broaden his horizons first. Especially after checking that there were no emperor-level experts in Heaven City, he didn't care. He also sensed a few experts who could burst out with the strength of an emperor-level expert, but he didn't care about it at all. This also made Lin Fei more certain of one thing, that Emperor Thunder Bao should have really gone to cultivate. Lin Fei didn't feel any aura at all. He was quite satisfied with his judgment. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. However, since he was here, he had to go back satisfied. If he didn't farm honor points and hate points, how could he be willing to leave? Just when Lin Fei was thinking about how to farm honor points and hate points, suddenly, there was a trembling sound on the street. Then, the people in the distance retreated to the sides. More than a dozen ferocious demonic beasts were rushing over just like that. Go, go, go. Third young master is out. Don't leave if you want to die. Get out of my way. Get out of my way as far away as you can, or I'll whip you to death. The originally bustling street suddenly became deserted and deserted. The dozen or so beasts' eyes were especially fierce, and they were extremely fast. They rushed in the direction of Lin Fei, and behind these beasts, Lin Fei saw more than a dozen mounts. There were some young masters sitting on the mounts, men and women. After seeing them, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It seems that my luck is not bad. I finally have a suitable reason to attack. The dozen or so beasts were extremely strong. They were all at the peak of the heavenly king realm. Coupled with their demonic aura, they were vaguely at the Lord of Heaven realm. As soon as they came over, the demonic wind covered the sky and turned into streams of light. It was no wonder that those people had to hide to the side. If they didn't hide to the side, the weaker ones would be torn to pieces by these beasts. You don't know what's good for you. Tear this guy to pieces for me. There were people guarding behind the dozen or so beasts. Seeing Lin Fei standing in the middle of the road, they snorted coldly. The dozen or so beasts turned into streams of light and rushed over. Before they arrived, Lin Fei smelled blood. Obviously, these beasts had killed a lot of people. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the dozen or so beasts that were originally fierce stopped in an instant. They fell to the ground, and blood stained the ground. Interesting, really interesting. I'm walking on the street, and someone actually wants me to give way. Who are you? Why should I give way to you? Shook House website, Chapter 4686. The sudden scene gave the people hiding in the house a fright, because this scene happened too quickly, so quickly that they couldn't even react. The dozen or so infamous demonic beasts were directly annihilated. Who can tell me who that person is? How dare he? Doesn't he know the background of these people? He must be a newcomer. He's young and arrogant. He thinks he's the king now that he's here, just like I was back in the day. I think he'll regret it soon. He could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend all the young masters in Heaven City. I think it's good that he killed them. These young masters are not kind people, especially those beasts that eat humans. Finally, they've been killed. I'd like to see how he's going to end today. Lin Fei stood on the street. In the eyes of others, he looked like a young boy who had just come to this place. With the death of the dozen or so demonic beasts, the expert's face instantly turned cold. They couldn't believe it. The beasts they chased were killed just like that. Who are you? How dare you kill these beasts? Don't you know that they're the pets of the young masters? Kneel. Accept your punishment. Experts like them all knew how powerful these dozens of demonic beasts were. Even a Lord of Heaven wouldn't have a good ending if they worked together. But in the blink of an eye, all the beasts were dead. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. They were furious. You talkative guys can go down with these beasts. They're so annoying. After another flash of cold light, these experts also fell to the ground one after another, staining the ground red again. At this time, the young masters came over. The strong smell of blood made them stop in their tracks. How dare you kill our pets in Heaven City? How dare you kill our people? Where's the law enforcement team? Come out and teach him a lesson. Yeah, law enforcement team. You're all vegetarians today. Come out and teach him a lesson. It just so happens that I'm lacking a few toys recently, so I'll just capture this brat. When the time comes, I'll definitely let him know what the most painful method in the world is. Where did you come from? You don't even know anything. When these young masters gathered together, all of them were arrogant and despotic, and their eyes looked up to the sky. When he saw that Lin Fei was alone and looked very unfamiliar, he did not care at all. He clamored for the law enforcers to come and deal with Lin Fei. There was indeed a law enforcement team in Paradise City. It wasn't a big deal for them to get into a brawl here. But if things get out of hand and the law enforcement team takes action, you'll be finished. Regardless of the consequences, they would directly capture you. At that time, you would become a captive in heaven. In the end, he became a slave. He didn't even know where he had sold them. This kind of thing happened countless times every year, so everyone was afraid when they heard about the law enforcement team. Basically, even if they encountered enemies, they would only look at them coldly and would absolutely not dare to fight. If he didn't manage to kill the man and instead became a slave to mine, it would be too late for regrets. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dozen figures appeared in an instant. You guys are too slow. Hurry up and take him away. Clean up the street. I don't want to smell blood. After more than a dozen figures appeared, an ambiguous voice came from within the young master Gu. Third young master, don't worry. We'll take him away immediately. These dozen people were part of the law enforcement team. They had been dealing with other things earlier and did not notice what was happening. When they finally noticed, all of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. Someone actually dared to talk back to the third young master on the street. Isn't he asking for death? Therefore, they showed up immediately. Fortunately, the third young master did not blame them, so they heaved a sigh of relief. Do it! Arrest him! The law enforcement team's speed in arresting people was also extremely fast. Flying ropes came one after another. Wherever these flying ropes passed, even the void would temporarily freeze. It turned out that these were not ordinary treasures. The law enforcement team was also very familiar with arresting people. What kind of strength did a young man like this have to be able to withstand their attacks? Just as these flying ropes were about to get close, a beam of light appeared. Then this beam of light became brighter and brighter, landing directly on them. Thump, thump. More than a dozen figures fell to the ground. I've already said that no one can stop me on the path that I want to take. Even if a heavenly king comes today, he won't stand a chance. Just these law enforcement team alone can kill as many as they come. Lin Fei looked at these young masters indifferently. Of course, he noticed the person called the third young master. This was a pale-faced young man, but under this pale face, there was a trace of strangeness. At the same time, this person was also the strongest among these young masters. He was at the Lord of Heaven realm. Young man, you're pretty strong. You even destroyed the law enforcement team so easily. It just so happens that I'm short of a person. Are you interested? The third young master also stood up and looked at the young man with interest. He had the guts to kill a member of the law enforcement team, and in an instant. This kind of strength was not simple. If you're interested in me, then my hands have been itching recently. I've decided to use you as an example. I hope you can withstand a few more moves from me. The young masters behind him all laughed out loud. Show me your moves. Who do you think you are? Why don't you take this move of mine first? If you can't, then I can only say that you're not as skilled as others. A beam of light from the blade instantly enveloped them, directly surrounding them, wherever the light of the blade passed. Then they heard clanking sounds. Following that, the crowd saw the mounts and the young masters all fall to the ground one after another. See, I've already said that you're not strong enough. Why did you have to pretend to be strong in front of me? Now you know the pain. Lin Fei smiled faintly and walked over unhurriedly. At this moment, almost everyone around held their breath. There was only one thought left in their minds. Something big was going to happen in Heaven City. I know who this young man is. I know who he is. He's the city lord of Invincible City. Suddenly, a scream came from one of the restaurants. This time, everyone heard it clearly. Previously, no one had come back to their senses. Now that they heard this voice, they finally knew who this young man was. Perhaps he really was the city lord of Invincible City. Bookseller's website, Chapter 4687. Is he that Invincible City lord? As expected from a young man, his guts aren't small. He used the great slicing technique just now. It's really sharp. Without a strong armor and a physical body, one wouldn't be able to take it. I didn't expect these young masters to be wiped out in the blink of an eye. This time I'm in deep trouble. After knowing what the other party's name was, everyone finally came back to their senses. So this was the Invincible City Lord who caused such a ruckus. As expected, he was invincible. He was crazy enough. Coming to Heaven City, he killed the people behind the third young master without saying a word. These young masters all had strong backgrounds. Killing them meant that he had offended all of them. Third young master Lei Guang was already half kneeling on the ground, his body covered in hundreds of wounds. None of the wounds were fatal, but they made it so that Lei Guang couldn't use his strength. He couldn't withstand it at all and was directly shaken down. Looking at the young masters behind him fall one by one, he didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so fierce, so savage. He didn't care about him at all. He was the third young master of Heaven City, and his father was the Thunder Leopard Emperor. I will kill you. I will kill you. Lei Guang's eyes turned blood red, and his body emitted rays of light. He looked like he was going to fight to the death. Every time Lei Guang's light appeared, a great slicing technique would slash down. Every strike would cause Lei Guang to spit out 3 liters of blood. After spitting out 7 to 8 times, he became extremely weak. He couldn't use any strength at all. So this is all you have? I thought that you would be able to explode. How disappointing. Lin Fei kicked. Lei Guang flew out. Only after destroying several buildings did it stop. He was buried in the rubble. I've always heard that there are many experts in Heaven City. I wonder if anyone is interested in having a good spar with me. I can't possibly come here for nothing. Otherwise, you guys will be out of luck. Lin Fei's trip here was to gain honor and hatred. Naturally, he had to make a big fuss first. It would be for the best if he could bring Emperor Lei Bao back. Lin Fei felt that this possibility was very low. He was going to start with this third young master, who asked him to be so arrogant and despotic. He was just taking a walk, but he actually released more than 10 demonic beasts. How could he not have some face? Not kicking this third young master Lei Guang to death was already giving him face. He stretched out his hand. Then he grabbed the lightning from the ruins. He had thrown it right under his nose. At that moment, Lei Guang was on his last breath. After all, that kick from Lin Fei wasn't easy to take. And this was the power that Lin Fei had deliberately restrained. Of course, there was no need to mention the great slicing technique. A single great cutting technique could kill the third young master's lightning over 100 times without losing any power. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile. A beam of light shot out from the void and blocked it with a raise of his hand. Ripples appeared on Lin Fei's palm. What a powerful archery technique, Lin Fei said with a smile. More beams of light appeared around him, covering his entire body. Lin Fei's body was protected by a treasure body. More than a dozen layers of defense appeared one after another, and they easily withstood the attacks. These dozens of layers of defense were quite useful. The opponent's archery technique was indeed powerful and could catch him off guard. However, how could he block Lin Fei's powerful body? The great cutting technique instantly entered the void. In the void, a black-clothed expert shot out beams of light, but he couldn't stop the great cutting technique. He was forced out of the void. He appeared in Heaven City. No wonder you can make the 16 city lords obey you. You're really powerful. The great cutting technique's power is also greater than I imagined. However, you shouldn't have come from the downtown area of Heaven City. After the black-clothed man came out, many people knew who he was. The deputy city lord of Heaven City, Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan had been annoyed by the appearance of the invincible city lord for a long time recently. However, he didn't expect that before he could figure out a way, the other party would come to Heaven City first. It was really like wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. The archery technique just now was also Tu Yuan's forte, especially when it caught the other party off guard. However, he didn't expect the other party to easily withstand it. Both internal and external cultivation. It made him realize that the strength of the invincible city lord was far higher than he had imagined. No wonder he dared to come to Heaven City. Do you think City Lord Tu Yuan is more powerful? Or the invincible City Lord is more powerful? I say, Tu Yuan is definitely more powerful. That's not necessarily true. I think the invincible City Lord is more powerful. Didn't you see him call himself invincible? I've never seen anyone call themselves invincible in my life. After City Lord Tu Yuan came out, many experts came one after another. These experts all looked at Lin Fei with hatred in their eyes. Without even thinking, he knew that it was definitely the power behind those young masters. Their gazes were like they wanted to cut Lin Fei into 18 pieces. All of a sudden, Lin Fei was surrounded by experts of all sizes. What made Lin Fei the most confused was that the few figures that had the strength of an emperor king didn't move at all. I am indeed quite daring. As the saying goes, only when you are daring can you travel the world. I just felt that your Heaven City is quite interesting, so I came to take a look. Who would have thought that your third young master's temper isn't so good? I was just walking and I got bullied. Do you think I should make a move? Only then did Tu Yuan see clearly that the dying person was none other than the third young master Lei Guang. Then all the more I can't leave you here to cause trouble. Formation come? Why didn't anyone come to cause trouble in Heaven City? Not only was there a strong law enforcement team, but there was also a strong formation. It protected the entire Heaven City, and Tu Yuan could control the formation. Didn't you just say that you are very powerful? Then let me show you how powerful a formation is. Tu Yuan naturally wouldn't miss out on something that was delivered to his doorstep. He activated the formation. After activating the formation's power, his entire aura instantly skyrocketed. It was like he was riding a rocket. After that, Tu Yuan's strength directly reached the Emperor King level. This wasn't the end. It only slowed down when he reached the late Emperor King level. At this moment, Tu Yuan's every move was filled with boundless emperor might. Chapter 4688. As soon as Heaven City's formation was activated, Tu Yuan's aura skyrocketed. He reached the level of an emperor. He unleashed one technique after another. This was the power of the Deputy City Lord. He could use Heaven City's formation to strengthen himself. This would allow his strength to skyrocket, allowing him to easily reach the level of an emperor. Because of this, even if the Thunder Leopard Emperor wasn't in Heaven City, as long as the Deputy City Lord was here, he could still defend Heaven City. Streaks of flowing light were constantly flying around. Everyone could feel the terrifying Emperor's aura. In front of this Emperor's aura, they couldn't use any strength at all. Invincible City Lord is probably going to be unlucky. It's not a matter of being unlucky, it's a matter of whether he can survive or not. The Deputy City Lord is as domineering as ever. He used the formation right away and his strength has reached the level of an emperor. Once Tu Yuan's strength appeared, he waved his hand gently. Bolts of lightning struck down. This was one of the techniques in the formation. The lightning was as thick as a water bucket. It fell directly, covering the area where Lin Fei was. At the same time, it accurately locked onto Lin Fei. It wouldn't fall on other buildings. In everyone's opinion, no matter how strong one was, how could one withstand the attack of an emperor under such power? The current Vice City Lord Tu Yuan was a bona fide imperial monarch expert. He had the strength of a late-stage emperor. Every move he made was filled with the might of an emperor. I finally know how powerful Heaven City is. This formation is indeed powerful, but you can't do it. Even if the formation is in your hands, it won't be able to unleash its power. I was happy for nothing. Under the lightning that filled the sky, a figure walked out. It was Lin Fei. Streams of light flowed back and forth around Lin Fei, forming a special defense. It turned out that Lin Fei used the Great Slicer technique as a defense. As the lightning fell, it clashed with the Great Slicer technique. As they clashed, it directly reduced the power of the attack. Just like that, he appeared in front of everyone, unmoving like a mountain. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just come at me. I'm not good at anything else, but my physical body is pretty strong. Lin Fei's Great Incision technique had already reached the level of 2 stars. He could now unleash 6 times the power. Naturally, he could easily suppress these thunderbolts. One had to admit that the formation of Heaven City was quite powerful. With the help of the Erase power, Vice City Lord Tu Yuan directly reached the late-stage Sovereign Emperor level. This move was indeed very ferocious. Even an Empyrean Emperor would have to kneel before it. Tu Yuan had long since disregarded the other party. Xiao Chun was already a late-stage Sovereign Emperor and controlled Heavenly City's formations. He could suppress anyone he wanted, much less an outsider. Only now did he realize that he had thought too much. The opponent's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Then I'd like to see how long you can last. No one has ever walked out of Heaven City alive. Not even you. The formation of Heaven City was activated once again. Attacks rained down one after another. No matter which attack it was, it made everyone's scalp go numb. This was the true formation of Heaven City. Even an Empyrean Emperor would have to obediently face the formation. Deep in their bones, they still believed that Heaven City's formation would definitely be able to suppress this kid. No one could remain unscathed in the City of Heaven. Even if this person was known as the Invincible City Lord, it was the same. He just stood there without moving, allowing the other party's attacks to land on him. One had to say that the other party's methods were really powerful. All sorts of attacks came one after another. It was a little dazzling. But to Lin Fei, he didn't feel anything at all. The moment the Great Incision technique was activated, he took on all the attacks. Even if a small portion of the power seeped in, it couldn't even break through his body's defense. The other party was still too weak. It was the same even with the formation. Unless the Thunder Leopard Emperor personally attacked, then the strength of the formation would naturally be different. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Fei just stood there without moving. The people outside couldn't see through the situation at all. At this moment, all the attacks were at the Empyrean Emperor level. Looking at them made their eyes sting. Only a few people were able to see through it. Inside a building, there were 3 people gathered together. Their eyes were fixed on the battle outside. It seems like Tu Yuan is at his wit's end. I didn't expect that even with the support of Heaven City's formation, we still can't take down this invincible city lord. Heaven City might have a huge change. We've planned for so long. Something is probably going to happen. Then hurry up and contact people. While they're both injured, we'll make our move. If Lin Fei was here, he would be able to feel it. These 3 people could explode with Empyrean Emperor level existences. But their true realm was only at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm. I've said it so many times. Anyway, you can't beat me. Why don't you stop? If I make a move, you'll lose your life. In the midst of the attack, Lin Fei looked up at Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan and smiled faintly. From Tu Yuan's point of view, this smile was a direct form of mockery. Mockery of his strength, mockery of Heaven City's formation. This is just the beginning. Even if you've accumulated a lot, so what? Under Heaven City's formation, you still can't unleash your full strength. All the attributes of Heaven City's formation were activated, and they all fell on Lin Fei. There were only a few methods that could affect Lin Fei. The effect was still negligible. However, for the people outside, the fact that Lin Fei was still unscathed after such a long time had passed made them feel that they were in disbelief. Under Heaven City's formation, the Empyrean Emperor could suppress him. But now, he couldn't even suppress the Invincible City Lord. They all suspected that Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was going easy on him. If he wasn't going easy on him, how could it be like this? The eyes of the experts who originally wanted to take revenge for their children turned cold. Their coldness was filled with fear and uneasiness. They couldn't beat him at all. If they really went up, they would be courting death. So they silently retreated. They didn't want to get into trouble. The attack of the formation lasted for a full hour. It was really a long time. But Lin Fei was fine. Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was in an even worse situation. It seems that you can't do it. Then it's my turn. Chapter 4689. Tu Yuan knew that he wouldn't be able to suppress the Invincible City Lord this time. He was able to last for so long under the support of the formation, and he didn't show any signs of exhaustion at all. On the contrary, with the support of the formation, his energy consumption was also very fast. If it was a normal time, he would have suppressed him long ago, but now it was useless. He knew that the situation was completely wrong and that it was not under his control. Unless the First City Lord personally attacked. But the First City Lord was in seclusion and didn't come out. Tu Yuan was at his wit's end. Suddenly, streaks of light flashed around him. He hurriedly activated the defense of the formation to protect his surroundings. But just as the defense came out, the streaks of light easily cut through the defense. One after another, they reached the edge of his body. Fortunately, Heaven City's formation was amazing, so he could barely withstand it. Even so, it made Tu Yuan feel a lot of pressure. When did the great slicing technique become so powerful? Can even cut through Heaven City's defense so easily. It almost threatened my body. Tu Yuan was really frightened. He knew that the great slicing technique was very powerful. But he had never seen such a great slicing technique before. He was surrounded by beams of light that kept attacking him. And his Heaven City's formation defense seemed to be unable to withstand it. That was the worst thing that could happen to them. Lin Fei also walked towards Tu Yuan step by step. Everywhere he passed, the streaks of light became even more powerful. They were constantly increasing. There was a loud rumbling sound. Tu Yuan realized that the defense around his body couldn't take it at all. It was extremely weak. After a few dozen breaths, Heaven City's defensive array formation was instantly broken. In the blink of an eye, his body was cut dozens of times. Each blade broke through the defense of the armor and went deep into his body. After all, Tu Yuan wasn't strong and hadn't reached the Emperor Lord level. An Emperor Lord expert was different. Even if he borrowed the power of Heaven City's formation, he was still weak and couldn't withstand a single blow. Show mercy. Tu Yuan originally thought that after his body was broken, he would still have a chance to struggle. However, he knew that he had no chance to struggle at all. These lights didn't give him any chance at all as they surrounded him tightly. His life or death was in the hands of the other party. Only then did he realize that the great incision technique of the 3000 Great Daos was truly terrifying. He could only ask the Invincible City Lord to show mercy. Sorry, I'm not interested in people like you, so I can only send you on your way. The light that filled the sky instantly surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was cut into pieces. After shattering into fragments, a windstorm swept over and truly dissipated. Under Lin Fei's control, not only could the Great Slicer technique turn into light, but it could also gather into storms. Boundless might. Once Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan died, Heaven City's array formation instantly lost control and returned to normal. In less than an hour, the insufferably arrogant Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was killed just like that. Especially under the support of Heaven City's formation, the people watching in the dark sucked in a breath of cold air and became restless. How could this be? Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan died just like that. It's over. It's over. Is the entire Heaven City going to fall into the hands of the Invincible City Lord? If the Emperor doesn't make a move, the entire Heaven City will be completely gone. Today could be said to be the most unbelievable day for the experts in the entire Heaven City. A group of second-generation young masters were killed, followed by Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan, who was also killed under the support of the array formation. He was killed by the other party just like that. This person was definitely an Emperor Realm expert. The entire Heavenly City became quiet. I saw that many people wanted to take revenge on me just now. Why don't all of you stand up and I'll send you all on your way together. I'll let you all be my followers for life. Lin Fei's gaze swept over, extremely cold. The people hiding in the void turned around and left one by one. How would they dare to make a move? It's a little too late to leave now. Streams of light behind Lin Fei flew into the void. Only a series of banging sounds could be heard. Corpses fell out of the void one by one. First was a corpse, then 2 corpses, then more than a dozen corpses, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 corpses fell out. These were experts who had great hatred for Lin Fei. All of them had the strength of a heavenly monarch. But how could they resist the great art of cutting? Once they entered, they immediately wiped out thousands of soldiers. From today onwards, only people can enter Heaven City, but not leave. Lin Fei's cold voice spread in the air above everyone. As for those who want to leave Heaven City, you can think about whether you have the ability to do so. My methods are not a joke. One by one, the streams of light entered the void. As for those heavenly monarch experts, they instantly felt a chill. In other words, if they wanted to leave Heaven City, these methods would be used. It would definitely not be so easy to leave. I personally don't like the messy Heaven City, and I don't like the smell of blood. Those who want to wash the floor, hurry up and come out to wash the floor for me. Lin Fei landed on the street again. This time, Lin Fei's words were very useful. Soon, people came out and began to clean up the corpses on the street. Lin Fei walked towards the Heaven City Lord residence. Just now, he had already killed a group of experts. As for those who had not made a move in the dark, they were probably discussing something. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. He decided to go to the City Lord residence to take a look. He casually stretched out his hand and grabbed a young master. This was the third young master, Lei Guang. This guy was not dead, but he was so scared that he was on the verge of death. Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was killed, and there were so many heavenly monarch experts. This person in front of him was very likely to be the arch expert. How could Lei Guang not be afraid? The arch, please spare my life. I really didn't mean to offend you. I was blind, I beg you. Heavenly monarchs were not scary, but the arch was different. They were characters who could do whatever they wanted. Just like that, Lin Fei carried the third young master, Lei Guang, and arrived in front of the city lord residence. Shut up. If you say another word, I will kill you. I am lacking a guide. You are it. He was smashed into the city lord residence's door. With a loud bang, the door was broken open. All the experts in the city lord residence stared at Lin Fei. None of them dared to make a move. The previous scene was witnessed by everyone in Heaven City. Who would dare to go against the arch? If you don't want to die, put away the things in your hands and do what you are supposed to do. Lin Fei stepped into the city lord residence. Chapter 4690. The experts of the city lord's mansion did not dare to move and obediently put away their weapons. They did what they had to do and were still very obedient. They listened to Lin Fei's words. Didn't they see that even the deputy city lord was dead? Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Didn't they see that the great cutting technique of the 3,000 great Daos could not withstand a single move? This was the tyranny of an emperor. Lei Guang also climbed up again. He really acted as a guide. If he did not do it, he would die, but if he did it, he would live, so he was extremely obedient. This is the place where my father secluded himself. Lei Guang trembled as he brought Lin Fei in front of a secret room. Lei Guang was really panicking. He could show off in Heaven City because of his father, Emperor Lei Bao, but now another emperor had come knocking on his door. Lei Guang really did not dare to breathe loudly. In front of the emperor, he was really no different from an ant. You can go out now. Let the chefs make a table of Heaven City's special delicacies. I want to stay in the city lord's mansion for a long time. Lei Guang trembled as he went out. He did not expect that the emperor did not have the intention to leave at all. Instead, he wanted to stay in the city lord's mansion for a long time. Was he not afraid that his father would find trouble with him when he returned? Yes, I will immediately arrange it. I will definitely make the emperor lord satisfied. Lei Guang did not dare to think too much. He wanted to keep his life first. Why did Lin Fei want to stay in the city lord's mansion? It was because of the aggro and honor points that they had just farmed had increased rapidly. In other words, when he arrived in Heaven City, he would naturally gain the support of many people. This also made Lin Fei have an idea. Why not stay in the city lord's mansion for a period of time? There was no trace of Emperor Lei Bao in the city lord's mansion, not even his aura. Lin Fei could also be sure that this Emperor Lei Bao must have gone out to cultivate. At the sovereign emperor level, one had to continuously seek fortuitous encounters if they wanted to advance faster. Lin Fei understood this logic. Emperor powerhouses also understood this. Therefore, it was normal that Emperor Thunder Leopard wasn't here. After a few flashes of saber light, the door to the seclusion was cut open. The current great incisor technique was incomparably sharp. Cutting through anything was no different from cutting through tofu. This was only a 2-star great incisor technique. Lin Fei didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying it would be if it reached 3 stars, 4 stars, or the top 5 stars. The room was empty. There were a few boxes with some items in them. When Lin Fei saw these items, he squinted his eyes. I didn't think I would see soul beads here. Looks like this Imperial Monarch Thunder Leopard is related to the cultivation of soul beads as well. There weren't many soul pearls, only tens of thousands of them. Imperial Monarch Lei Bao has most likely gone out to collect these soul pearls. Could it be that those 3 people from before were working for Imperial Monarch Lei Bao? Because he instantly had a preconceived notion. Lin Fei looked around again but didn't find anything. He shook his head and came out again. He went to enjoy a feast with peace of mind. Ever since Lin Fei joined Heaven City, things had changed. An undercurrent began to surge. No one would have thought that the small world of heaven created by Emperor Thunder Leopard would change because of another emperor's visit. The people of Heaven City also stayed obediently and didn't dare to go anywhere. As for escaping from Heaven City, it was definitely wishful thinking. They didn't even need to see if the emperor would agree to it. Who knows what this emperor is thinking? Could it be that he is an enemy of Emperor Thunder Leopard and is waiting for him to come back? Or is he waiting for a rabbit to come to him? I'm a little scared just thinking about it. Many people were discussing this matter in the tea rooms of the restaurants. Lin Fei didn't let them leave Heaven City, but he didn't restrict them either. Therefore, some people still mustered up the courage to come out. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. There were also some people who followed along to watch the show, and they were even more regretful. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come. Now they couldn't get out. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. And in these few days, Lin Fei's harvest was huge. His honor points had directly exceeded 100 million. His hate points had also increased quite quickly. He had already obtained more than 2 million. As for hate points, it was easier to farm honor points. How could Lin Fei bear to leave? He had to farm honor points for a while longer. If he didn't farm honor points now, there wouldn't be much time left. Once that Emperor Thunder Leopard came back, a fight was inevitable. At that time, whether or not he would continue to keep it was another matter. Anyway, Lin Fei didn't have that thought now. An emperor is coming. Lin Fei, who was drinking his top-grade tea leisurely, frowned slightly. He sensed the aura of emperor experts. They were like stars in the night sky, very eye-catching. Only a powerful person like Lin Fei could sense this feeling. A total of 5 emperors came. Good lord, they can't be coming for me, right? They should be enemies of Emperor Thunder Leopard. At first, Lin Fei was a little surprised, but after taking a closer look, he realized that things weren't so simple. 5 emperors came in one go. Apart from the 5 emperors, there were actually quite a number of heaven monarchs. There were more than 100 of them. It wouldn't make sense if they weren't here for revenge. This was also the first time Lin Fei had seen so many emperors. The aura of the 5 emperors was quite different. Presumably, their realms were different. Lin Fei decided to stay calm and observe the situation first. If they came to seek revenge on Emperor Thunder Leopard, should he make a move? There was a loud rumble. Array flags appeared around Heaven City. The entire heavenly city was surrounded by them. Dark clouds shrouded, and Mount Tai pressed down. Instantly, everyone was alarmed. Array! It's a super array. Oh my god. I see the emperors. 5 emperors. Are they going to destroy Heaven City? Who knows what has happened to Heavenly City? Previously, there was a sovereign emperor, and in the blink of an eye, 5 sovereign emperors have come. How can people live in peace? The 5 emperors arrived in the sky above Heaven City one after another. Behind them, hundreds of heavenly monarch realm experts instantly formed into square teams. He controlled a circle of Heaven City. If you don't want to die, surrender. Obediently join our Sky Demon sect, and we will spare your lives. One of the emperors spoke, and his voice floated in the sky above Heaven City. When the 3 words Sky Demon sect came out, everyone in Heaven City panicked. They sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces all turned pale. Chapter 4691. Sky Demon Sect. Lin Fei also heard these 3 words in the City Lord Mansion. He frowned slightly as he had never heard of it before. However, this Sky Demon Sect was not simple. They had sent 5 thearchs and over 100 heaven monarchs. These heaven monarchs seemed to have joined forces and were very strong. Especially this array formation, Lin Fei felt that it was unusual. It was a powerful trapping array formation. It was not easy to escape from this array formation. Lin Fei had already checked it from top to bottom. This array formation was indeed very powerful. Only a few people in Heaven City could escape from it. It was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a powerful trapping array formation. The Sky Demon sect also seemed to have their eyes on the entire Heaven City. This Sky Demon sect is a special sect in the star field. They are extremely powerful. They are best at destroying sects and refining entire cities or small worlds. Lei Guang said cautiously. These days, Lei Guang had been standing outside the door, not daring to breathe loudly. He felt that the arch didn't seem to understand the Sky Demon sect, so he mustered up the courage to say it. Anyway, everyone in the star field doesn't like the Sky Demon sect. However, this Sky Demon sect is very powerful and they are very good at hiding. Until now, we haven't found their hiding place. Lei Guang cautiously spoke again. That means they like to plunder. No wonder. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. He only wanted to know a general idea about it. He finally understood why these thearchs had their eyes on Heaven City. After all, there were still many experts in Heaven City. If he killed these people, many people would clap their hands and cheer. Moreover, he had done some good things for them in Heaven City. He had killed the deputy city lord and confirmed that the Thunder Leopard the Arch wasn't in Heaven City. The 5 imperial emperors came to the City of Heaven, intending to refine or subdue it in one go. He had indirectly become a good person. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, he was here to farm honor and hatred, but he still encountered such a thing. The faces of the experts in Heaven City turned pale. Who hadn't heard of the Sky Demon sect? If anyone was targeted by the Sky Demon sect, they would either be enslaved or refined. It was that simple. Of course, the third option was even simpler. They would be directly killed. It's over, it's over. It's really over this time. It looks like the Sky Demon sect has been eyeing Heaven City for a long time. Now that the Imperial Lord isn't here, all of us will be refined. Who said that our Heaven City doesn't have an emperor? Isn't there that invincible city lord? He should be an imperial emperor. He probably can't even protect his own life. Didn't you see that even the 5 sovereign emperors are here? As soon as they finished speaking, another sovereign emperor spoke up. I heard that there's an invincible city lord here. Can you come out and meet him? I'll give you a chance. After all, our Sky Demon sect has made a move. We won't give anyone face. Lin Fei was prepared to watch the show, but he didn't expect to be dragged into it. He finally understood why the 5 imperial monarchs had come. Perhaps they had come for him. I can find something to do again. Lin Fei laughed and walked out of the city lord residence. He came to the sky above Heaven City and faced the 5 imperial monarchs. The 5 imperial monarchs were of different ages. It was very uneven. I'm the invincible city lord. I wonder what the 5 imperial monarchs are planning to do around Heaven City. Are you planning to refine the entire Heaven City? If that's the case, then your methods are a bit fierce. The 5 imperial monarchs instantly stared at Lin Fei. After checking him up and down, they found it even more unbelievable. They didn't see any imperial monarch aura on him at all. He was really a genuine heaven monarch expert. However, such a heaven monarch expert had destroyed Tu Yuan. Furthermore, it was the deputy city lord who was supported by the array formation. The situation was even more abnormal. I think the invincible city lord is quite strong. I want to recruit you to join the Sky Demon sect. With your strength, you can barely become a golden sky demon. One of the imperial monarchs looked at Lin Fei and said indifferently, Golden Sky Demon. Sounds interesting. What are your identities? Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. You don't have the right to ask such a question. To give you the identity of a golden sky demon, it means that we have taken a liking to you. One of the heaven monarchs waved his hand and a circle flew over. When it got closer, Lin Fei saw that the circle was actually a collar. This collar was covered with runes and was very unusual. Lin Fei also realized that these heaven monarch experts had this collar and understood what was going on. The Sky Demon sect used this collar to control heaven monarch experts or imperial monarch experts. Lin Fei also saw this collar on the 5 imperial monarchs. He secretly sucked in a breath of cold air towards the Sky Demon sect. They were indeed powerful. This is the demon-subduing collar of our Sky Demon sect. As long as you put this demon-subduing collar on, you will be a member of the Sky Demon sect. Later, you will be spared from death. Otherwise, once we activate the array, the entire Heaven City will die without a complete corpse. No one dared to refute these words coming from the mouth of an imperial monarch expert. If the imperial monarchs joined forces, they had the ability to do so. Not to mention at this time, even an imperial monarch could easily wipe out all the experts in the entire Heaven City. There was an array outside. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to do so. This was the terrifying thing about an imperial monarch. I didn't expect that I would receive such treatment. However, if you destroy the Heaven City like this, aren't you afraid that Emperor Thunder Leopard will come to take revenge on you? Lin Fei said with interest. It's just a mere Emperor Thunder Leopard. He's nothing in front of us 5 imperial monarchs. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to attack the Sky Demon sect. In fact, this was really the case. The Sky Demon sect was very powerful. I have no interest in becoming a golden Sky Demon. I'll return this demon subduing collar to you. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the demon subduing collar instantly flew back. I've never fought against 5 imperial monarchs in my life. It's a good opportunity for me to fight. When the people who were originally disheartened heard Lin Fei's voice, they instantly brightened up a little. They all knew how powerful this imperial monarch was. However, when they thought about how this imperial monarch had to fight against 5 imperial monarchs, it seemed like there was no chance of victory. Chapter 46-92. The 5 emperors had their eyes on the small world of heaven. The small world of heaven was different from the other small worlds. The people here had walked out of life and death situations. They were also exceptionally strong, so they had always wanted to rope in the small world of heaven. Unfortunately, the Thunder Leopard Emperor had a bad temper and had never agreed. This time, they had set up a trap to injure the Thunder Leopard Emperor. Unfortunately, no one could catch him and he escaped. They had thought that he had escaped back to Heaven City, so they had been paying attention to him. They did not expect that the Thunder Leopard Emperor had not returned. They could only conquer the small world of heaven first. When the time came, they would wait for the Thunder Leopard Emperor to return. As long as the Thunder Leopard Emperor returned, he would not be able to leave. They did not expect that just as they were about to make a move, they would encounter such a thing. Another Imperial Lord had arrived. No, it should be a guy who could burst out with the strength of an emperor. What they found most laughable was that this guy, who was not an emperor, actually wanted to make a move against the 5 emperors. It was the funniest thing ever. All teams, you can move as a group. Old rules, those who surrender will not be killed. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. The emperor waved his hand and gave the order. The hundreds of heaven monarchs behind him instantly formed into small teams and killed their way into Heaven City. Everywhere they passed, there were screams and corpses everywhere. The entire Heaven City was instantly plunged into the flames of war. The emperor's gaze was fixed on the young, invincible city lord. I know that the great cutting technique is quite powerful. Let me test you and see if you can break my great Tao. When they came, they had already learned about the news. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Even if it was a guy who could burst out with the strength of an emperor, they had also learned about him. One of the emperors hooked his finger at Lin Fei. The area around Lin Fei instantly turned into a zone of quicksand. No one knew how the quicksand was formed. It just appeared without warning. The quicksand was not ordinary quicksand. It was a treasure that could move, which was the so-called treasure of an emperor. It was very powerful. It was formed from grains of sand, and its attack power was very strong. It was an attack that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, as if it wanted to drown Lin Fei in the sand. Lin Fei's great incision was instantly activated. By the time the great slicer hit the sand, the spell had already reached the sand. Only then did Lin Fei realize that the sand was extremely sturdy. Even though the great slicer art had only blasted apart a small portion of it, he finally understood that an imperial lord was indeed different. However, Lin Fei's great incision was not to be trifled with. He continued to kill his way in and out, and he really managed to withstand the quicksand. However, a small portion of the sand passed through the great cutter and landed directly on Lin Fei's body. It was also withstood by the defense of his treasured body. The defense of these treasured bodies withstood dozens of attacks. This was the strongest sovereign emperor treasure Lin Fei had seen so far. He was actually able to break through several tens of layers of the treasured body's defenses and break through 7 to 8 layers. This kind of sovereign emperor was indeed very strong. Emperor Whitewater, it turns out that there are times when your attack fails. This guy's great incision is indeed very powerful. The one called Emperor Whitewater was the one who controlled this quicksand treasure. This young sovereign expert's expression was a little ugly. His quicksand treasure was very strong. It was a middle-grade sovereign emperor treasure, and the sand was extremely hard. Even ordinary means couldn't break it, but when he attacked the other party, he could feel the sharpness of the great slicer art, which had split a lot of his sand. It had quite a lot of power. He's indeed a little strong, but no matter how strong he is, can he withstand my treasure? The power of the great slicer art that Lin Fei used suddenly increased a lot. The treasure in the quicksand was constantly being split into pieces, and its power was also becoming weaker and weaker. Lin Fei was even more at ease. Your sand is too weak. If I can handle it for 2 hours, your treasure will be useless. It's better to get another emperor. Emperor Whitewater suddenly put away the treasure in his hand. Indeed, as he said, his treasure relied on the sand. But now, the sand had been split into pieces by the great slicer art. As a result, the sand had been reduced a lot and its power had also decreased. His heart was bleeding. I didn't expect your great slicer art to be so powerful. Even Emperor Whitewater's quicksand treasure was at a disadvantage. Let's try my method. Another imperial lord came up. This Empyrean emperor's skin was as black as charcoal. Treasures were much easier to find. A green lotus appeared in front of Lin Fei. After the lotus appeared, a black fog appeared. The black fog corroded the void as soon as it appeared. Aren't you very strong? Then try to break my heaven extermination lotus. The monarch laughed smugly. Lin Fei retracted the great slicer art around him, forming an impenetrable defense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wherever the black fog passed, it was rather domineering. Lin Fei's great slicer art was incomparably sharp. Although it could shatter the black fog a little, it couldn't completely shatter it. On the contrary, the great slicer art's power was corroded by the black fog. This was an eye-opener. An emperor expert's methods were really endless. Interesting. Even the great slicer art that was 6 times stronger couldn't do anything to the black fog. Lin Fei had another great Dao. With a wave of his hand, the great thunderclap descended. Things were different with the great thunderclap. Wherever the lightning passed, there was a loud rumble and the black fog was blasted away. Of course, the lotus became the focus of the lightning. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of lightning bolts descended. The emperor groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He put away the lotus in a panic and glared at Lin Fei. How dare you trick me? Such a treasure was most afraid of being attacked by lightning, the purest yang method. Once it attacked, the power of the attack would be greatly reduced. Just now, the lotus flower had lost at least half of its power. If he wanted to recover, it would be impossible for him to do so without a few decades. You didn't say that I can't cultivate lightning. This is the second of my 3,000 great Dao, the great thunderclap. I wonder how it feels. Whoosh! The 5 emperors were instantly struck by lightning. They were within the attack range of the 3,000 great Dao. Their expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly used their imperial lord-level treasures to withstand the lightning. With this, they felt that the lightning was stronger and more destructive than they had imagined. After all, this was the great thunderclap of the 3,000 great Dao. Chapter 4693. Heaven City was already in a state of blood and fire. The teams formed by these Heaven Monarch experts were rather sharp, and there weren't many people who could withstand their attacks. It could be said that along the way, they were practically harvesting the lives of others, as well as the treasures of their possessions. Ha 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 ha! The experts from the Sky Demon sect are also having a headache. The invincible city lord is too powerful. He killed the Heaven Monarchs with just 1 thunderbolt. Not a few. Good job. At least we don't have to worry about being killed. Once Lin Fei used the Great Thunderbolt, not only did the arch-experts have a headache, but the heaven monarchs below were also out of luck. After all, Lin Fei's great thunderbolt was very powerful and destructive, especially when it was an indiscriminate attack. Therefore, those heaven monarch experts were unlucky for a moment. A single thunderbolt instantly turned them into ashes. Countless people began to dodge the thunderbolts. For a moment, the one-sided situation stopped. The arch experts from the Sky Demon sect were indeed having a headache. Although the Great Thunderbolt was also one of the 3,000 Great Daos, it wasn't easy to cultivate it. Being able to use the Great Slicer technique was already frightening enough. Now that he had used the Great Thunderclap technique, it was simply too shocking. Where did this invincible city lord come from? He actually mastered 2 types of the 3,000 Great Daos with great power. Did he still want them to live? Most importantly, when they resisted, they could feel that the Great Thunderbolt had the power of the Arch. This made them want to vomit blood. Could this kid be an old monster who was deliberately hiding his strength? Otherwise, how could he make the Great Thunderbolt exhibit the power of the Arch? Just now, you guys were the ones fighting. Now it's my turn. At the very least, let's have a warm-up exercise. That way it'll be fairer. I wonder how powerful my great art of thunderclap is. If it's not enough, I'll add another dish for you. This sort of destructive ability wasn't something that imperial monarchs could easily endure. Lin Fei used the Great Slicer art again. Once the Great Slicer art was used, they could feel the sharpness of the Great Slicer art. Fortunately, the treasures they had brought with them were exceptionally powerful, so they wouldn't be destroyed by the Great Slicing technique. However, it also caused them to consume energy at an exceptionally fast rate. Just like that, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, using the Great Slicer technique and the Great Thunderclap to restrain the 5 monarchs and even deflect their attacks. They had switched from passive defense to active offense, and the 5 imperial emperors had also switched from offensive type to defensive type. This change caused the 5 imperial monarchs to suffer unspeakably. The consumption of passive defense was also exceptionally fast, and the power of the other party's Great Incision and Great Thunderclap were also exceptionally strong. As soon as they were unleashed, they immediately gained the upper hand. This made it impossible for them to use any other methods. If they relaxed even a little, they would be injured in an instant. What they couldn't accept the most was that those Heaven Monarch experts who went down were also unlucky. The great cutting art that appeared from time to time was also harvesting the lives of these Heaven Monarch realm experts. An accident happened just like that when the net was pulled in against Heaven City. No one could stop Lin Fei's great cutting art. Do you really want to become enemies with our Sky Demon sect? The oldest sovereign emperor finally could not help but speak up. Ripples appeared around him continuously. That's right, Xiaochen said. I don't have any opinion on the matter between your Sky Demon sect and Heaven City. But you shouldn't have any ideas on me, Lin Fei said indifferently. Don't think that you 5 imperial emperors are very powerful. I alone can suppress all of you. You should be glad that I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for you to leave today. Today was also the first time Lin Fei fought with 5 imperial emperors. He had to admit that these 5 imperial emperors had different levels of strength. For example, the old man who spoke was quite powerful, and his defense was also very powerful. It was really difficult for Lin Fei to take the lives of 5 imperial emperors. It wasn't as simple as he imagined, but he was satisfied that he could suppress the 5 imperial emperors with 2 of the 3,000 great Dao. At this time, they were probably very sullen. 1 imperial emperor could suppress a Heaven Monarch expert. Now that 1 imperial emperor had suppressed 5 imperial emperors, it was indeed very sullen. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would be killed. This also made Lin Fei have a great understanding of his own strength. He could suppress 5 imperial emperors, but it was a little difficult to kill them. If it was a single imperial emperor, it would be easy. Once the 2 of the 3,000 great Dao were opened, it wouldn't take long for him to kill an imperial emperor. At this time, the 5 imperial emperors were indeed quite sullen. They didn't complete their mission and were suppressed by a young imperial emperor. No one would believe it if they said it out. Yet this was the truth. A single great incision technique was already very terrifying. For example, there were traces of it left on their treasures. If this continued for a long time, these marks would be infinitely magnified and eventually become cracks that would damage the treasures. Not to mention the great thunder art later. Scram as far as you can. At the very least, don't come when I'm in Heaven City. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The 5 imperial emperors instantly felt the pressure lessen. They knew that if they continued to fight, there would be no results. They might as well leave first. We have learned a lesson from Invincible City Lord's brilliant move. We admit our loss. The 5 imperial emperors immediately withdrew and left with the remaining heaven monarchs. Lin Fei didn't chase after them. I'm still a little too weak. 5 imperial emperors are enough to stump me. If the 5 emperors were to hear this, they would probably cry until they fainted. It wasn't easy for them to resist, and such a battle result was very rare in the circle of imperial emperors. But to the entire Heaven City, the retreat of the 5 imperial emperors meant that they could finally survive. Invincible City Lord, long live Invincible, long live the City Lord. Cheers filled the air. In an instant, Lin Fei's honor points skyrocketed. Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. His honor points, which were originally a little more than 100 million, instantly skyrocketed to more than 200 million, and it was still rising. Lin Fei really didn't think that he could get so many honor points in Heaven City. Now, he realized that he had really underestimated it. Their contribution points hadn't been squeezed dry yet. Since he chased away the 5 imperial emperors, he had undoubtedly gained their recognition. Instead, their hatred decreased. Bookseller's website, Chapter 4694. The Sky Demon sect had given Lin Fei a lot of benefits on this trip. This included hatred and honor. This made Lin Fei beam with joy. This made Lin Fei even more determined. No matter what, he had to stay in Paradise City for a while. Otherwise, he would really miss the opportunity. This was a good thing for Heaven City. After all, with such a powerful emperor overseeing Heaven City, they didn't have to worry about anything. Now that the entire small world of heaven was targeted by the Sky Demon sect, if he left the Sky Demon sect, it was very likely that he would be ambushed. He wouldn't even know how he died. Who didn't know the ferocious reputation of the Sky Demon sect? It seems that the Sky Demon sect must have schemed against Emperor Thunder Leopard. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have dared to come here so brazenly. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard and drank tea leisurely. He flipped through a lot of information in his hands. After reading along the way, he had some understanding of the small world of heaven. He also knew why the Sky Demon sect targeted heaven. This Emperor Thunder Leopard refused to be roped in by the Sky Demon sect, so he was schemed against. Since he was schemed against, he must have been injured. As for whether he was killed on the spot, that was another matter. This time, I slapped them in the face. 5 emperors left, but they will probably come again next time. When they come again, there should be more than 5 emperors. When he thought that there would be more emperors coming next time, Lin Fei suddenly became excited. This way, he could also gain more hatred and honor. He definitely couldn't miss such an opportunity. It seems that I have to exchange for a powerful speed-type Great Dao so that I can deal fatal damage to the emperors. Previously, Lin Fei's movement technique was indeed a little weaker, so he let the 5 emperors leave. Otherwise, just the Great Incision technique and the Great Thunderclap technique would make them feel despair. Fortunately, this time, Heaven City contributed a lot of hatred to him. With these hatred points, he could exchange for a powerful speed-type Great Dao. There were indeed many speed-type Great Dao in the 3000 Great Dao. They were all quite cheap. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't too happy about this. If he wanted to cultivate, he would naturally cultivate the best. Thus, he continued to search. Along the way, he found quite a number of good speed-type movement techniques. This is not bad spiritual descent. Lin Fei immediately set his eyes on the 3000 Great Ways. Just the name of the 3000 Great Daos made Lin Fei feel that it was extraordinary, because it was called spiritual descent. After looking at it carefully, Lin Fei's eyes instantly lit up. Good heavens, there's actually such a speed type. This body movement technique is really incredible. It seems to be one of the most difficult Great Daos to cultivate among the 3000 Great Daos. This spiritual descent was indeed very different, very special, and very mysterious. In an instant, he could descend into the other party's body. Never dealt him a fatal blow. Even if he didn't descend into the other party's body, he could still appear beside him in an instant. Moreover, the other party did not notice anything at all. He really came and went without a trace, killing without a trace. There were quite a lot of exchanges requiring 2 million hatred points. It was much more expensive than the great Daos that Lin Fei had exchanged for before. 2 million hatred points was indeed not low, but this spiritual descent was indeed quite useful. It was said that when cultivated to the highest level, it could descend on many people. It was very terrifying, causing great damage to their souls. It could also be regarded as an alternative attack technique. Because of this great Tao was extremely difficult to cultivate. There were very few people who could master it, but now Lin Fei only needed 2 million hatred points to easily master it. Lin Fei looked at some other speed-type great Daos, but compared to the spiritual descent they seemed to be far inferior. Because the spiritual descent had a very wide range of prospects, Lin Fei instantly fell in love with it. Without saying a word, Lin Fei spent 2 million hatred points and quickly learned this spiritual descent. Just like before, this spiritual descent Great Tao could also be upgraded. Of course, the hatred points for upgrading would also increase even more than the great slicing technique. This also made Lin Fei secretly shocked. He didn't expect this spiritual descent to have such a strong background. The more this was the case, the more Lin Fei was glad that he had made the right choice. The 2 million hatred points were not spent in vain. It was really worth it. For example, as soon as Lin Fei used spiritual descent, spots of light appeared in his mind. As long as he thought about it, he could come to the side of these spots of light. Interesting, really interesting. If another emperor comes this time, it won't be so easy to get away. Lin Fei's great slicing technique was completely enough to deal with an emperor. Due to the distance, it naturally couldn't cause the greatest damage. But once there was this spiritual descent, it would be completely different. Could really catch them off guard. After using up 2 million hatred points, Lin Fei's hatred points were almost completely gone. He had to find a way to get more hatred points. In the future, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to get any more hatred points in Heaven City. On the other hand, his honor points were increasing. I hope the people from the Sky Demon sect come quickly. At least let me get a batch of hatred points. Otherwise, I'll go find trouble with the Sky Demon sect. Lin Fei immediately wanted to cause trouble for the Celestial Demon Disc. He quickly shook his head because the Sky Demon sect was hiding too well. He couldn't find them at all. At the end of the day, my hatred points are too little. If I had enough hatred points, I would definitely be able to find traces of the Sky Demon sect if I exchanged for another tracking method. There were many tracking methods in the 3000 Great Tao. They were very powerful. For example, the Great Karma technique that Lin Fei had encountered before. This was considered awesome. He could directly contact the people around him. He could track down his whereabouts and pull out the radish and bring out the mud. Lin Fei was extremely satisfied with such a method. Unfortunately, he could only stare at it now. This also made Lin Fei a little unable to sit still. He had to get some hatred points. Thus, the unlucky Lei Guang was pulled over by Lin Fei. This guy knew a lot of things, so he could ask him about it. He wanted to see where he could get more hatred points. It wasn't easy to count on the Sky Demon Sect's emperor to come over. Lin Fei had to rely on himself and work hard. He had to give it a good fight. Lei Guang was also brought over immediately. This guy could finally heave a sigh of relief. At the very least, his life was saved. Chapter 4695. Lin Fei really wanted to find out from Thunderlight if there was any other way to increase the aggro of the boss. Now it seemed that it would be troublesome to gain more hatred in the small world of Heaven City. Do you have any orders, my lord? Every time Lei Guang came, he would feel a little uneasy, not knowing what he would do. What do you think is more interesting in the vicinity of Heaven City? It's like me picking 18 trading places by myself. These words confused Lei Guang, and he couldn't figure out what they meant at that moment. At this time, Lei Guang kept telling himself to calm down. Only then would he know what was going on. Lei Guang started to analyze in his heart. This lord must have some ideas. He must be someone who can't stay any longer. It's really not easy to find someone who can challenge 17 trading grounds by himself. Lei Guang was Lei Guang. He was indeed a little different from others. He also knew that the invincible city lord had a different way of thinking. With one look, it was obvious that the invincible city lord wanted to go out and play. Lei Guang wasn't sure what kind of place would be fun, but he had to deal with the current one first. If my lord wants to find an interesting place, then I think you can go to the Demon Hunter Land. Demon Hunter Land? Lin Fei had never heard of this place. He wanted to hear what Lei Guang had to say about it. The Demon Hunter Land is a very interesting place. I heard that it is connected to a place from another world. As long as you pay a certain amount of benefits, you can go to the Demon Hunter Land. You can kill those experts from another world here. It is a very interesting place. After listening to Lei Guang's explanation, Lin Fei understood what was going on. So it was a Demon Hunter Land. It was specially used to kill experts from another world. This was not very interesting to Lin Fei. Seeing that Lin Fei seemed to be frowning slightly, Lei Guang hurriedly said, "This place is actually quite conscious. This place is actually quite conscious. Don't underestimate this Demon Hunter Land. In this Demon Hunter Land, once you kill the most experts from another world, you will be able to obtain a heavenly god tool." This piqued Lin Fei's interest. "Sir, you will never be able to guess where this heavenly god tool came from. It came from the most famous dwarf clan in our star field." Of course, Lin Fei knew about the situation of the dwarfs. It was said that the dwarf race was a very powerful existence in the star field. In the past, their race had always been inconspicuous, but after they produced a heavenly god, everything changed. He rose to power immediately. The armors and heavenly deity weapons they forged were all of the best quality. If he didn't have some ability, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on it. But now they had already concealed their tracks. Basically, no one could find any trace of them. It wasn't easy to obtain a heavenly god armor or a heavenly god artifact. It was quite interesting to obtain a heavenly god artifact in the Demon Hunter's Land. Hearing you say that, I'm a little interested. I can go with you to have a look. You can lead the way. Anyway, you have nothing to do. Lei Guang really wanted to slap himself. Of all things, he had to mention the Demon Hunter's Land. Now that this sir had said so, Lei Guang, of course, couldn't say anything else. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Lin Fei's movements were also very fast. He couldn't stay idle at all. He left with Lei Guang. Originally, Lei Guang wanted to take a break, but he immediately gave up on that idea. As expected, this senior was burning with anxiety, so he could only bring Lin Fei to the Demon Hunter Land. The Demon Hunter's Land was located in an uninhabited small world. If Lei Guang hadn't led the way, he wouldn't have known. There are many entrances to this Demon Hunter's Land. This is the closest entrance to the heavenly small world. Many people enter from here. Lei Guang happened to be one of the members of the Demon Hunter's Land. He took out a token and activated it, directly opening a door. This is the long-distance teleportation that they created. It's a very powerful ability. Lin Fei was also a little shocked. There were actually people who could create long-distance teleportation. This force was really not ordinary. However, his information seemed to not have many records about the Demon Hunter's Land. Could it be a new force? At this time, Lin Fei couldn't care so much. He would go and take a look first. What was the difference between entering the Demon Hunter's Land and entering it? As long as he could farm aggro, it would be enough. Who asked Lin Fei to be lacking aggro now? Without aggro, he could only stare at the honor points. Whoosh! Lei Guang and Lin Fei directly entered the door. Following that, a force directly pulled. This pull was very gentle, not rough. It was very incredible and very mysterious. Lin Fei finally believed that this place really had a long-distance teleportation set up here. This kind of method was really rare. The more it was like this, the more interested Lin Fei was in this Demon Hunter's Land. The whole process didn't last long. When they reappeared, they were standing in a huge square. This square was quite lively with people coming and going. Lin Fei was the first to come back to his senses. The surrounding noise directly floated into his ears. 3 short 1, 3 short 1. We still need an Emperor Lord expert. The Life and Death Adventure team is ready. We can bring 3 Heaven Monarchs. If you want to get rich, hurry up and form a team. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will get it again. Such voices floated into Lin Fei's ears one by one. Lei Guang had also recovered. Looking at the surging crowd around him, he quickly said, "This is the demon hunter's land. This is the demon hunting ground. Everyone who is teleported here will appear in this square. Later, we will go to the main hall of the demon hunting ground to register." Lin Fei looked at Lei Guang a few times. "It seems that you have come to this demon hunter's land frequently. You look like you are familiar with this place. You must have gained a lot." Lei Guang smiled bitterly. "My lord, you think too highly of me. This demon hunter's land isn't that easy to survive. Every time I come to this demon hunter's land, I will at most go in and pick up some small gains. As for the big gains, it has nothing to do with us." The distance from the square to the demon hunter's main hall wasn't very long. Along the way, Lin Fei saw a lot of experts. Some of the experts here were especially strong. However, so far, Lin Fei hadn't seen any Emperor Lord experts. Most of them were Heaven Monarch realm experts. This place seemed to be a gathering place. Groups of Heaven Monarchs appeared. Those who didn't know would think that something had happened. They arrived at the Demon Hunter's main hall. Shuk Ju website, Chapter 4696. The Demon Hunter Grand Hall was the most mysterious hall that Lin Fei had ever seen. Standing at the entrance of the Demon Hunter Grand Hall was like facing a prehistoric monster. It was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei was suddenly very interested in this Demon Hunter land. It was indeed different. Lin Fei walked into the Demon Hunter Grand Hall. There were also many people in the Demon Hunter Grand Hall. Just as Lin Fei and his group entered, someone came up. "Brother Heaven Monarch, are you interested in forming a team? We already have 23 Heaven Monarch experts here." Lin Fei shook his head and rejected the other party's invitation. Lin Fei had no interest in such a team. Right now, he could single-handedly annihilate the entire team. It would be easy if they were Heaven Monarch experts. Unfortunately, they were just Heaven Monarch experts. They were dispensable in front of Lin Fei and weren't attractive at all. There are indeed experts here. I have seen 6 Heaven Monarch experts recently. Lin Fei squinted his eyes slightly. He could sense the existence of the 6 Heaven Monarch experts. These 6 Imperial Lord experts were rather strong. They were not weaker than the Sky Demon Sex experts. Wait, there seems to be a familiar aura here. All of a sudden, Lin Fei frowned and walked towards a certain direction. This place looked like a leisure place. It wasn't on the first floor, but on the second floor. On the way to the second floor, he was stopped by someone. "Hello, Demon Hunter. The second floor is above. You need a certain identity to enter the second floor. Otherwise, you can only stay on the first floor." Lei Guang was also shocked. He didn't know why Lin Fei went to the second floor. That was not a good place, and not just anyone could go there. Lei Guang wanted to say something but didn't dare to. After all, the invincible city lord in front of him was extremely ferocious. "I saw an acquaintance, so I want to go up and meet him. Can't I do that? Or do you have any requirements for going up to the second floor? Just tell me." Lin Fei didn't expect it to be so troublesome to meet someone. There were actually people who stopped him. The other party was just a small Lord of Heaven. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Lord of Heaven realm was indeed not worth mentioning. He still abided by the Demon Hunter Thearcha's rules. He didn't make a move or force his way in. Otherwise, even 100 Heaven Monarch experts wouldn't be able to stop him. The second floor is only accessible to those with the strength of the Arch. Lin Fei finally understood. It turned out that only sovereign emperors could enter. No wonder there were only 6 sovereign emperors up there, and it was so quiet. "It's fine if you can unleash the strength of a monarch," this person hurriedly explained, fearing that the other party would misunderstand again. There was a huge difference between being an imperial lord and unleashing the strength of an imperial lord. The former could be done casually, but the latter required the support of a certain secret technique. Do you see this pillar? As long as your excellency unleashes your strongest power, this pillar will react. Once it can withstand the power of an emperor-king, this pillar will light up, and your excellency will be able to enter the second floor. It was not troublesome at all. That's easy. Watch carefully. This person who came out to stop Zhang Yi naturally didn't want Zhang Yi to go to the second floor. After all, the people on the second floor could unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. Most people who came to the Demon Hunter land wouldn't go to the second floor because they didn't have the strength. There weren't many sovereign emperors, but there were a lot of them. It wasn't that easy to see them. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a beam of light instantly blasted on the pillar. Immediately after, the pillar instantly turned red. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the pillar changed. Originally, this person wanted to say a few words of comfort, but in the blink of an eye, he was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, many people in the Demon Hunter land also noticed that the pillar began to light up. One by one, they exclaimed, "Someone can activate this pillar again. Another guy who can unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. Wow, he's only at the Lord of Heaven realm, but he can unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. Another monster. Isn't that Lei Guang beside that person? When did Lei Guang get to know such an expert?" Lin Fei glanced at him indifferently. He had just casually used the great cutting technique. "Now, do I have the qualifications to go up?" The person hurriedly asked respectfully. "Senior, you've misunderstood. If you're not qualified, who else is? Please come in. Come in." At the same time, the people on the second floor also noticed this scene. The 6 sovereign emperors were sitting together with tea in front of them. There was a cup of tea in front of them, and they were originally chatting, but now their gazes were turned to the side. They also saw that the pillar had lit up. "I didn't expect this kid to be so capable. He can actually unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor. It seems that this is one of the 3,000 great Tao. People nowadays have quite good potential. It seems like they're walking towards us. They can't possibly be coming for us, right?" Imperial lords like them were of very high ranks in the land of demon hunters. The sovereign emperors were well aware of the dangers in the demon hunter land. Indeed, Lin Fei was walking towards the sovereign emperors with Lei Guang. The 6 sovereign emperors all had different expressions. They were quite curious. They wondered what this young man was doing here. They were just a little surprised. They didn't think much about this person. Being able to unleash the strength of a sovereign emperor didn't mean that he could fight with sovereign emperors. It was nothing more than a proof of potential. In the future, he could easily step into the sovereign emperor level. "Young man, this isn't a place for you. You're not strong enough." And sovereign emperor with a mustache laughed. His words were considered rather polite. If he encountered some unreasonable sovereign emperors, he would directly attack them, regardless of whether they were monsters or not. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed at one of the sovereign emperors. "I'm here to look for this sovereign emperor. I wonder if you're interested. Let's have a chat." "I think you should be quite interested." The sovereign emperor that Lin Fei pointed at was an ordinary sovereign emperor. He didn't have any eye-catching features. If it wasn't for the aura of a sovereign emperor, people really wouldn't dare to believe that it was true. "Are you sure you're looking for me?" The sovereign emperor also laughed. "Yes, I'm looking for you. If you're not willing, then I don't mind telling some useful things to others. I think they should be quite interested." Just as Lin Fei's voice fell, the sovereign emperor also stood up. "Although I don't know who you are, I'll have a chat with you because you're brave. All right, everyone, wait for me." Chapter 4697. In fact, even Lin Fei did not expect that this ordinary man would be the Thunder Leopard Emperor from the small world of heaven. Seriously, if it were not for the faint aura of the other party, Lin Fei would not have thought that he would meet the Thunder Leopard Emperor in the demon hunting land. Only Lin Fei could recognize the Thunder Leopard Emperor so clearly. Even if it were someone else, they would not be able to recognize him. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at another empty room. A layer of runes flashed, and no one could see what was going on inside. I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. The other party sat down slowly and took the initiative to make a pot of tea. He looked very relaxed. People who did not know the situation would think that he had mistaken someone else for someone else. However, Lin Fei smiled and said, "You can say that to others, but it doesn't mean anything to me. Don't you think so, Thunder Leopard Emperor?" The ordinary man was still making tea seriously, as if he did not care at all. The ordinary man who was making tea was still earnestly making tea, as if he didn't care at all. But Lin Fei could clearly feel that in that instant. The middle-aged man's hand, which was making tea, trembled, even though it was only for a moment. "I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. The Thunder Leopard Emperor is a big shot in the small world of heaven. I'm just an ordinary emperor. I can't compare to him." In the blink of an eye, a pot of tea was brewed and emitted a fragrance. Lin Fei laughed. "Are you sure? Your small world of heaven was almost destroyed by the people of the Sky Demon sect. Now, the people of the Sky Demon sect should be looking for you everywhere. If I'm not wrong, your injuries are not light." At this time, the ordinary man's expression finally changed a lot. "If you still don't want to talk, I don't mind spreading what happened today. I believe that those people will definitely be interested in you. After all, a dead Thunder Leopard Emperor is better than a living one." No one could deceive Lin Fei about his identity, not to mention the Thunder Leopard Emperor. At this time, the Thunder Leopard Emperor's expression finally changed a lot. He leisurely took a sip of tea, then smiled and applauded. "I didn't expect my disguise to be seen through by you. If I'm not wrong, you should be the invincible city lord. You have amazing eyesight. I'm impressed." If Lei Guang was here at this time, he would certainly be shocked to find out that his father was actually here. Even he didn't recognize him at all. But Lin Fei managed to recognize him a step ahead. Lin Fei also sat down in front of him and casually poured a cup of tea. "To put it bluntly, I'm not your enemy. I'm just taking a stroll in the small world of heaven. I didn't expect to do such a good thing for you. How do you think you should thank me?" The ordinary person in front of him was really Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao. Ever since he was schemed against by the Sky Demon sect and escaped death, he had used his disguise. Only then did he manage to escape. Even so, his injuries were still severe. It was impossible for him to recover within a short period of time. He set his sights on the land of demon hunters. At the same time, he arranged for people to understand the small world of heaven. Naturally, he knew that the people from the Sky Demon sect had returned without success. He heard that there was an invincible city lord there. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't know about such an emperor at all. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. In any case, the other party had indeed helped him a great deal. At the very least, his foundation was not destroyed by the other party, the Sky Demon sect. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, the small world of heaven would have been long gone. However, I'm quite curious. I've already used a heavenly divine artifact in disguise, yet you were still able to discover me. This was the thing that Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao wanted to know the most. How could he be seen through so quickly, especially by such a young person? How could Lin Fei say it so easily? He smiled without saying anything and slowly took a sip of tea. "This actually has nothing to do with you. Anyway, you just have to believe that I have no interest in you. However, I'm quite interested in the Sky Demon sect. Are you interested in cooperating?" He was disappointed that he couldn't find out what was going on from the other party. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't sense any killing intent from the other party. In other words, the other party wasn't interested in him. Such a mysterious emperor was indeed quite surprising to Lei Bao. However, the other party actually proposed to cooperate at this time. Such a thing was really rare, so he couldn't quite believe it. "Are you also an enemy of the Sky Demon sect? If you are, then we can indeed cooperate. However, not now. Wait until I leave the demon hunting land." Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao was quite interested in cooperating with such an emperor expert. He was quite happy to make the Sky Demon sect unhappy. "I'm also interested in the land of demon hunters. I heard that we have to kill some experts from another world inside. I wonder what the details are like inside. Can you tell me about it? Maybe we can work together inside. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't resist. Lin Fei was naturally willing to cooperate with Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao. After all, Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao knew more about the Sky Demon sect. If he wanted to make the Sky Demon sect hate him, he had to make the Sky Demon sect suffer a little. Emperor Lei Bao also laughed and raised the teacup in his hand. Then we can have a pleasant cooperation. Why don't you join my temporary monarch team? Because you have the strength. Lin Fei had a rather good understanding of this Imperial Lord team. They were quite strong, although they were slightly weaker than the 5 from the Sky Demon sect. It wasn't that far off. In the land of demon hunters, it was indeed a powerful force. Now that Imperial Monarch Lei Bao had taken the initiative to invite him, Lin Fei was naturally interested. He was indeed unfamiliar with the demon hunter lands of the other world. Sure, as long as the 5 monarchs don't have any objections, I'm naturally willing to join. If they have any objections, then forget it. Anyway, I'm used to working alone. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was indeed very serious. You don't have to worry about that. After all, they know that you're the invincible city lord. You chased away the 5 monarchs of the Sky Demon sect. In other words, ordinary monarchs aren't your match in a one-on-one fight. Invincible city lord, don't be modest. It can't be. I'm so famous now that even people like you know about me. It seems that there are really no secrets in this star field that can be hidden. Bookseller's website, Chapter 4698. Not long later, the 5 imperial emperors followed him into the private room. They had also received news of Emperor Thunder Leopard, and Emperor Thunder Leopard had a new identity in front of them. That was Emperor Hai Tian. This is the invincible city lord. I do know him, so I hope that he can join our team. After all, with one more emperor, our chances of killing otherworldly experts will be higher. The 5 emperors had naturally heard of the invincible city lord's name. He caused a huge commotion in the small world of heaven. He went up against the Sky Demon sect. He chased the 5 emperors away. Don't think that the news of the small world of heaven wouldn't spread. In fact, there were many spies placed here. Such a big piece of news spread like wildfire, causing many people to be interested in the invincible city lord. They didn't know where he came from, but he was so powerful. Not only did he master the Great Slicer technique, but he also mastered the Great Thunderclap technique and the 3000 Great Daos. He could be considered a very powerful existence, especially when he hadn't even reached the Emperor realm. If he stepped into the Emperor realm, he would definitely be very terrifying. He would at least have the strength of a late-stage emperor. Everyone recognized such a master. Then how can we prove that you are the invincible city lord? As long as you are the invincible city lord, we naturally have no objections. After the 5 emperors looked at each other, they naturally recognized the existence of the invincible city lord. Whether or not he was the invincible city lord had to be tested. Lin Fei laughed. I wonder if this will work? A ball of light appeared in his left hand, and a ball of light appeared in his right hand. When these 2 balls of light appeared, the expressions of the 5 emperors changed slightly. They felt a sharp aura, as well as an aura of destruction. If it wasn't the Great Slicer technique and the Great Thunderclap technique, then what was it? Welcome Invincible City Lord to our team. This way, our team's strength will be even stronger. Everyone knew what was going on. Naturally, they knew that this person was the real deal. The Invincible City Lord was younger than they had imagined. His strength wasn't weak at all. No wonder he could chase away the 5 emperors of the Sky Demon sect. This kind of strength was worthy of his name. Just like that, Lin Fei joined their team. They approved of Lin Fei's addition and were very grateful to see Sky Emperor for bringing an old friend. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei got to know these 5 imperial emperors. They were Emperor First Sea, Emperor 3 White, Emperor Watercloud, and Emperor Dragonblaze. The most powerful of the 5 emperors was most likely Emperor Dragonblaze. He was a late-stage imperial emperor. As for the rest, they were all mid-stage imperial lords. As for Imperial Lord Thunder Leopard, he was also a mid-stage Imperial Lord. This also allowed Lin Fei to have a comprehensive understanding of them. This lineup was not to be underestimated. Lei Guang was immediately sent away. This guy was really afraid of going to the demon hunting land. That place was fraught with danger, and he wouldn't be so lucky every time. Especially when following behind such a powerhouse, they wouldn't even know when they would die. This time, Lin Fei came a little early. The land of demon hunters hadn't opened yet, so they still had to wait for half a month. Lin Fei decided to stay in the land of demon hunters. The land of demon hunters was still very lively. Almost every day, one could see all kinds of people pulling people, which was the so-called team, to expand the strength of the team. This method was quite effective. At least with more people, the efficiency in the land of demon hunters would greatly increase. One trip would basically result in a lot of gains, and each person could get hundreds of thousands of crystals. Don't think that it was so easy to earn crystals. It was already quite good to get hundreds of thousands of crystals. After staying in the land of demon hunters for almost half a month, one day, Emperor Thunder Leopard suddenly came to find him, looking a little anxious. After all, the two of them lived next door, and this was specially arranged by Emperor Thunder Leopard. In his heart, he quite approved of this invincible city lord. I took the liberty to come here to inform you that the people from the Sky Demon sect are here. If I'm not wrong, they should be heading for the land of demon hunters. Actually, even if Emperor Thunder Leopard didn't say it, Lin Fei already knew. From the moment the Emperor entered, he felt the aura of the people from the Sky Demon sect. Isn't it good that they're here? Didn't we want to have a good chat with the Sky Demon sect? Now that the opportunity is here, we can send them on their way. What a good thing. Lin Fei really wanted the people from the Sky Demon sect to come. However, they didn't go to the small world of heaven. Instead, they came to the land of demon hunters. Without a doubt, they didn't come for him, nor did they come for Emperor Thunder Leopard. They were going for the land of demon hunters. Anything that could make these Emperor Thunder Leopard come to the land of demon hunters was naturally something that tempted them. If they snatched it from their hands at this time, it would definitely make the Sky Demon sect depressed for a long time. Emperor Thunder Leopard didn't expect the invincible city lord to play it down. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. To be able to chase away 5 Emperor Thunder Leopard, his strength was definitely impressive. He wasn't like Emperor Thunder Leopard, who was schemed against by the people from the Sky Demon sect and became a stray dog. There was no harm if there was no comparison. Compared to the invincible city lord, he was far inferior. Invincible city lord, you have a good mentality. I'm not as good as you. When I heard that the experts from the Sky Demon sect came, I really panicked. I was afraid that my whereabouts would be exposed. It was very normal for Emperor Thunder Leopard to think this way. If even Lin Fei could see through him, what if the people from the Sky Demon sect saw through him? He had spent a lot of effort to hide here. Once he was exposed, he would really be unable to escape. You're thinking too much. It's natural that they can see through you. I've cultivated some secret techniques, so it's impossible for the Sky Demon sect to see through me. However, your mentality is a little bad, but it doesn't matter. When the time comes, we'll destroy the experts from the Sky Demon sect together. I think you'll be in a good mood. Lin Fei laughed. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if this matter is hung on my head. Anyway, I'm not afraid of the Sky Demon sect. If they come, I'll destroy them. If they come, I'll destroy them. I can increase my strength. Emperor Thunder Leopard had broadened his horizons. This invincible city lord was truly a capable person. If news of him disregarding the Sky Demon sect were to spread, it was unknown how many people would be shocked. Just because of what you said, I'll naturally cooperate with you and destroy the experts from the Sky Demon sect. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I'm an Emperor Thunder Leopard, but I was actually schemed against by them. This time I have to seek justice no matter what. At the same time, I'll collect some interest. When I destroy the Sky Demon sect's Emperor Thunder Leopard, I don't want anything but their heads. This was Emperor Thunder Leopard's small request. Chapter 4699. Seriously, Lin Fei was quite surprised that the Sky Demon sect would come to the demon hunting land at this time. He also realized that the Sky Demon sect had quite a powerful background. Just look at Emperor Thunder Leopard. When the people from the Sky Demon sect came over, they were so scared that they couldn't sit still. If it weren't for Lin Fei's last few words, Emperor Thunder Leopard might have turned around and left. If I kill the experts from the Sky Demon sect this time, I believe that the Sky Demon sect will be very angry. When these people from the Sky Demon sect came over, Lin Fei's first thought was to kill them. This way, the Sky Demon sect would hate him even more. After thinking about it, he felt that although this method was feasible, it wouldn't be a good thing if it made the Sky Demon sect feel fear. Sometimes, he needed to pay attention to certain strategies and methods to farm hatred. Lin Fei had an idea of what to do. He could injure the Sky Demon sect's emperor, but he couldn't kill them. Once he killed them, the Sky Demon sect would be afraid. When that happened, it would be difficult to farm hatred. However, if he made the people from the Sky Demon sect suffer every time and made them helpless, this was the most effective way to farm hatred. This time, the Sky Demon sect had sent 4 Emperor Lords. This time, they wanted to enter the demon hunting land to collect some things. To them, this kind of thing wasn't a big deal. As they were in the demon hunting land, the situation was naturally a little different. However, they were more willing to deal with those experts. For example, the Invincible City Lord, who had some influence in the Sky Demon sect recently, actually chased the 5 Emperor Lords away to stop them from destroying the small world of heaven. Speaking of which, the Invincible City Lord really taught them a lesson. Until now, the Sky Demon sect still hadn't found out the origin of the Invincible City Lord. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This made people feel very inconceivable. The Sky Demon sect's intelligence department was still very large. However, even under such circumstances, they still couldn't find the Invincible City Lord. It was a little embarrassing just thinking about it. However, the more it was like this, the more they thought about the Invincible City Lord. Logically speaking, even the Crown Prince of a hidden faction and the others should be able to find clues. But this person had no clues at all. Without a doubt, there were only 2 explanations. First, this Invincible City Lord was indeed from a hidden force, and this hidden force was so strong that they didn't know about it. As for the second one, it was very simple. This Invincible City Lord must have received some sort of inheritance, which was why no one recognized him. After much analysis, they felt that the second possibility was more likely. This guy called Invincible City Lord must have gotten some kind of opportunity. From then on, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. For the time being, no one was able to find out the origin of the other party. They were actually quite interested in dealing with such a person. If he had a lot of treasures, whoever took down the Invincible City Lord first would be able to reap a small harvest. This was also a rule of the Sky Demon sect. No matter what they did, the person who did it would get 30% of the benefits first. As for 70% of the profits, even if they handed over 70% of the profits, there would still be a lot of benefits that would fall on their heads. I've just received news that there's actually an old acquaintance of ours in the Demon Hunter's land. It's definitely unexpected. The 3 emperors were drinking tea when an emperor came in from outside. He smiled at them. The 4 people present were all working for the Sky Demon sect. They were all wearing demon-subduing collars around their necks. To them, suppressing the Sky Demon sect wasn't bad for them. Instead, there were benefits everywhere. Even if they were wearing demon-subduing collars, they wouldn't have any thoughts about it. As soon as this emperor came in, the 3 emperors' expressions lit up. It can't be. You actually met an old acquaintance in the Demon Hunter's land? Tell me, which old acquaintance is it? The emperor who spoke was called Emperor Blazing Sun. Emperor Blazing Sun laughed. I can guarantee that you won't be able to guess who this old acquaintance is. Do you know that the Sky Demon sect has caused a huge commotion recently? The old acquaintance I met is the Invincible City Lord. It can't be. This old acquaintance is actually the Invincible City Lord? Isn't he in the small world of heaven? Why is he here in the Demon Hunter's land? It doesn't matter if he came to the Demon Hunter's land or not. Isn't this a great thing for us? This Invincible City Lord is quite strong. I heard that he has mastered the Great Incision technique and the Great Thunderclap technique. His combat power is very strong. As the emperors of the Sky Demon sect, they naturally knew about this matter. The commotion he caused was quite big. Until now, they still hadn't found out where this invincible city lord came from. The only thing they could be sure of was that this invincible city lord had a high possibility of obtaining some sort of inheritance. That was why his strength soared, and he wasn't included in their intelligence department. The intelligence department naturally had a target. Without a certain level of strength, one naturally wouldn't be targeted. This was the case for this invincible city lord. Emperor Blazing Sun laughed. Originally, we came to the Demon Hunter's land to complete a mission. Now that we've met this invincible city lord, it seems like we can make a huge contribution. Emperor Blazing Sun was quite interested in this invincible city lord. If they could bring this invincible city lord back, that would be for the best. Then they would have made a great contribution. When that time came, they would receive a lot of rewards. But this invincible city lord is quite difficult to deal with. It might be difficult for us for emperors. Emperor Blazing Sun laughed out loud. That's easy. We have a lot of treasures in our hands. We'll catch him off guard. The invincible city lord was indeed strong. However, they weren't to be trifled with. If the four emperors worked together, they would still be very capable. Just as Emperor Blazing Sun's voice fell, a voice that was neither light nor heavy floated in from afar. I heard that the experts of the Sky Demon sect are here. No, I should say that the Emperor of the Sky Demon sect is here. I'm here to pay a visit. How about we get to know each other first? Immediately after, they saw a figure walking in with a smile on his face. However, to the four emperors, this smile was a little provocative. They didn't expect this invincible city lord to take the initiative to look for them. Isn't this news a little too well informed? You're the invincible city lord. How dare you look for us at this time? Aren't you afraid that the four of us will join forces to suppress you? Chapter 4700. Ha 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 ha. The experts of the Sky Demon sect said that they can suppress me. Do you really think that you can suppress me just because you four imperial lords are here? Even if I gave you a handicap, you probably wouldn't be able to do it. A stream of light flew in. The four imperial lords really didn't expect that the invincible city lord would take the initiative to look for them. Most importantly, he attacked without saying a word. That stream of light made them feel a terrifying and dangerous aura. They knew that this was the so-called Great Slicing Technique. I've always heard that your Great Slicing Technique is very domineering. I want to see whether your Great Slicing Technique is more domineering or my true Sunfire is more powerful. The strongest among these imperial lords was Emperor Blazing Sunday. He snorted coldly. A ball of flames appeared around his body. This flame was the true Sunfire that he had cultivated. It was very domineering. It blocked in front of him and turned into a wall. He wanted to see whether the Great Slicing Technique or his true Sunfire was more powerful. One had to know that his true Sunfire could burn an expert to ashes in a single exchange. This was also one of the techniques that Emperor Blazing Sun was best at. The Great Slicing Technique and the true Sunfire collided instantly. The intense heat seemed to want to disintegrate the Great Slicing Technique. The Great Slicing Technique was not an ordinary Great Slicing Technique. It was a 2-star technique, so its power was naturally different. Even though the true Sunfire kept blocking it, the Great Slicing Technique still sliced through it. It broke through the defense of the true Sunfire. It arrived in front of Emperor Blazing Sunday. Emperor Blazing Sun had suffered a great deal in just one exchange. As for the 3 imperial monarchs, there was no need to even mention them. Their faces immediately darkened. The Great Slicing Technique had made them feel how powerful it was. This was an expert. It was obvious that he had the strength of an imperial lord. The invincible city lord really had the strength of an imperial lord. How is it? I was right? Even if the 4 of you joined forces, you wouldn't be a match for me. Lin Fei's figure had already walked in. He could clearly see that the expressions of the 4 imperial lords were a little different. To be honest, I haven't even gone to look for your Sky Demon sect. I didn't expect your Sky Demon sect to come. Do you think I should leave you all here? Or? Lin Fei pulled out a chair and sat down in front of them. He swaggered around, not taking the four emperors seriously at all. The four imperial lords of the Sky Demon sect were infuriated. This was especially true for Emperor Blazing Sun, whose true sun fire had been broken, which made him feel extremely displeased. They are them and we are us. Just because of what you said, we four imperial emperors will be embarrassed if we don't take you down. Lin Fei raised his hand and there was a loud rumbling sound. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Do it. Actually, I'm quite willing. As soon as the lightning struck, they quickly released their protective treasures. Following that, their protective treasures also trembled. As the lightning descended, it instantly turned into a storm of attacks. This caused the expressions of the four imperial monarchs to change once more. The great art of slicing was very powerful, so it was naturally not a problem. However, the great art of thunderclap was still so powerful. What the hell? With a flick of Lin Fei's finger, streams of light flew over. These were formed by the great art of slicing. Don't you want to suppress me? I'll give you a chance to do so now. Escape from my two great techniques first. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the strength of your Sky Demon sect's Imperial Emperor is really mediocre. This was equivalent to giving the Sky Demon sect a huge slap in the face. Looking at the four Imperial Emperors, they knew what the situation was like. They really knew why the five Imperial Emperors weren't a match for him. In the face of such an attack, they were like a storm. They had no right to resist at all. Furthermore, the other party's strength was more terrifying than they had imagined. The strength of a late-stage Imperial Emperor. This was the result they had guessed. It seems like you can't suppress me. However, this is the demon hunting land. I won't see blood. Let me give you a piece of advice. This isn't a place for you to play. Scram as far as you can. If I see you again, I'll destroy you. A voice floated over. The streams of light from the great art of slicing and the great art of thunderclap instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared. The four Imperial Emperors watched as Lin Fei left the place just like that. Both of them appeared to be in a very sorry state. It would be obvious if they were still alive after this exchange. You're going too far. You're going too far. We're the Imperial Emperors of the Sky Demon sect. Imperial Emperor Blazing Sun cursed out loud. All of them had spent a lot of time to become Imperial Emperors. However, they were now being looked down upon by a fellow who wasn't even an Imperial Emperor. He didn't take them seriously at all. It was as if an invisible wound had been torn open in their bodies. Lin Fei kept rubbing salt on their wounds, constantly provoking them. It seems like we have to inform the headquarters and get them to send more experts over. It's best if they send a peak-level Imperial Emperor over to destroy Lin Fei. This was the only good idea. It would be quite difficult for the four of them to capture the invincible city lord. The other party's great art of slicing and great art of thunderclap were enough to make them feel a sense of danger. They still had to keep their faces. If they didn't want their faces anymore, they would be too embarrassed to return to the Sky Demon sect. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei's face was full of smiles. He didn't expect to come to the right place. The four Imperial Emperors of the Sky Demon sect had contributed tens of thousands of hatred points to him, and it was still rising. Killing people wasn't the best way to increase hatred points. Only by constantly slapping their faces was the most effective way. He hoped that he would meet them again in the demon hunting land. When the time came, he would be able to gain a lot of hatred points. Or perhaps they couldn't take it lying down and found another Imperial Emperor expert. He reckoned that the expert this time should be a peak-level Imperial Emperor. The Sky Demon sect had always been famous. To other factions, the Sky Demon sect was considered a top-notch faction. It wasn't difficult to find a peak-level Imperial Emperor. Therefore, if they wanted to deal with him, it was very likely that they would find a peak-level Imperial Emperor expert. He believed that such an Imperial Emperor expert would have a lot of good items on him. Lin Fei didn't go anywhere else. He silently waited for the day of the demon hunting land's opening. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the demon hunting land's opening. The square was already filled with people. Everyone was preparing to enter the demon-hunting land. Chapter 47:01. Until the demon-hunting land was opened. During this period, no one from the Sky Demon sect came to look for Lin Fei again. This hatred seemed to be constantly increasing. In a short period of time, it had almost risen to 200,000 hatred. This was also why Lin Fei hadn't been looking for people to attract hatred recently. So to be able to get these 200,000 hate points was a lot. The biggest contributor should be the experts from the Sky Demon sect. The more this was the case, the more Lin Fei believed that the Sky Demon sect would definitely send an expert this time. It was very likely that they would send an expert at the limit of an Emperor Lord. An expert at the limit of an Emperor Lord could indeed sweep away all Emperor Lords. They were also recognized as powerful in the circle of Emperor Lords. It was very difficult to find an ordinary limit Emperor Lord. They wouldn't appear often, much less deal with a person easily. The limit Emperor Lords were busy breaking through to the Sky God level. As the accumulation of the limit Emperor Lords was too deep and too powerful, it was 100 times harder to break through to the Sky God level than ordinary Emperor Lords. However, once they broke through to the Sky God level, they would be terrifying. They would be a powerful existence in the Sky God level. As for how many stars they could become, they would be at least 5 or 6 stars or above. Above the Emperor Lord was the Sky God level. Sky Gods were also divided according to stars, from 1 star to 9 stars. Among them, 1 star was the lowest, while 9 stars was the highest. Rumor had it that there were even 10 stars. That was a true top-notch existence. Even ordinary 5 or 6 star Sky Gods wouldn't be able to see them easily, let alone the 7 or 8 star Sky Gods. It was also publicly acknowledged that an ultimate Emperor Lord was terrifying. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to offend an ultimate Emperor Lord expert. Once they were offended, even if they had to spend all their wealth, they would find someone to help them resolve the matter. The Sky Demon sect's limit Emperor Lord didn't come. Instead, the demon hunting land opened. The more he learned about the demon hunting land, the more interested Lin Fei became. After all, there were experts from the foreign races in here. Although these foreign race experts had nothing to do with the Heavenly Demon Clan, the relationship between them and the Heavenly Demons was more or less a cooperative one. It was normal to say that they were in cahoots with each other. Back when the Heavenly Demon Clan invaded the Great Thousand World, these foreign race experts also had some thoughts. He had plundered a lot of resources from the small worlds. Because they had retreated relatively quickly, the otherworld experts were still very well preserved, and the losses were not many. On the other hand, the experts of the Heavenly Demon Clan were either dead or injured. They were directly suppressed. It could be said that the experts of the foreign races were quite smart. One by one, the doors appeared on the square, which surprised Lin Fei. The other sovereign emperors laughed as well. The Demon Hunter Land isn't an ordinary Demon Hunter Land. It's impossible to enter the Demon Hunter Land from here in other places. It's only here. I heard that we're all inside a treasure, so we can easily enter these portals. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about this. However, the appearance of this door gave Lin Fei a deep impression of the Demon Hunting Land. At the very least, this Demon Hunter Land was a powerful force. Even the Sky Demon sect came here and behaved themselves. One could imagine the foundation of the Demon Hunter Land. Let's go to this otherworld first. We can only rely on luck as to which otherworld we end up in. Before entering, Lin Fei had already understood the situation of the Demon Hunter Land. Behind these portals were many otherworlds. As for which otherworld they would enter, it would depend on luck. Otherworlds were similar to the Great Thousand World, but there weren't as many worlds. If they entered an otherworld that wasn't considered powerful, they would naturally have a bountiful harvest. However, if they entered a powerful otherworld, it would be a little troublesome. They could only rely on luck. No one could guarantee what the otherworld they entered would be like. The sovereign emperors didn't hesitate and directly entered the portal. Lin Fei and Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao also entered. At that moment, Lin Fei felt that time was passing. This obviously contained the Time Great Tao as well as the Space Great Tao. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and he turned around. Then, he found himself standing in a different space. The situation doesn't look too good. Sovereign Emperor Lei Bao and the other sovereign emperors seem to have disappeared. Lin Fei stood in a forest surrounded by towering trees, exuding a peaceful aura. In this forest, Lin Fei could feel that the heaven spirit qi was unbelievably rich. This other world seemed to be similar to the world he usually saw. There weren't many changes. In any case, Lin Fei had arrived in an otherworld. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Lin Fei was just about to check where the other sovereign emperors were when dozens of streams of light attacked from the forest in front of him without warning. These streams of light contained a complicated aura. Lin Fei didn't go forward and used the great slicing technique to block them. Torrents of energy came crashing down, but they were easily blocked. Intruders! Intruders! They're here. They're pretty strong. Following that, a voice was heard. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This was beyond his expectations. If that's the case, I should have come to a more powerful otherworld, and I was targeted by them at the first moment. Lin Fei was no longer a newbie, and he had some understanding of these otherworlds. Small otherworlds would rarely be able to detect them. However, once he arrived in a stronger otherworld, it would be a different story. The first thing he did was to be targeted by others. Just look at the word intruders, and you would understand what was going on. Clearly, this otherworld had dealt with many intruders. In other words, people from other worlds had come. A few breaths later, more than a dozen figures chased after him. These figures were all very tall. At first glance, they looked somewhat similar to humans. However, their bodies were filled with a domineering aura. These people brandished their scepters one after another, and a series of long-range attacks came crashing down. These long-range attacks included some hail, some fireballs, some flames, and even earth spikes. This seems to be comparable to spellcasters. They're all long-range attacks. The power of these long-range attacks was still very strong. However, they couldn't get close to Lin Fei at all. They were directly disintegrated by the Great Slicing Technique. The power of a 2-star Great Slicing Technique was still very strong. It was used to meet force with force. Chapter 4702. The dozen or so otherworld experts were all quite strong. To Lin Fei, they were still quite lacking. After dozens of great cutting techniques, only corpses were left behind. This also made Lin Fei realize that their physical bodies were very weak. However, their defensive spells were quite strong. These spell experts basically all had the defense of a heavenly monarch. If the human heavenly monarch experts fought against them, they would probably be beaten very helplessly. The magical techniques of these otherworldly beings were extremely profound and penetrative. It was truly difficult to defend against them. Lin Fei collected some rings from their hands. After looking through them, he finally understood what kind of small world he had come to. I thought my luck was pretty good. Now it seems that my luck is quite bad. I actually came to a powerful otherworld. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was really bad luck. This otherworld was called the World of 3 Original Demon Gods. This world of 3 original demon gods was ranked among the top of the otherworld. Lin Fei was lucky enough to read up on the information. The otherworld experts in this small world basically all used long-range methods. In other words, they had all kinds of spells. However, in this small world, they called it magic. For example, just now, they had used magic to attack. Magic was very powerful and had a very penetrating power. It wasn't something that an ordinary powerhouse could resist. Lin Fei did not expect that he would actually get his hands on the world of 3 original demon gods. This small world was very powerful because there was a demon god in this small world. This demon god was about the same level as the heaven gods of the boundless world. It was said that this demon god was much stronger than the heaven gods. He just did not know how many stars this demon god was at. No one knew what level the demon gods of the world of 3 original demon gods were at. Anyone who encountered them would be left here. It seems that the world of 3 original demon gods hates invaders very much. I just killed a group of people. I did not expect them to come again. They seemed to be even stronger. Originally, Lin Fei had wanted to cooperate with Lei Bao and the others. It seemed that it was impossible now. The experts here seemed to have locked onto the invaders. After killing one batch, another batch would follow. At that time, their strength would also become stronger and stronger. With a thought, the sky was shrouded by dark clouds. Following that, bolts of lightning came crashing down. It seemed to have locked onto Lin Fei. This time, its might was even greater, directly reaching the level of a sovereign emperor. What a powerful lock-on ability. This should be the means of a magician. No wonder no one likes to go to powerful otherworlds. The great slicer technique covered the sky, directly blocking the thunderbolts. Some of the lightning turned into arcs of light that penetrated down and landed on Lin Fei's body. However, these arcs of light only destroyed a lot of his body's defenses. They didn't really threaten Lin Fei. Even so, Lin Fei could feel that these thunderbolts were different. They were very strong, as expected of a triple essence demon god emperor. That guy is here. Chase after him. Don't let him hide. Damn intruders. There will be one or two every year. Unknowingly, Lin Fei's aggro value actually began to rise again. Lin Fei didn't plan to fight these magicians this time. He turned around and left. He had to take a look at this triple essence demon god world first. After all, this was the time to farm hatred. After Lin Fei left, more than 10 figures chased after him. These figures all had a golden halo around them. It was like a golden egg. This was the magic shield of their triple essence demon god world. It was very powerful. It was something that could only be cultivated at the sovereign emperor level. That guy just left. Let's chase after him. I don't know how long this intruder can last. He probably doesn't even know that he has already been locked on by our heaven's eye in our triple essence demon god world. These magicians were all wearing magic robes that covered their entire bodies. It was impossible to see their faces, but they all exuded a sense of arrogance and nobility. These were the so-called magicians. Lin Fei's movement speed was extremely fast. Even so, there were still some magic techniques that kept chasing after him. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I think it's very unlikely that I'll be able to shake them off. This three-origin demon god small world is quite different. They must have developed some magical methods that can lock onto intruders. No matter how I try to run, I'll be locked onto. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei understood what was going on. This triple essence demon god world was indeed extraordinary. If anyone underestimated it here, they might die here. Lin Fei decided to meet these magicians. He might as well not leave. So he stopped. As soon as he stopped, the great slicing technique directly entered the void and disappeared without a trace. Intruder, why did you stop? I thought you would run all over the triple essence demon god world. In the blink of an eye, the magicians caught up. They surrounded Lin Fei in a large circle. Lin Fei finally saw these magicians. They were all wearing magic robes. These magic robes were not simple either. They were all extraordinary treasures. At the very least, Lin Fei could see the profoundness in them. Since you've already locked on to me, what can I do even if I'm in a hurry to leave? I might as well come down and have a good chat with you. I'm just passing by. Do you believe me? The mages all burst into laughter. This was the funniest thing they had ever heard. Shameless intruder, you still have the nerve to say such things. Don't think I don't know why you came to this world. Isn't it to slaughter and snatch this treasure? You'd better surrender. Seeing that you're not bad, you might even become a high-class slave. After all, our world welcomes intruders like you the most. The dozens of magicians present were all very strong. They all held scepters in their hands and were very confident. They were not afraid of the intruder in front of them at all. Then it seems that our conversation is useless. As soon as Lin Fei's voice fell, the great slicing technique hidden in the void flew out. One by one, it locked on to the magicians. The mages reacted very quickly, and all of them opened their magic shields, which shone with a golden light as bright as day. Lin Fei could clearly feel that his great slicing technique had met with a certain amount of resistance and a certain amount of rebound when it landed on the dazzling magic shields of the Jingguang. What a strong defense. It can actually withstand my great slicing technique. Chapter 4703. These mages were quite strong. At the very least, Lin Fei/S Great Incision was met with a certain amount of resistance. It was not so easy to break their defense. And this was at the 2-star level. No wonder they said that the experts of the alternate world were quite terrifying. Lin Fei had learned something new. If it weren't/T for the fact that the power of the Great Incision had increased a lot, he would really be helpless against these mages. Lin Fei was a little shocked. The mages on the other side were also very shocked. This was because these crisscrossing rays of light carried a sharp aura, and when they landed on their magic shields, they felt deeply terrified. Everyone be careful. Don/T take it head on. This thing is too sharp. Even my magic shield was shaken. Hurry up and pull away. We can/T let him get close to us. This guy should be a physique cultivator. If we use long range means we can naturally capture him. So he/S a physique cultivator. No wonder. But his means are quite powerful. I heard that this should be one of the 3,000 great ways. It exudes the aura of a great way. These mages were still very smart. They also knew what was the most reasonable method to use, and they all pulled away. How could Lin Fei let them pull away? Although the defense of these mages/magic shields was quite good, how long could they last under the fierce attack of his Great Incision? Countless great slicing spells were flying around non-stop. The faces of the mages turned a little ugly. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. Bolts of lightning came crashing down, numbing them to the point of numbness. In that instant, the Great Incision swept in all directions and killed these mages. These mages were indeed quite strong, but they could not withstand the ferocity of Lin Fei/S Great Incision. In addition, the Great Thunderclap directly paralyzed them. For a moment, their long-range means were useless, not to mention their magic shields. This also allowed Lin Fei to instantly find a way to kill them. These mages were strong at long range, but very weak at close combat. Their bodies were also fragile. It was as if they had lost their eggshells. He could kill them as he pleased. Don/T kill me. Don/T kill me. I/am willing to surrender. After the 3,000 great ways were activated, many mages were killed. There were very few who could stand. When the rest of the mages saw Lin Fei's methods, they were also terrified. Even their magic shields couldn't withstand the lightning bolts, and they were instantly shattered. After it was broken, it was their turn to be unlucky. The great slicing technique swept over and sliced their bodies into pieces. After witnessing this scene, the remaining mages no longer had any thoughts of resisting and chose to surrender one after another. Perhaps he could live if he surrendered, but if he didn't, he wouldn't even know how he died. Originally, Lin Fei planned to kill all these mages, but he found that these surrendered mages contributed a lot of hatred. Not only did he surrender, but he was also angry at him. It was not a bad idea to keep him alive. At the same time, Lin Fei also knew that killing these magicians was not necessarily a good thing. But keeping them would be much more useful. Their long-range attacks were indeed quite good. You guys are pretty good. It just so happens that I'm lacking some slaves by my side, so I'll take you guys. With a flick of Lin Fei's finger, the lightning seeds directly hit their bodies. The current Lin Fei still had such strength and ability. Every time the great way of lightning fell into their bodies, it made them tremble instantly. Their eyes also became a lot more hateful. However, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared completely. Lin Fei could easily feel that the hatred he gained had increased a lot again. As the natives of this place, take me to see the big city here. If he wanted to gain hatred, he had to turn the demon god world upside down. If he didn't do that, how could he gain hatred? Lin Fei was very concerned about this hatred. The more this thing, the faster his strength could increase. But before that, you have to tell me how to avoid the pursuit of those mages. This is the most important thing. I think you should have this method. At this moment, there were about 6 mages under Lin Fei's control, and their strength was quite good. Sir, you have been targeted by our world's Heaven's Eye. If you want to avoid the Heaven's Eye, you can only enter the city. Only in the city can the Heaven's Eye not lock on. Lin Fei finally understood why he had been targeted by the mages. It turned out that he had been targeted by this world's heaven's eye. It was indeed an interesting alternate world. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take me to the nearest city. We have to go to the biggest city. It's not easy to come to this alternate world. We have to broaden our horizons. These slaves were very dutiful. At the very least, they were still worried that Lin Fei would destroy them at any time. Therefore, they all behaved very respectfully and honestly. At the very least, they didn't dare to have too many thoughts. There was still quite a lot of hatred. Lin Fei didn't care. If they had any thoughts, he could detonate those lightning seeds with a thought. He could kill them more than 100 times. Moreover, even if he let them make a move, they wouldn't be able to break his defense. Just like that, Lin Fei shook off those mages all the way. When he arrived at the nearest big city, it was indeed a big city with a large population. As soon as he entered this big city, Lin Fei didn't feel the feeling of being watched. In other words, the heaven's eye had indeed lost its function. As for why there was such a setting, Lin Fei himself wasn't very clear. Anyway, to him, as long as he wasn't targeted by the heaven's eye, he could attract hatred in a short period of time. As soon as he entered this city, Lin Fei sensed the strongest existence. This was an emperor-level mage. It should be a late-stage existence. Here, they weren't called emperor but demon lords. Those at the heaven god level were called demon gods, those who broke through to the emperor level were called demon lords, and the rest were called demon kings. It was very easy to divide them. The strongest in this city was the demon lords. There were as many as 8 such demon lords. Lin Fei also sensed it at once. As for how to deal with this hatred, Lin Fei didn't have any ideas for the time being. He would see the situation first. After all, this trip still took some time. Everyone, go and see. The 10 saintesses are here. I wonder which saintess is here. How can we miss such a good opportunity? We have to see it. A burst of voices floated over from afar. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He found something interesting. There are saintesses in your world. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4704. As soon as he heard the word saintess, with the addition of the 10 saintesses, Lin Fei's thoughts changed a lot. He asked the slaves around him. In any case, they would answer honestly. As Lin Fei imagined, the 10 saintesses were quite influential in the entire demon god world. They were the 10 saintesses with the most potential. They all had the chance to become demon god in the future. If it was just to become demon lord, it might not be a big deal. But it was different to become a demon god. In other words, their potential was extraordinary. This also made Lin Fei quickly realize that he might be able to farm a lot of hatred from the saintesses. Let's go and see the situation first. If it was really as he thought, then he could take action. Who knew when the demon god would take action? Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it. While he could farm a little hatred now, he had to do it. The more hatred he had, the better his strength would be. Even if a demon god powerhouse came, he might be able to farm this demon god. Lin Fei decided to transform into a terrifying demon king first. Thinking about it, doing this kind of thing gave him a special sense of accomplishment. Along the way, what Lin Fei heard the most was about the saintesses. It could be imagined that these 10 saintesses were indeed quite influential. Couldn't be better for them to appear here at this time. When he arrived at the square, it was already a sea of people. Lin Fei could feel a lot of demon lord level experts. He didn't expect that a saintess would have such a big impact. Lin Fei looked forward and saw that there was a ball of holy light on the high platform in front of him. This holy light was very comfortable. This should be the saintess they were talking about. It seems that this saintess is called Lan Tianyin. Lin Fei looked at her and felt that this saintess called Lan Tianyin was quite different. She had a lot of potential. At such a young age, she already had the strength of a demon lord. No wonder she had such a big influence. No wonder these people ran over. Then I should have come to the right place. I'll take her down first. With so many people, I should be able to contribute a lot of hatred. One saintess was already like this. If all 10 saintesses were to be captured in one fell swoop, Lin Fei felt that it would be quite interesting. In this big city, Lin Fei felt that it was not difficult to farm 1,000,000 hatred points. At that time, as long as he found some means, he could easily avoid the pursuit of the Heaven's Eye. The group of magicians behind him was quite annoying, and it would also make Lin Fei lose his freedom. Lin Fei walked forward. Compared to the others who were wearing magic robes, Lin Fei's look was much simpler. After seeing the few slaves following behind Lin Fei, they didn't have any more thoughts. The further he went, the more Lin Fei felt that the holy light on Lan Tianin was very unusual. There was a feeling of being immersed in it. If this Lan Tianin was stronger, just the holy light alone would be enough to easily confuse people. This Saintess Lan Tianin was waving her scepter. The holy light sprinkled down layer by layer, and all the magicians who were enveloped by the holy light had an exceptionally different spirit. Saintess, 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 Saintess. The voices of the magicians became orderly and formed a certain rhythm. The entire square was almost filled with the voice of the Saintess. When he was about to get close to the Saintess, he saw that someone around him stopped Lin Fei's footsteps. They didn't let him go any further. Lin Fei could also see that these should be the servants of the Saintess. All of them were quite strong. No wonder they stood in the outermost circle, an invisible form of protection. Lin Fei planned to farm hatred on Lan Tianin, the Saintess. Naturally, he wouldn't listen to the other party's words. As soon as the great slicing technique was used, it was like a cold light that instantly swept over these people. These people had no time to react. One by one, they flew out and fell to the ground with a muffled grunt. This was because Lin Fei had shown mercy. Seeing blood might not be a good thing. He was just here to farm hatred. The sudden scene caused everyone to stop and look over. Saintess, I don't know if you can help me with a small request. I think you should have no problem. The Saintess Lan Tianin, who was waving her scepter, also stopped. There was a hint of surprise on her delicate face, and then she pointed with her scepter. Intruder, you're really bold. You actually dare to come in front of me. An intruder. This made everyone's eyes change. Endless anger directly surged towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, to be able to become a saintess, she had to have some eyesight. It was indeed very normal for her to be able to recognize his identity as an intruder at a glance. What an intruder! He actually dares to break in here. Everyone, let's catch him together. That's right. Catch him. We can't let him escape. He's thinking too much about our saintess. Everyone, let's go together. The surrounding people began to move one by one. The few demon lord mages beside Lin Fei also began to move. Magic was blasted towards them one by one. At this time, if they didn't make a move, they were destined to die. They might as well make a move first. With the 5 demon lords here, they really couldn't stop these people. They directly broke all of their magic. The Saintess Lan Tianin watched quietly just like that. It wasn't surprising that she could recognize the intruder, because she had already received the message earlier. Many intruders had come to the demon god world. The only thing she didn't expect was that this intruder actually dared to swagger in front of her. Wasn't he afraid of being recognized? One should know that she was one of the 10 saintesses. She could easily mobilize everyone with a single sentence. No matter how strong the intruder in front of her was, he would still be suppressed. I've never encountered an intruder after being a saintess for so long. I can take him down. When the time comes, I can also suppress the other saintesses. In the blink of an eye, Lan Tianin had an idea. It seems that the saintess doesn't want to listen to me. In that case, I can only settle these troubles first. When the time comes, we can have a good talk. After all, I haven't seen many saintesses in my life, nor have I been served by many saintesses. I think you have quite the potential. Lin Fei laughed out loud. The Great Slicer spell swept out circle after circle. After the Great Slicer spell was cast, the brilliant magic shields of the Jingguang were opened one after another. This time, Lin Fei's choice of opportunity was excellent. He didn't give them any chance at all. One figure after another flew out. Now, I can only do it myself. Bookseller's website, Chapter 4705. Against these magicians, Lin Fei's great incision art was extremely useful. Not a single magician could withstand it. Step by step, Lin Fei walked toward Lan Tianin. The holy maiden's expression also became a little serious. She could also sense the dreadfully sharp aura contained in this light. Even if she had a magic shield up, she would still be instantly hit by the dreadful power. And this was under the condition of having a magic shield. Without a magic shield, she wouldn't be able to hold on and would be sent flying. Her opponent seemed to have an extremely precise grasp of power. Even if she was sent flying, she would only be heavily injured and not dead. Angel of Sacred Light, do it for me! Lan Tianin did not dare to lower her guard against such a powerful opponent. She had directly summoned a powerful angel of sacred light. It had a pair of large wings, but the moment this angel appeared, there was a flash of light. And then the angel was cut in two. Lin Fei also walked onto the platform. He was getting closer and closer to Lan Tianin. In my view, this is your strongest move, summoning a demon lord level expert. Alas, you didn't summon a demon god level expert. I can kill as many of those as you come. Lin Fei turned his head. There was a massive rumble. Bolts of lightning descended over the plaza. No one was able to withstand the lightning. One by one they fell to the ground. You lot! Take away all their rings. With these words, the 6 magicians became spirited. They had never imagined that so many magicians would be no match for a single invader. They had all been knocked to the ground. And all of them had been heavily injured. All that was left were furious gazes. They didn't dare to hesitate and immediately went to collect these rings. Lin Fei also stood in front of the holy maiden Lan Tianin. I think that you should be a smart holy maiden and should know what to do. As a matter of fact, Lin Fei's words struck a chord in the other party's heart. They could only summon the demon lord's angel of sacred light. Even this angel had been destroyed by a single blow before it could even attack. Lan Tianin knew that there was a huge gap between her and this intruder, not to mention the thunder behind it. Streaks of lightning enveloped the entire square. No magician would be able to withstand it. What do you want me to do? You can't possibly ask me to be your servant, right? After all, I'm the saintess. Everyone in the demon god world knows that. If you're not afraid, I can be your servant. However, the consequences are not something you can bear. Lan Tianin's tone changed. To be honest, she couldn't believe that an intruder would find her as soon as he arrived. What was inconceivable was that this person, who had a very precise grasp of power, had not died so far. This was not something that just anyone could do. In Lan Tianin's impression, those invaders were all incomparably domineering. Once they made a move, they would either die or be injured, unlike the person in front of her. Now, it was especially impressive. At the very least, it didn't seem like anyone else. Your guess is correct. I truly do plan on having you be my servant. Since you've come to your demon god world, you should properly enjoy yourself. What do you think? Since you've already said that, what else can I do to you? Then I can only be your servant. Lin Fei smiled. I rather like hearing those words of yours. Lin Fei turned his head to look at the fallen magicians and faintly laughed. I know that everyone is very angry at me, but who asked you to be so weak? I'll be taking away your holy maiden. This is only the first. I heard that your demon god world has 9 more holy maidens, so I've decided to take them all. Lan Tianin was slightly stunned by these words. Taking away 1 holy maiden was one thing, but now he had his eyes on 9 other holy maidens? Was he not afraid of becoming the public enemy of the demon god world? Shameless scoundrel. Release the holy maiden. The holy maiden can't be taken away. I'll fight you to the death. There were still some injuries on the scene, but they weren't very serious. They were all admirers of the holy maiden. When they saw that Lin Fei was going to take away the holy maiden and treat her like a servant, none of them could stand it. They were furious and rushed forward. As soon as they made a move, they were suppressed by Lin Fei. The more they came, the more they were suppressed. After suppressing them a few times, Lin Fei realized that the amount of hatred he gained was increasing. His idea was right. If he wanted to farm hatred, he had to start from them. The amount of hatred was indeed increasing quite quickly. He could really farm 1,000,000 hatred points here. This also made Lan Tianyin, who was at the side, a little unable to see through this intruder. It was really strange. Why did he seem to be very happy? This made Lan Tianyin, who was very smart, feel that she couldn't figure it out. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Lan Tianyin could only follow him obediently. Don't do anything anymore. Lan Tianyin's voice was very comfortable. He won't do anything to me. It's nothing more than being a servant. It doesn't matter. The more Lan Tianyin said this, the more unwilling these people were, and they began to struggle. Lin Fei almost wanted to say a word to Lan Tianyin. She was really the holy maiden. With a few words, these people's emotions were stirred up again. The hatred that was being farmed became greater and greater. That's right. Didn't you hear what the holy maiden said? Do you still want to continue fighting with me? I'm in a good mood now, and I don't want to kill in front of the holy maiden. If it were another place, you would have died 100 times. Lin Fei continued to walk forward with a smile. He walked out of the square just like that. The experts of this city also flew over one by one. Their movements were a little slow. When they saw the holy maiden following behind, their faces suddenly turned ugly. You don't have to make a fuss. I'm a little interested in the holy maiden. Are you not willing to be my servant? The more he said this, the more these mages couldn't keep their arrogant faces anymore. They directly attacked from afar. Anger was good. They could farm hatred points. By the way, you should know where the city lord's mansion is. It just so happens that we've been on the road for a long time. It's time to find a place to rest. What do you think? The holy maiden Lan Tianyin pointed in one direction. Lin Fei also went over there. The Great Slicer and Great Thunderclap came down directly in 2 layers. No one could stand in front of Lin Fei at all. Bookseller's Reading Website. Chapter 4706. This city was still very big. Of course, the Castellan's mansion was also very glorious and imposing. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he directly forced his way in. Everywhere he passed, people were thrown off their feet. No one was a match for him. Just like that, Lan Tianyin followed behind quietly. The Castellan of this Castellan's mansion was also quite powerful. Great magicians at the Demon Lord level were most proficient in wind magic. Like a machete, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. When encountering Lin Fei's great cutting technique, he could only retreat dejectedly. I heard that your saintess is quite powerful. It just so happens that I haven't tasted anything delicious since I came to the other world. Please prepare a table of food for me. I think you should have no problem. Lin Fei smiled. Of course, you can also try to see if you can escape from my hands. I think you should be a smart person. You definitely won't do that. Lan Tianyin nodded. She turned around and went to prepare. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave the city. In fact, it was very simple. Because the hatred had not reached a certain level yet. They could still be squeezed a little more. At the same time, let the news spread completely. Otherwise, how could he farm more aggro? The news of the saintess being taken away spread quickly. The people of this city were the first to know. Soon after, the news spread to the outside world, and several nearby cities also received the news. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. A foreign invader was actually so arrogant that he dared to capture the saintess of Lan Tianyin, and to be a maid by her side. This was completely disregarding the experts of the world of demon gods. One by one, the figures came over to this side. No matter what, they had to take down this invader first, and then rescue the saintess. Otherwise, their faces would have been slapped with a resounding papa sound. It had always been them dealing with invaders. No one could be arrogant and domineering in the world of demon gods. Lan Tianyin was in a guild of magic, and she received the news immediately. The president was shocked. What an invader! I've never seen such an audacious invader. He dares to capture the saintess and wants her to be a maid by his side. He simply disregards our guild of magic. The president was furious. Inform the guild immediately. We're going to rescue the saintess. Lan Tianyin's saintess was a representative. Now that she was brought along by an intruder and had to be a maid, who knew what would happen during this period? If they stayed for even a second longer, they would feel uneasy. No matter what, he had to free the blue sky sonar formation as soon as possible. Streaks of light headed straight for the city. On the other hand, Lin Fei was quite relaxed because Lan Tianin really cooked a table full of delicious food. The delicacies of this alternate world were quite unique. Lin Fei was naturally not worried about what Lan Tianin could do. Not bad, not bad. Now you have the awareness of being a maid. Indeed, Lan Tianin didn't do much. He also knew that the news of him being taken away would spread immediately. Most importantly, this intruder didn't seem nervous at all. He didn't show any signs of panic or uneasiness. He was calm and didn't even look like he wanted to leave. Lin Fei continued to eat. Lan Tianin was pouring wine at the side with a leisurely look on her face. Right then, the entire castellan's mansion was almost empty. The mages all ran out and stood outside the castellan's mansion. Each of them was furious, but they didn't rush in at the first instance. Even the castellan was the same. Moke, you came at the right time. That guy is still inside. Moke was the president of the Guild of Magic. He brought people here at the first instance. As soon as he arrived, he knew the situation. The Saintess was in the castellan's mansion. He saw the castellan at the entrance. How is the Saintess? That intruder didn't do anything to her, right? This was what Moke was most worried about. The castellan shook his head. I'm not too sure about this. I wasn't his match, so I was chased out. Now the entire castellan's mansion is empty. There's only the intruder and the Saintess. This wasn't good news. Outrageous. He's too arrogant. No matter what, I have to go in and meet this intruder. If it was anywhere else, it would be fine. But in the castellan's mansion, Moke really couldn't do anything. He could only go in and take a look first. As soon as he stepped through the door, countless rays of light flashed and turned into a ball of light. Moke, the president of the Guild of Magic, was blasted out and fell to the ground. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. The mages behind him helped him up at the first instance. At this moment, the president of the Guild of Magic was covered with wounds all over his body. For a moment, they suspected if the other party had been merciful. Otherwise, just this method alone would be enough to cut the president into pieces. President, why don't we charge in together? I don't believe that he alone can stop the entire Guild of Magic. President, we are shadow assassins. Why don't you let us go in? I believe that guy won't be able to detect us. The mages of the guilds behind him couldn't sit still any longer. Other than anger, there was still anger. They had some self-awareness. This intruder was indeed not easy to deal with. Moke didn't expect to be seriously injured just as he was about to go in. The other party's method was really very overbearing. This light contained an incomparably sharp aura. It was similar to some of the magic they had mastered. It was even more powerful. His magic shield couldn't hold on any longer as soon as it was erected, and it was directly broken. This intruder is very strong. You guys have to be careful. No matter what, Moke still hoped that everyone would give it a try. They wanted to see if they could get close to the intruder. As for this time, he was really powerless even if he wanted to. Who would have thought that he would be tricked by the other party? Lan Tianin stood beside the intruder. She could feel the strength of this intruder more and more. There were already a dozen shadow assassins lying in the corner of the wall. These shadow assassins were experts in concealment. To be honest, even mages were most afraid of these shadow assassins. These shadow assassins seemed to have nowhere to hide in front of this intruder. They were directly beaten out. One by one, they lay in the corner, wailing. You see, I'm pretty good, aren't I? I didn't kill them all. It shouldn't be easy for these assassins to cultivate, right? You probably haven't seen many invaders like me, right? Lin Fei smiled. Bookseller's website, Chapter 4707. Lan Tianin didn't know what the intruder wanted to do. Lin Fei also stood up. Since I'm full, it's time to move around. Lin Fei swaggered out of the city lord's residence. Once he came out, the sky above the city was basically filled with mages. It was a majestic scene. It was really quite stressful. Lin Fei just looked up and instantly snapped his fingers. There was a loud rumbling sound. Lightning flashed in the sky above the city. The great thunderclaps surged out. One by one, the mages were sent flying. The originally majestic aura instantly shattered into pieces. Actually, sometimes strength in numbers doesn't mean much. Instead, it becomes a burden. What do you think? Lin Fei turned around and smiled at Lan Tianin. Hundreds and thousands of magicians fell from the sky. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you on your way. Anyway, there are so many of you, you will have companions on the way. The thunder continued to sound, but those mages couldn't take it anymore. Intruder, aren't you afraid of being chased by our demon god? Moke, the guild leader, endured his injuries and coldly looked at the intruder. Lin Fei raised his hand and countless great cutting spells landed on Moke. They smashed into the ruins, causing dust to fill the air. You didn't say that. You don't have the right to say that. Wait until the demon god comes. The great cutting spell swept out and landed on Lan Tianin. Lin Fei flew up to the city and headed out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Even if Moke guild leader wanted to sense him, he couldn't sense his presence. Not good. I can't sense the intruder's presence. This is impossible. Our heavenly eye of the demon god world is omnipotent. Mages at the demon lord level could use the heavenly eye's ability to track down intruders. But now they couldn't sense him. He disappeared into thin air just like that. If it was before, it might not have been a problem, but now that they had lost track of the intruder, it was too difficult to find him again. Lin Fei had indeed shaken off the lock of the heaven eye. He exchanged hatred points for the shrouding the heavens avenue in the system shop. This great Tao was of little value, but its greatest effect was that it could fool a person's existence. In other words, Lin Fei could wander around the fiend celestial world freely without being locked down. Such a great Tao was not cheap, and it cost Lin Fei 500,000 hatred points. Fortunately, he had farmed 800,000 hatred points in the last city, which was not a small amount. There were still 300,000 hatred points left. Lan Tianin followed beside him. She thought that all the mages would be able to keep up, but she didn't expect to see any of them along the way. She knew that the heavenly eye of the fiend god world seemed to have lost its effect. You, an intruder, can actually shake off the heaven's eye's lock. You are the first person in history to do so. Lan Tianin was still very smart. In the blink of an eye, she knew what was going on. This intruder must have a powerful treasure on him. Could conceal one's existence. I think you should know where the other 9 saintesses are. Since there are 10 saintesses, I have to meet them one by one. I believe you don't have any objections, right? Lan Tianin naturally had no objections, but she was even more shocked. Not only did he capture a saintess, he even wanted to capture the remaining 9 saintesses. Wasn't this going against the entire fiend celestial world? If it was any other time, it would be fine, but this was the fiend celestial world, which was completely different. Saintess Lan Tianin couldn't stop him either. She knew that this intruder's thoughts were very firm. With Saintess Lan Tianin leading the way, it would naturally be much easier to find the saintess. Saintess White Snow is here. Outside a city, Lan Tianin pointed. Lin Fei summoned the great thunderclap. It landed in the sky above the city. In an instant, the entire city was shaken. The endless great slash technique attacked like a storm. For a moment, the entire city was like a lone boat in the vast ocean, which could capsize at any time. I'm not interested in your city. I'm only interested in your Saintess White Snow. If you don't want to be wiped out, let White Snow out. This way it'll be good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Oh right, I'm also an intruder. You should know what tricks an intruder has. Compared to the previous time, Lin Fei's methods were more direct this time. The 2 great Daos clashed. For this city, it was naturally very strenuous. Moreover, this great slash technique could unleash its greatest power through the gaps. With a slight flaw in the formation, it could naturally allow the great slash technique's power to reach its limit. The people in this city were also scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a scene before. Their methods couldn't withstand these 2 great Daos at all. In less than the time it took for a joss stick to burn, the entire formation was broken. Lin Fei also came to the sky above the city. The great thunderclap shrouded the entire sky above the city. The endless great slash technique turned into a huge storm, and everyone didn't dare to breathe. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't see Saintess White Snow coming out, then I'm sorry. I'll completely slaughter the entire city. Lan Tianin still underestimated the strength of this intruder. Even the city's great formation couldn't withstand it and was broken in a short period of time. At this moment, the hatred that Lin Fei gained increased crazily. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 1,000,000. The existence of the intruder made the mages deeply hate the existence of the intruder. Now, he wanted to steal their saintess and destroy the entire city. White Snow, for the sake of the entire city, you'd better follow him. Lan Tianin's voice echoed in the sky above the city. Everyone naturally recognized Lan Tianin. Then a figure walked out. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her entire body was filled with a cold aura. She was like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. I didn't expect the saintess to have a special bloodline. Interesting. It's not bad to bring her along when the weather is hot. Lin Fei's words instantly made countless people feel angry. He simply didn't take their saintess seriously. The forcibly organized resistance was suppressed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei took Saintess White Snow and left directly. There were still 8 saintesses left. No matter what, he had to capture them all. Lin Fei's goal was still very clear. He had to take down all 10 holy maidens. That way, he would be able to gain more aggro. Shukju website, Chapter 4708. Damn it! Another holy maiden has been taken away. This is already the 5th holy maiden. Too strong. How can the invader be so strong that our people can't stop him? Not good. Just now, the 10 warriors of the Round Table appeared, but they couldn't stop him. Another holy maiden has been taken away. Is he really going to take all 10 holy maidens away? The entire Fiend Celestial world was completely moved. At first, everyone couldn't believe it. When did the invader become so rampant? But as the news came, everyone had to believe that there really was such a rampant invader. He even took the holy maiden away. If it was just one holy maiden, it would be fine. They could still understand it. After all, the holy maiden's existence was still very high. But they never expected that this invader would actually target the 10 holy maidens. He wanted to take all 10 holy maidens away in one go. Originally, they thought that this invader would never succeed. After receiving the news one by one, they felt their faces turn pale. How long had it been? So many saintesses had been taken away. Was he really going to take all 10 holy maidens away? The 8th holy maiden, the 9th holy maiden, until the last 10th holy maiden. It took Lin Fei 3 days to finally capture all 10 holy maidens. Each of the holy maidens was a national beauty, graceful and luxurious, but full of arrogance. At this time, the expressions of the 10 holy maidens became a little strange. For Lin Fei, the biggest benefit of capturing the 10 holy maidens was that the hatred value kept increasing. In 3 days, his hatred value had accumulated to tens of millions in an instant. Such an increase in hatred value was really a mess. As for the 10 holy maidens, Lin Fei didn't have much interest in them. They were all a little too cold, so he really wasn't interested. Fiend Celestial City, the center of the entire Fiend Celestial world. Lin Fei swaggered in just like that. Even the array couldn't stop him. Lin Fei directly came in. After arriving, Lin Fei directly fought his way into the City Lord's mansion. Lin Fei already knew that the Lord Devil God was not here. He wondered if he had gone out to travel. This also gave Lin Fei a better idea of where to farm aggro. There is no better place than here. He moved into the City Lord's mansion. The 10 saintesses really became maids. The 10 holy maidens all had quite a temper in the beginning. Under Lin Fei's education, they naturally didn't have such thoughts, and all of them became extremely well-behaved. Of course, the hatred in his heart did not lessen in the slightest. Instead, it increased. For example, at this moment, Lin Fei was enjoying being fed by the holy maiden. Behind him, there were maids patting his shoulders, and from time to time, he could eat the fruits that were fed to him. It was truly unbelievably comfortable. This kind of life was really a bit rotten. The most important thing was that the hatred was still rising. Although their faces were expressionless, the hatred in their hearts was not reduced at all. They were all a little different. It was Lan Tianyin. The amount of hatred he contributed was decreasing, which made Lin Fei a little puzzled. The 10 holy maidens stayed by his side, naturally hoping to use them as a foundation to farm more hatred. He didn't expect that the other holy maidens were all contributing. But he didn't. What was going on? Actually, this was also because Lin Fei hadn't thought it through. After all, he had attacked so many cities and brought out the holy maidens one by one. For Lan Tianyin, her impression of him was constantly changing. Perhaps only Lord Demon God would be able to do such a thing. The 10 holy maidens lived in the city lord's mansion, and the people outside also appeared in Demon God City. They looked like they wouldn't stop until they handed over the holy maidens. After being beaten down several times, although everyone was still angry, they were no longer as impulsive. They were waiting for the return of the Lord Devil God. Once the Lord Devil God returned, it would be time for this kid to regret it. After Lin Fei farmed tens of millions of hatred points, he naturally didn't stay idle. He exchanged for some powerful methods. One had to know that Lin Fei was determined to learn all 3,000 great Daos. Tens of millions of hatred points also allowed Lin Fei to finally have the chance to learn a powerful great Dao. Whether it was the great slicing technique or the great thunderclap technique, they were only a few 100,000 hatred points. They could be considered powerful, but they were far from what Lin Fei had in mind. Lin Fei was looking for a technique that could allow him to move quickly. The previous spiritual descent was pretty good, but that was a method of attack, so Lin Fei wasn't very satisfied with it. Now that he had tens of millions of hatred points, he naturally had to find a satisfactory movement technique. Moreover, according to the current method, his hatred points could basically reach a few million more. That wouldn't be a problem at all. If he didn't hand over the holy maidens for a day, those people would naturally be filled with hatred. Moreover, he had moved into Demon God City, so they naturally felt ashamed. How could they not hate him? Great teleportation technique. This is the real good stuff. Lin Fei had been paying attention to this great Dao for a long time. It was ranked in the top 1,000 of the 3,000 great Dao, so one could imagine how precious it was. Not everyone could cultivate it if they wanted to. This was also a great Dao that Lin Fei had been paying attention to for a long time. After all, Lin Fei was going to face the demon god. When the demon god returned, he would have to fight him no matter what. In case he couldn't beat him, he would have to prepare a powerful broken hand for himself. And this great teleportation technique was the best way to save his life. Such a great teleportation technique wasn't cheap. It required 5 million hatred points. Lin Fei didn't even blink and directly exchanged for it. The great teleportation technique actually had a certain connection with space. After Lin Fei mastered it, he knew the benefits of this great teleportation technique. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the demon god world. In the entire demon god world, Lin Fei could go wherever he wanted. Even a celestial god powerhouse might not be able to do this, so it was better to travel honestly. With such a great teleportation technique, Lin Fei was quite satisfied, but the consumption was quite large. The 5 million spent was indeed worth it. I'm really grateful to the people of the demon god world for contributing so much hatred points to me. With this great teleportation technique, Lin Fei was completely relieved. Next, he had to exchange for another powerful cultivation technique, which he had been thinking about for a long time. Whether it was the great teleportation technique, the great thunderclap technique, or the great slicing technique, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they consumed a lot of energy. Without a strong accumulation, they wouldn't be able to hold on at all. Therefore, Lin Fei had to find a powerful cultivation technique to make up for this flaw. Infinite God Body. This was a powerful cultivation technique that Lin Fei had been looking forward to for a long time. The biggest advantage of this cultivation technique was that it could accommodate a huge amount of energy. Chapter 4709. Infinite Divine Body, as the name implied, meant that the physical body would become exceptionally strong. And after becoming stronger, it would be able to hold more energy. This was a divine body that Lin Fei had studied for a long time, and it was very worth cultivating. It was said that this infinite divine body had no ceiling. As long as one could continue cultivating it, their physical body would become stronger and stronger. However, this physical body cultivation was very useless, especially since it was too difficult to get started. For Lin Fei, it wasn't difficult at all. As long as he exchanged for it to level up, it would naturally be simple. Lin Fei had been saving the remaining honor points. He hoped to cultivate this infinite divine body in a short period of time. He used the remaining 6 million hatred points to finally exchange for this infinite divine body. That's right. This divine body also required hatred points, and it required 6 million, which was only 1 million more expensive than the great teleportation technique. However, the effect was very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that it was useless, he wouldn't have been able to buy it at all. After learning the infinite divine body, a layer of light flashed around Lin Fei's body. In other words, he could be considered to have reached the beginner level of the infinite divine body. However, he still stayed at the threshold of the beginner level and hadn't reached the true first level. At this time, the honor points came in handy. Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of honor points just for this time. He also resisted the urge to cultivate the great slicing technique. The power of the slicing technique was indeed quite strong, but if the energy in his body didn't keep up, it would be very helpless when the time came for battle. The first level of the infinite divine body has been successfully cultivated. The second level of the infinite divine body has been successfully cultivated. The third level of the infinite divine body has been successfully cultivated. The cultivation of this infinite divine body was indeed quite difficult. At the very least, after Lin Fei grasped the beginner level, he realized that if he wanted to completely cultivate this physical body, he would have to constantly shatter his body. He would have to accumulate his strength one by one, and this would take a long time. Not to mention anything else, just the first level alone, according to Lin Fei's calculations, would take at least 500 to 600 years to get started. During this period, the pain would get worse and worse, so anyone who wanted to cultivate the infinite divine body would not be able to endure the first level. Not to mention the next few levels. After spending a large amount of honor points, Lin Fei's infinite god body broke through to the 8th level in one go. Finally, it stopped. Lin Fei's physical body had obviously improved tremendously. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that an infinite grotto heaven had appeared within Lin Fei's body. This infinite heavenly grotto heaven continued to expand. The energy cultivated by Lin Fei was also continuously gathering in the grotto heaven. This was the core of the infinite god body. The fleshly body was just a way to protect the infinite grotto heaven. The stronger one's physical body was, the thicker the energy accumulated in the infinite grotto heaven would be. This infinite god body is indeed suitable for me. Now that my physical body has reached the 8th layer, my accumulation has become even more profound than before. When the time comes, no matter what I use, I can be more at ease. Lin Fei was relieved as soon as he succeeded in the 8th layer. As expected, there was a shortcut. Cultivating any cultivation technique was really no different from riding a rocket. This trip to the alternate world, Lin Fei had gained a lot. He had gained nothing else, but his strength had really undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, I just have to wait for the demon god to return. No matter what, I have to farm on him. Don't let me down. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The amount of hatred that he had gained was also reduced. It had reached about 7 or 8 million, which was still a little different from what Lin Fei had expected. Lin Fei was also quite satisfied. 8 million hatred points. Lin Fei did not stay idle either. He exchanged for a greater danger perception. Although it looked like a chicken rib, the effect was actually quite good. He could sense danger that belonged to him. This kind of perception wasn't within a certain range. As long as someone was targeting him in the same area, no matter how close or far, Lin Fei would be able to sense it. For example, now, Lin Fei only felt a dangerous aura. There was no need to guess, it should be the demon god. And this dangerous aura was getting closer and closer to him, which meant that the demon god was beginning to return. Seriously, with this greater danger perception, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. In other words, if someone were to target him again, he would have absolute time to ambush and counterattack. It should be about 2 or 3 days before that demon god should arrive. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I can finally farm demon god. Although he didn't know how strong this demon god was, since he was here, he had to farm him no matter what. After all, Lin Fei had already made sufficient preparations and was just waiting for the demon god to arrive. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. There was a loud rumbling sound. Dark clouds covered the sky and countless lightning bolts fell. Everyone looked up. Their hearts were also filled with excitement. Lord Demon God must be back. Ha 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 ha. This time, this intruder won't be able to escape death. He can't be presumptuous in the demon god world. In front of the demon god, he only has 3 moves at most. A figure in black walked out of the lightning. With every step he took, everyone could feel his terrifying might. At this time, Lin Fei was sitting in the courtyard. He could see the figure of the demon god when he looked up. However, the other party's body was flashing with a special power, and he couldn't see his true appearance. But Lin Fei knew that this was the target of the greater danger perception. In other words, it was Lord Demon God. You're really bold to wait until I return. If those intruders were as bold as you, I would be easy to deal with. A faint voice came directly. Lin Fei was a little surprised when he heard it. It was actually a woman. From the words, Lin Fei could tell that this demon god seemed to have gone to chase after the intruders. Without a doubt, it should be Emperor Thunder Leopard and the others. It seemed that they were being chased and were in a rather sorry state. As for whether they succeeded or not, it was unknown. In any case, they probably didn't have a good ending. The demon god world is so good and beautiful, and there are such charming saintesses. I feel that it's a pity that I don't stay here for a while. After all, it's rare to come to a different world. Don't you think so? In the blink of an eye, this figure in black came to the courtyard. The 10 saintesses also stood at the side. At the same time, they lowered their heads. They felt ashamed and helpless. You can let them go now. Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. With the return of the demon god, they are naturally useless. After all, no matter how good they are, they can't be as good as the demon god. He waved his hand lightly. The 10 saintesses arrived outside the city in the blink of an eye. They looked at each other, and even the technique on their bodies was released. Bookseller's website, Chapter 4710. I think you should be satisfied now. After all, I really don't have any thoughts about the saintesses. Seriously, Lin Fei really didn't have any thoughts about these saintesses. It was quite surprising that the demonic god was a woman. Speaking of which, you're quite interesting. I didn't expect you to be a woman. It's no wonder your fiend celestial world has 10 saintesses. If I'm not wrong, they want to inherit your mantle. Previously, Lin Fei didn't understand what it meant. Now he finally understood. This was definitely to groom a successor. However, this successor didn't seem to be that easy to groom. The 10 saintesses had great potential, but they still had a long way to go before they could step into the demonic god realm. At the very least, it was impossible for them to do so within a few hundred years. Just like that, the female demonic god came in front of Lin Fei. You're an interesting intruder, much more interesting than those other intruders. You're able to sit in front of me like this. However, seeing that you're able to release the 10 saintesses without doing anything to them, I can give you a choice. Just now, the female demonic god had indeed checked the 10 saintesses. There was indeed nothing wrong with them, and she didn't leave any tricks behind. She was quite surprised. Such a method was really rare. She had killed many invaders, and every single one of them was extremely cruel and merciless. Even though this intruder had caused a mess in the fiend celestial world, not many people had died from the beginning to the end. It was as if she was deliberately provoking these people. This was also the only thing that puzzled the demonic god. If not for that, the female demonic god would have long taken action. She wouldn't have sat down to talk to him, nor would she have given him a choice. Lin Fei laughed. I wonder what kind of choice you're giving me. Can you tell me? After all, it's really rare for a demonic god expert to give me a choice. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to farm hatred on the female demonic god. Now, it seemed like he had been expecting too much. She really didn't have much hatred for him. He also knew what was going on. If he had known it would be like this, he would have done something to the 10 holy maidens. It was too late now. Even though I don't know why you created such a huge ruckus in the demon god world, seeing that you didn't harm the saintess, I'll allow you to stay by my side as my guard for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll let you go. If the female demon god's words were to be heard outside, everyone would probably be shocked. Such a situation had never happened before. You're the only exception. I've killed more than 20 intruders, and I never give them a choice. I'll just kill them directly. That's because intruders have the right to be killed. But you're different. Very interesting. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He actually wanted to stay by the Godfiend's side as a guard. Can I feel deeply honored? You've made me a little overwhelmed by your favor. If you want to start fighting and killing, Lin Fei would be more than happy to do so. But now, this female fiend celestial had made such a choice. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to him? Lin Fei felt a little helpless in his heart. It seemed like his performance wasn't that outstanding either. You're the only one who has such an opportunity. No one else has it. I can forgive everything you've done. Staying by my side as a guard is also a process for you to accumulate experience. Perhaps one day you'll be able to break through to the demon god realm, which is also the so-called heavenly god realm. The female fiend celestial was indeed quite interested in this intruder. He didn't even have the slightest interest in the 10 saintesses, nor did he have any tricks up his sleeves. In fact, for a moment, the god fiend even thought that the other party was waiting for him to return. This also made the female fiend celestial extremely interested. She wanted to study this intruder carefully. Until now, she still hadn't seen through this intruder's strength. It was really rare. Then she could confirm one thing. This intruder was most likely an ultimate emperor expert. I appreciate your kind intentions. You want me to follow by your side for 10 years? I feel that as a man I really can't do that. Why don't we change the method? Lin Fei also laughed. The female fiend celestial was also interested. Then tell me about it. It's very possible that I agree. I'm quite interested in the alternate world. Why don't you be my wife? Isn't that quite suitable? Of course, Lin Fei wanted to anger this female fiend celestial. How could he gain aggro without angering this female fiend celestial? One must know that the more arrogant a woman was, the more easily she could become someone else's wife. This female fiend celestial would be furious later. At that time, he would be able to have some fun with her and gain aggro. Originally, when he was over there, he was prepared to gain aggro from eldest senior brother. However, he never expected that eldest senior brother would never return. He didn't know how long he would have to wait. It seemed like he could only gain aggro from this female fiend celestial first. She was a genuine heavenly god after all. Do you know that you're quite daring? No one has ever dared to say such words to me. You're the first. Lin Fei laughed. I'm quite daring. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here waiting for you to return. If you think that I'm going overboard, then let's make a move. Actually, I also want to exchange moves with you, Fiend Celestial, to broaden my horizons. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Who gave you the guts? I'll kill you first. At this moment, a formless sword beam came out from the void. It stared at Lin Fei. This sword beam was extremely fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Even the female Fiend Celestial's expression changed. Lin Fei's defense instantly spread out. The loud rumbling sound was truly out of Lin Fei's expectations. The defense around his body actually shattered layer by layer, and it was almost at its end. He knew that a Fiend Celestial was coming. Just as the power was about to reach its end, another sword beam chased after him. It actually formed a situation where one was in front and one was behind, and it seemed like it was going to break through Lin Fei's defense. Lin Fei's great incision technique also attacked. At the same time, he also felt the aggro. He originally wanted to farm the female Fiend Celestial, but he didn't expect another Fiend Celestial to come. It seemed like he was attacking from afar. Captivating all living things. An ice-cold voice followed. Lin Fei discovered that his surroundings had started to change. It became illusory. In the blink of an eye, he had actually arrived at an uninhabited small world of stars. Bookseller's Reading Website, Chapter 4711. Previously, Lin Fei did not use his great danger perception. He felt that only this female fiend celestial would be a threat to him, but he never expected that there would be another fiend celestial who could hide her strength and launch an attack in an instant. She even used a powerful secret technique. She was directly pulled out of the fiend celestial world. She even came to an uninhabited small world. The strength of this fiend celestial was indeed extremely strong. A stream of light almost destroyed all the defense of the treasure body. It was indeed the strength of a true fiend celestial. The more it was like this, the more excited Lin Fei became. Wasn't he looking for a fiend celestial expert? Only in this way could he farm more aggro. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in you. You ambushed me from behind and failed. Don't you think you're a disgrace to the demon god? I think you're quite disgraced. If I were you, I'd just kill myself so that I wouldn't be so disgraced. Standing not far away was a fiend celestial in black. His face was cold and he didn't look young. With every sentence that Lin Fei said, the other party's face darkened. Shut up. I'll let you die without a burial place. Streaks of flowing light instantly attacked him. Like a meteor shower, there were no gaps at all. It was very difficult to avoid them, especially when these streams of light covered a large area. Actually, I've wanted to see how powerful a fiend celestial is for a long time. I wanted to have a match with the female fiend celestial, but she has feelings for me, so there's nothing I can do about it. Fortunately, you're here. Lin Fei's great incision was directly cast. They collided with these streams of light one after another. This was also Lin Fei's first battle with a fiend celestial powerhouse. This exchange made Lin Fei feel that these streams of light were equally powerful and seemed to contain the aura of the metal element. It was obvious that this fiend celestial had cultivated metal element magic. During the collision, his great incision technique was still a little lacking, even though it was already a 2-star great incision technique. My great incision art should be as powerful as a demon god at the 2-star level, but it's still a little weaker than a real heavenly god. If I can upgrade it to the 3-star level, its power will naturally be a lot stronger. Without a battle, there would be no comparison. Now, Lin Fei finally understood the true power of the Great Slicer technique. The only advantage was that Lin Fei's great incision could be used continuously. So this is the power of a demon god? I don't think it's much. I can also block it. Lin Fei laughed. Meanwhile, another figure directly landed on this uninhabited small world. It was none other than the female demon god. Mike, this is my business, you don't have to worry about it. The female demon god's expression changed. The one called Mike was this male demon god. He turned around and called out to the female demon god. And Lon, don't worry, this guy only has that much ability. I will definitely help you kill him on the spot. No one can tease you, and no one can do evil in your world. At this moment, Lin Fei clearly felt that the power of these streams of light had increased by a large amount. At least 2/3 of their power had increased. He came all the way to him. So you're called Lon. This name is quite nice to hear. If I'm not wrong, this Mike should be your pursuer. But he's already so old, I think you should forget about it. He doesn't like you at all. How could Lin Fei not see that this Mike was purely a pursuer? Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked him after saying those words. Yes, you shut up. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. This Mike had become a lot crazier. This also caused Lin Fei to instantly gain a small amount of hatred. Don't say. It was better to kill demon gods than anyone else. This Mike in front of him could really contribute quite a lot. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's great incision technique was completely broken. This was also within Lin Fei's expectations. He knew that demon gods weren't that easy to deal with, especially when this Mike's strength increased extremely quickly under his craziness. That and Lon, I think you should just watch from the side. After all, he wants to pursue you, so you have to give him a chance to show off. If you don't give him a chance to show off, who knows when he will start to hate you? In a short period of time, Just as he was about to break through, Lin Fei's figure instantly moved out. Those streams of light instantly missed. I didn't expect you to bring this kind of teleportation talisman. What a cunning guy. But I want to see how many teleportation talismans you have. Mike's expression also became much more ferocious. He was about to defeat the other party, but he actually used such a treasure. Treasures were considered quite common in the alternate world. This was because almost every invader would bring such a treasure, and they could escape at the critical moment. Fortunately, this time, he had completely sealed this uninhabited small world, so he wasn't afraid of the other party escaping. He moved the scepter in his hand. Figures flew out one after another. They were all puppets. These puppets didn't have any aura, but they clearly looked like they were not easy to deal with. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. They caught up in no time. These are the puppet warriors that I accumulated with great difficulty. You should be proud that you can make me use them. These puppet warriors were instantly blessed with runes, and their speed increased in the blink of an eye. It turned out that they were all puppet warriors for close combat. In the blink of an eye, the saber light approached Lin Fei. Lin Fei's speed was already quite fast, but these puppet warriors weren't slow at all. They all caught up with him one by one. In this exchange, they actually had the strength of an ultimate emperor. They really couldn't be underestimated. No wonder they were qualified to pursue this female demon god of Enlon. You have quite a strong foundation. Maybe I will really die in your hands. Lin Fei's great cutting technique only left white marks on the puppet warriors. Your methods are indeed quite powerful, but these puppet warriors of mine are all made of top-grade materials. Don't even think about breaking them. It was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered such good puppet warriors. His great cutting technique couldn't break them. In this way, Lin Fei's advantage became much weaker. Hence, he kept moving. The more he moved, the closer these puppet warriors were to him. Mike was also constantly casting supporting spells. The gravitational petrification and weakness kept coming. This was obviously a plan to wear him down. And Lon, actually, you should have told me long ago that no matter how powerful an invader is, I will still kill him on the spot. You also know that I have killed no less than 50 invaders. Chapter 47:12. This was one of Mike's more impressive achievements. One had to know that, in this alternate world, he had killed quite a lot of invaders. He had killed 50 of them. He had looked forward to meeting demon god Anlin for a long time. He had confessed to him many times. Demon god Anlin didn't have much feelings for him and could only treat him as a friend. Naturally, this didn't satisfy Mike. To him, this was his chance. When he heard that an invader had caused such a huge commotion in demon god Anlin's world, he naturally couldn't sit still. This time, he wanted to leave a deep impression. Since demon god Anlin wasn't going to do anything, he would do it for her. First, he would destroy this invader. The only thing that Mike didn't expect was that this invader seemed to be quite strong. He was surprised that he couldn't take him down in a short period of time. That was fine. He had already used all his trump cards. As long as he used up the other party's teleportation talisman, the rest would be simple. He really wasn't afraid of him. Demon God, I think there's a problem with your words. Although you killed 50 invaders, to me you will stop here. You can't do anything to me. Lin Fei kept moving and sensing the puppet's moves. One had to say that although the moves were crude, they were extremely strong. Each of them had about the strength of a peak emperor lord. If an invader encountered them, it would be hard for them to escape. This Mike was quite powerful. He might even be a veteran powerhouse. If Empyrean Lord Lei Bao and the rest were to encounter Demon God Mike, they would probably suffer greatly. Lin Fei was glad that he had exchanged for many techniques in advance. For example, the greater teleportation technique. That was a good thing. Even though this small world was covered in a layer of formations, as long as Lin Fei wanted to leave, he could do so easily. This formation couldn't stop the greater teleportation technique. He could ignore normal formations. Unless there was a top-tier spatial formation, there was no way to stop him. But there was no need to use it now. He would let Mike have a good time first. Just like that, Lin Fei kept moving. He knew that it would be difficult to defeat these puppet warriors. It was even more impossible to break through the barrier because Lin Fei was still lacking some divine weapons. If he had the time, he would definitely go and find a real divine weapon. Otherwise, it would really be a pity. If he did, he would be able to deal with these puppets much more effectively. Unlike now, when the Great Slicer technique was used consecutively, it still couldn't capture the puppet warrior. Only white marks were left. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. After I catch you, I'll definitely break all your bones and pull out all your teeth. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Rumble. Bolts of lightning fell directly towards Maxon. A huge protective barrier appeared around Mike's body. Just like the magic shield, this was a more powerful magic shield. Although it only had one more word, its defensive capabilities were naturally different from that of an ordinary magic shield. Of course, it also consumed a lot of energy. And Lon wanted to attack, but he stopped in the end. He had to see how this young invader would deal with Mike. To be honest, Lon didn't have any feelings for Mike. He felt that Mike was a little scheming and wasn't a perfect partner. This time, Mike's sudden attack made Lan's impression of Mike even worse. It was clearly his business, but he interfered. And Lon had already made up his mind. Even if this invader was defeated, he wouldn't let Mike take the invader away. Time passed minute by minute. The puppet warriors chased from the east to the west, and from the west to the east, but they couldn't do anything to him. The other party's Great Slicer technique and defensive treasures were quite strong. Unless they attacked in an instant, they really couldn't do anything to him. Most importantly, the other party seemed to have a lot of instant teleportation talismans. Mike managed to seize an opportunity several times. He missed by just a little each time. He knew that he had really encountered a difficult invader this time. The other party wasn't very strong and was at most an ultimate sovereign lord. However, his relaxed attitude made Mike feel more and more embarrassed. It wouldn't have mattered if Lon wasn't beside him. At most, he would just waste some time with him. However, it was different this time with Lon beside him. The more he couldn't take down the invader, the more face he would lose. I've told you several times that you can find someone else to kill the invader. Don't use me because that will make you fail. Look at you now. You can't do anything to me at all. If you have a trump card, hurry up and use it. Otherwise, you will lose even more face. Lin Fei dodged again. Just as Lin Fei dodged, Mike shot out a treasure. This treasure was like a meteor hammer. It instantly broke through the void and nailed Lin Fei's body. Even though Lin Fei had the defense of his treasures and the protection of the Great Slicer technique, he was hit in an instant and a bloody hole appeared on his body. At this time, the effect of the infinite divine body came into play. Now, Lin Fei's infinite divine body had reached the 8th level. Countless cracks spread out along the wound. It was easily suppressed by the infinite divine body. The puppet warrior broke out of the encirclement instantly, but Lin Fei dealt with it and teleported again. I didn't expect your trump card to be so powerful. I can't do anything else, but my physical body is quite strong. I was happy for nothing. The meteor all was indeed very powerful. Lin Fei could also feel that if it weren't for the infinite divine body, his entire body would have been torn apart in an instant. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand the shattering all. In that case, you're a good puppet material. The more Mike said this, the angrier he became. It had been so long, yet he still couldn't take down an invader. He had lost all his face. Just look at Lon next to him. Mike, let's forget about this matter. You don't need to deal with this invader. He saw clearly that this invader was really different. He could withstand the shattering all, which was a true demon god's treasure. No matter what, I have to kill him here today. Otherwise I, Mike, will lose all my face. Endless hatred shrouded the place and the shattering all was launched again. This time, Lin Fei was prepared. The shattering all missed. You fool, I let you succeed the first time. Do you think there'll be a second time? All right, I'll let you have a taste of my new technique. You can't keep attacking me.